Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trustee Neetan Shan. I'm the chair of the Planning and Priorities Committee. I would like to call today's meeting to order and welcome committee members, trustees, staff, and members of the public. If I can ask all those who are able to stand for the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Trustees, you've had a chance to review the agenda and the recommendations. Are there any declaration of possible conflict of interest? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is delegations. I wanted to just, before I go to delegations, I wanted to let everyone know that because of the snowstorm today, all of our TDSB buildings are closed in the evening, and therefore our board meeting is, this particular Planning and Priorities Committee meeting is happening virtually. The co-chair, the chair and the vice chair are required to be in person at the 50/50 office to conduct the meeting, and that's why both myself and Vice Chair Patel are here. All other trustees are required to be joining joining remotely to this meeting. And we also have the Director of Education for Toronto District School Board, Director Clayton Latouche, joining us here in person as well. So outside that, everybody else is required, since the building is closed, to be joining virtually. And the chair and vice chair are required to join in person to conduct any official meetings. And that's why we both are here. With that, I wanted to also move on to delegations and delegations. Delegates and trustees, just to let you know, we have had over 100 delegations signed up to delegate today in person, 101 to be exact. Because of the large number of delegations, we've reduced the time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. So that would happen for all delegates. 3 minutes is the time. And I would like to ask trustee services to help us to have some indication of some sort of a sound to alert us when 3 minutes is done, because we don't have that support here in the boardroom. Delegations allow for the public to address committees of the board and are designed to ensure the members of the public can provide information and perspectives to trustees as we navigate the decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and should not engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegation procedures. As I mentioned, we have a number of delegates, so 3 minutes would be allocated for each of you, and you will hear a bell at the end of your allocated time. Trustees may ask questions of clarification following the delegation. Trustees, please ensure you are asking questions of clarification, not necessarily appreciation comments or any comments that are engaging in debate. Just remember that as delegates, they're not permitted to ask trustees questions. So getting into a debate is unfairly lopsided to one side. So please refrain from engaging in debate with delegates. Just ask clarifying questions from what they have presented as their delegation. So if they have said something that was not clear, or you needed some explanation about a statement that they made, that is the only type of clarification that would be permitted, and to be respectful, because we have 100+ delegations. Before we move on to delegate number 1, I want to share something that is shared by the staff in relation to item 8.1, which has a number of delegates delegating today. I want to provide some clarification that I have received from the director and the senior team on item 8.1, which is the update on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism and the combating hate and racism strategy. To be clear, the director has indicated that the purpose of this item is to receive a report about community feedback on the development of the anti-Semitism strategy. This report is not the anti-Semitism strategy itself. It's an outline of what staff heard during community consultations. I hope this information is helpful as we proceed with the meeting with the delegation. So with that, I would like to start with the first delegate. The first 12 delegates are on item 8.4, program area review for North Bendale Junior Public School and Treadway Woodsworth Public School. I'll start with delegate number 1, Tina Walsinis, North Bendale Junior Public School. Tina, are you online?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes for the delegations. Please start now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tina Voltsinas, and I'm a proud North Bendale resident and have had the honor of being a North Bendale Junior Public School parent for the last 12 years. Today, I wish to talk to you about an important issue that directly affects our community, which is the proposed K-8 grade change. As you may know, North Bendale is currently a K-6 school. However, we strongly believe that changing it to a K-8 school would have numerous benefits, not only for our students, but parents and the community as a whole. First and foremost, a K-8 model would provide continuity and stability for our students. They would be able to complete their elementary and middle school education in one familiar setting, with teachers and staff who know them very well. This would reduce the stress and anxiety associated with transitioning to a new school. Secondly, a K-8 model would foster a sense of community and belonging. Students would have more opportunities to develop leadership skills, mentor younger students, and participate in extracurricular activities. This would help build stronger relationships among students, teachers, and parents. Thirdly, research shows that K-8 schools can lead to better academic outcomes, particularly for our more vulnerable students, due to reduced transitions and increased stability. Finally, a K-8 school would better prepare our students for high school and beyond. By providing a more seamless transition from elementary to middle school, we would be setting our students up for success in their future academic pursuits. This change directly aligns with the TDSB's multi-year strategic plan on so many levels. The K-8 grade change at North Bendale supports the board's vision for creating inclusive, equitable, and supportive learning environments that foster student success and well-being. I watched my eldest daughter transition out of North Bendale after grade 6 and witnessed firsthand how difficult it was for her. She struggled to adjust to a new school environment, missing the familiarity and support system that she had built over the many years at North Bendale. She had to find a way to fit into a K-8 school where many students have been together since kindergarten and in a totally different community, and then have to quickly start all over again when entering grade 9. The transition was really rocky, and she faced many challenges, specifically socially and emotionally. I firmly believe that if North Bendale had offered grades 7 and 8 to her, her transition to middle school would have been so much smoother, and she would have benefited from continuity and stability. Changing North Bendale to a K-8 school would have numerous benefits for our students, parents, and community, and I sincerely hope that you vote to make this vision come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina, for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing no questions. Thank you, Tina. Next delegate is also from North Bendale Junior Public School, Yolanda Marshall. Yolanda, *6 to unmute. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Please go ahead. You can start now. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yolanda T. Marshall, and I'm a parent of a young child, a grade 4 child in North Bendale. And I agree with everything Tina said prior to myself in terms of the stats and how this shift affects many of our students. For me, I will say something very short, but I have a constant fear of new schools for my son. I'm concerned about the disruption of the school culture he is currently striving in, and the anxiety of losing familiar friends, teachers, and routines during during this elementary phase of his life. Especially as a Black parent, I must be as honest as possible. I also have a worry about whether or not my son's experience within this new school will improve his outcomes. How will it be for him? I don't know the school much. It is not within my community. I do know that he's among great educators. He is doing extremely well. And I feel so confident and I feel safe knowing that he is attending North Bendale. I'm confident that this K-8 grade restructuring will offer all Bendale students the stability they require to strive successfully as they make their next significant move into high school. I really hope that this plan goes through because many parents like myself are concerned genuinely, and we want our kids to have the best future possible. And stability is number one. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yolanda, for your delegation today. Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. Next delegate is also from North Bendale Junior Public School, Shona Mary Samra.
Hello.
Hi, Shona. Shona Mary, can you?
Hi.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes now. You can begin now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Shauna Marie Sumra. My daughter, Sierra Sumra, is a grade 5 student at North Bendale Junior Public School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As parents, we want what is best for our children, full stop, plain and simple. North Bendale has provided that. My daughter, Sierra, has a shy personality, but North Bendale has fostered an environment of promoting growth, leadership, and connectivity. She is thriving, and it's amazing to watch. The thought of Sierra transitioning to a different school for grades 7 and 8 has deeply worried my husband and I. The close-knit community of North Bendale would be gone, and I think the transition would be a real struggle for her. However, if she were able to stay at North Bendale for grades 7 and 8, she would continue to thrive and mature and be poised to take on high school. The students at North Bendale truly benefit from all the school and community have to offer. The teachers, the teams, the experience, the genuine caring. The community comes together to support and rally around the school. Being here today is a prime example of that. Our children are learning that they can affect change and stand up for what's important. In closing, as a parent wanting what's best for my child, I believe wholeheartedly North Bendale shifting to a K-8 school is what is best. I sincerely hope that Sierra and her peers will get to stay a little longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Shona Mary, for your delegation. Any questions? Okay, hearing no questions. Before we move on to delegate number 4, I would like to actually pause, and we didn't approve the agenda earlier. So if I can have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda. Trustee Patel, can I have one of the trustees online?
Laskin.
Trustee Laskin, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay. That's carried. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, trustees. Now we will move on to delegate number 4, James Croher, from TD. Is a TDSP student from North Bendale Junior Public School. James, are you online?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes for your delegation.
Okay. Hello, my name is James Crower, and I graduated from North Bendale last year. I am here today to ask that North Bendale become a K-8 school. I would like to come back to do my grade 8 year. North Bendale is a great school that is smaller and it's easier for me to learn. I also like that North Bendale starts at 8:40 and I can sleep in. I hope to be able to graduate from North Bendale. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, James, for taking your time to delegate, and thank you for your voice. Next, any questions to James? Seeing no trustees for questions, I'm going to move on to number 5, Sola Macris. North
Yes.
Bend Junior Public School. Sola, please go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Sula Macris. My child is in grade 3 at North Bendale Public School. I am speaking in favor of making North Bendale a K-8 school. As a parent and also a secondary school teacher in the TDSB, I know firsthand how challenging it is for students to transition to a new school, in a much bigger school. The stress of making new friends, making new connections with teachers, and finding where they belong in a community can take their toll on students' mental health. We all know that student success and student academic success is related to their sense of belonging in their school community. Not only for the students, but for the parents, the grandparents, and the rest of the North Bendale community, this would be extremely beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you, Sola, for joining us and delegating. Next delegate is also from North Bendale Junior Public School, TDSP parent, Talha Rahman. Talha, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Good evening, esteemed committee and the community at large. My name is Talha Rahman, parent of 2 students at North Bendale Junior Public School. My children are in grade 5 and 1. I'm here today to advocate for expanding our school to include grades 7 and 8. Expanding to K-8 ensures educational continuity. Students wouldn't have to switch schools during critical developmental phase. This reduces disruption in learning. Also, a K-8 fosters a stronger, more cohesive community. Older students serve as role models, providing mentorship opportunities that enhance learning for all. My son, who's in grade 5, takes part in a learning buddy activity that they have set up at North Bendale. They pair them up, a grade 5 and junior kindergarten, where they learn together. And my son really appreciates this opportunity. It gives him a way to be a mentor and a leader. Keeping our children in one school through middle years reduces the commuting risks and simplifies scheduling for working and studying parents. It is safer and more convenient. For me and my children and I, it's an 8-minute walk. I don't have to drive or think too much when it comes to getting to school. Expanding current facilities is more economical than building and sending students to another middle school. It's a cost-effective use of our community's resources. I therefore urge the committee to support this expansion for the betterment of our children's education and our community's future. I would like to thank you for taking this opportunity to give us the K-8 and to express how we feel and what we would like for our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Talha, for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you. Next delegate is North Bendale Junior Public School, Ayub Idris. Ayub, are you there?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the TDSB Planning and Priorities Committee. My name is Ayub, and I'm here before you as a parent of children in grades 5 and 1 at North Bendale Junior Public School. I'm here to advocate for the proposal that stands to transform our school and our community. This expansion idea is more than a change in structure. It's an opportunity to strengthen the fabric of our community. My family, being new in Canada, has found a sense of belonging here. We've built connections with neighbors and fellow parents that have become invaluable. By expanding to K-8, we ensure that these bonds continue to grow, fostering a vibrant, supportive environment where our children can thrive and grow together. Moreover, we all recognize the challenges students face when transitioning to middle school. but the challenge is notably greater when moving to an existing K-8 school where the existing students there are already a well-established community. An expansion at North Bendel will provide our students with an unbroken educational journey surrounded by familiar faces and educators who understand their unique needs. This continuity is not just about comfort, it's about academic success and emotional stability. Allowing our children to reach their full potential without the daunting prospect of integrating into an unfamiliar middle school environment. The support for this initiative from our community is outstanding. It's about securing the future of North Bendel, making it a beacon of educational excellence that attracts families from around the community, eager for continuity and quality in education. But more than that, expanding to K-8 promotes equity, ensuring every child, regardless of their background, has access to a consistent, high-quality education. This is not just about our convenience, it's about providing every student with an equitable opportunity to succeed. I urge you as key decision makers at the TDSB to embrace this vision. Let's make North Bendel a true model of community and educational excellence. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and I look forward to your support in making this a reality.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ayub, for joining us. We now move on to delegate number 8. But before we move on to delegate number 8, trustees who have joined after the roll call, can you please identify your presence so that we can actually have it for the record? Any trustees? Go ahead.
Trustee Rashwani present.
Thank you.
Roger Closinger.
Thank you.
Sriska Naraga present.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Trustee Ghost present.
Okay. All right. Thank you, trustees, for identifying that you have joined the meeting. Now we move on to delegate number 8, Stephen Bradley from North Bendale Junior Public School. Stephen, are you there? Stefan? Are you there? *6 to unmute. Trustee services, can you let us know or governance, sorry, if delegate number 8 is online?
Mr. Chair, I don't see him online. 1 second, please.
Thank you. We will. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, he's online.
Okay. Can we get Stefan Bradley to unmute and start your delegation? *6 to unmute. Are you there? Okay, we are going to move on to the next delegate, and then if we have any indication that they were there and need to be brought back in, let me know from governance team. Number 9 is Amanda Herlica from North Bendale Junior Public School. Amanda, are you online?
Hello.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes for your delegation. Your time starts now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amanda. My son and daughter are in grade 1 and 3 at North Bendale. I support the K-8 change because I believe it will foster strong relationships with peers and teachers, and the schools can tailor the curriculum and teaching strategies to meet the development of the students. That's all I really have.
Thank you.
Thank
Amanda.
you.
Thank you, Amanda, for joining. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you, Amanda, for joining. We will move on to delegate number 10, Tara Wilson. Tara, are you there? Tara Wilson from North Bendale Junior Public School, are you there? *6 to unmute. Governance team, please indicate if you have confirmed?
Yes, Chair, they are on the line.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask again, Tara Wilson, if you're able to unmute. I think I heard someone. Is it Tara Wilson?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tara Wilson. One second, sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead and continue. Please watch us, instead of watching us online while you're delegating, please listen to us on the phone because there's a delay. So if you can unmute and start, Tara, that would be great.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we are able to hear
Hello?
you. Yeah, we are able to
Okay,
hear
sorry about that.
No problem. Go
Good
ahead.
evening, everybody. My name is Tara Wilson. My daughters both attend North Bendale. Their ages are 8 and 9. I believe the importance in expanding grades K to 8 is important because it provides a consistent learning environment with continuity in teachers, classmates, and curriculum throughout their early education years, which can also lead to a better academic performance. It also improved social development and stronger sense of belonging, especially during the critical transition from elementary to middle school. Thank you.
Thank you for delegating, Tara. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you. We will move on to delegate number 11, Matthew Thomas from North Bendale Junior Public
She
School.
said, this is Sarah just texted me. She's like, thank you, great job, short and sweet. And then she just wrote, Tara too, really appreciate.
Thank you. What was it, Matthew Thomas? Hi, is Matthew Thomas online? *6 to unmute.
Sorry, Chair, delegate number 11 is not online.
Not online?
No, they are not.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to delegate number 12, Kylie Purpose. Kylie from North Bendale Junior Public School, TDSP parent. Are you there?
Chair, delegate number 12 is not online either.
Okay. All right, that wraps up the delegates for item 8.4, program area review for North Bendale Junior Public School and Treadway Wordsworth Public School. I would like to thank all the delegates on behalf of myself, Vice Chair Patel, and all the trustees for taking the time to delegate on this matter. Appreciate your effort and your voice today. We will now move on to item 8.1. This is an update on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism and the comparing hate and racism strategy. We have a number of delegates on this, from delegate number 13 all the way up to 94 is on this item. So we ask all delegates to make sure that you are able to speak within 3 minutes. And I just wanted to also make sure that I read the director's comments that was presented earlier, but was done much earlier. So I want to provide some clarification that I've received from the director, senior staff on item 8.1, which is the update on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism and comparing hate and racism strategy. To be clear, the director has indicated that the purpose of this item is to receive a report about community feedback on the development of the anti-Semitism strategy. This report is not the anti-Semitism strategy itself. It's an outline of what staff heard during community consultations. I hope this information is helpful as we proceed with this item. We have delegate number 13, Billy Cheng, TDSP employee, joining us. Billy, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry.
Yes, perfect. Can I begin?
Yeah, go ahead. You can start. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Billy Cheng, and I'm a secondary occasional teacher at the TDSP with my teachables in politics and geography. Today, I want to talk about an experience I had while supply teaching a grade 10 civics class this past year. I was providing one-on-one help with a student who was struggling to start his assignment, where he had to write a research essay on an issue that impacted him or the people he loved. I asked him, what's an issue that impacts you or the people you love? And he replied, the genocide in Gaza, because I'm Palestinian. So I told him, then do your assignment on the genocide in Gaza. He then lowered his voice and in a hushed and cautious tone replied, but what if the teacher gets mad at me? At that moment, I froze. I thought to myself, in what world is it okay where a child's people are actively being bombed, massacred, starved, maimed, imprisoned, and tortured that he feels so incredibly afraid to write about it in his assignment in a civics class? Palestinian families feel it's because they are being denied that right to an inclusive and relevant education, where their identities and lived experiences are acknowledged, validated, and celebrated in our education system. This particular scenario is far too common in school boards across Canada. There are recommendations to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism in the addressing anti-Semitism strategy is incredibly dangerous. Criticizing a state's actions, particularly Israel's domestic and foreign policy, is not anti-Semitic. Words like genocide, occupation, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and settler colonialism have legal definitions enshrined in international law and international humanitarian law, and they apply to the state of Israel. If we cannot even use the actual legal and political terms to talk about a state's actions, how are we supposed to teach our students 21st century global competency skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and global citizenship? Amidst the systemic state repression of Palestinian human rights and advocacy, I cannot, in good conscience, stay silent and continue to allow for this harm to be perpetuated to Palestinian students. It is because of my own moral and ethical obligations as a teacher, I'm here today to ask for all the trustees to refer the strategy back to staff and have an opportunity to conduct further consultations with the wider Jewish community. And as for the students, I told him to go ahead and write about what he felt in his heart was right. He completed his 2-page essay organizer in less than half an hour, and with some help, nurturance, and validation from his other teachers, he was able to finish his essay. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy, for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Seeing no questions, thank you. We will move on to the next delegate, delegate number 14, Jamila Pirbai. Jamila, are you online?
Hi, this is Jamila Pirbai.
Hi, Jamila, please go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Sure. I'm a TDSB educator, and I have to say I'm feeling a lot of fear. This is my first time delegating, but that's not why. I know this fear. It's the kind of fear that prevents you from speaking up for others, the kind that prevents you from voicing your truth. I felt it as a student in Ontario. I remember distinctly when I was 8 years old and learned about how Palestinians were treated in their own home, from witnessing firsthand the discrepancies when I visited Jerusalem. I wanted to share my experience at school, but I was told no, not to. This fear started to grow of going against the dominant colonial narrative, the fear of critiquing the state of Israel, the fear of mentioning Palestine. Why do I feel this way? Why is it that even though the Palestinian genocide has been confirmed by reputable international human rights organizations like Amnesty and Human Rights Watch, why is there still a deep-rooted fear in me to voice any connection between Israel and settler colonialism as confirmed by the UN? Well, the backlash of the Grassy Narrows River Run might be a reason. My students were fortunate enough to support Grassy Narrows in a beautiful display of solidarity this year. They expressed their awe of the many examples of allyship. They left the event telling me how inspired they felt with hope and desire to engage deeper with Indigenous rights. Then there was the aftermath. It felt as if we were being punished for being in the mere presence of Palestinian solidarity. My students voiced their confusion in how the event was being portrayed by others who never attended. I was also confused. My students were scared that their photos were in the media and of being directly approached by media in association with an event that was garnering so much hate, an event they believed was falsely portrayed as anti-Semitic. They showed sadness, anger, and fear in the days that followed. As an educator, this was devastating to witness, and I did my best to support them. This response to Indigenous solidarity and the gross impact on my students caused real harm. As a staff, we were rightly reminded of the impact of courageous conversations in the classroom. But how can educators hold these courageous conversations if students are censored for speaking out against indigenous issues, against colonialism, against Zionism, against a genocide? How can we teach our students to think critically in dialogue if we don't allow all of them the space to voice their truth? We must reconsider this dangerous precedent. I ask you trustees to conduct further consultations. I urge you to refer back to the strategy back to staff and cast a wider net to include more diverse Jewish voices. I know how it feels to let fear prevent you from speaking your truth. As an educator, I urge you to revisit a strategy and report that will harm and further silence and censor student voices that, especially in today's world, need to be amplified. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila. Any questions from trustees? Trustee Patel.
Good evening, Jamila. Thank you for your delegation. Jamila, as an employee, what are your concerns with this report?
My concerns is that it's not actually representing all diverse Jewish voices, and my concern is that it's also being presented here as a place for us to speak on it. But then there are some like clarifications that didn't make sense, and so I just think that before this becomes an official report that's on record, that needs to be there needs to be more voices that are consulted, and I question also just what the process is and how these voices were gathered. And so I'm concerned about the implications of what this could hold for a very important anti-Semitic strategy in the TDSB.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you, Jamila, for your delegation. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too.
I don't see any other trustees to ask questions, so thank you for joining. We'll move on to next delegate. Before I move on to next delegate, if trustees, you're interested in asking questions, the best way, I wouldn't say the best way, the only way it would be easier for us is if you can put in a question in the chat as opposed to raising hands, because we won't be able to see all the hands at the same time from our screen. So just put in the chat saying you would like to ask a question, and we'll go in the order that those comments appear. Thank you. Delegate number 15 is Ben Lossman, community member. Ben, are you there?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. I'm a Jewish TDSB parent. My children's safety depends on a solid anti-Semitism strategy. As they stand, these recommendations can't keep my children safe. Item 6 states that anti-Zionism is a modern manifestation of anti-Semitism. This is false and dangerous. As policy, it will harm not only Palestinian students and staff, but also Jewish ones who say "not in our name" to Israeli violence. It is not automatically or inherently anti-Semitic to condemn the actions of the Israeli state or its people, or to call for Palestinian liberation. Those who claim otherwise risk engaging in both anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism. Let's define some key terms. Judaism is a diverse set of religious, ethnic, and cultural identities that emerge from a 3,000-year-long lineage. Anti-Semitism is hatred or discrimination directed towards Jews, enacted structurally or interpersonally. Zionism is a modern political ideology that emerged in the 19th century Europe and led to the creation of the State of Israel in 1948, during which 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their lands in the Nakba, or catastrophe. Anti-Zionism is the resistance to or rejection of Zionism as a political project. Many Palestinians are de facto anti-Zionists because the Nakba has never truly ended. Many Jewish people have also been resisting and rejecting Zionism since its inception. And the Jewish anti-Zionist movement is currently gaining worldwide momentum, with countless Jews turning away from Zionism in the wake of Israel's genocidal actions in Gaza, which have killed at least 62,000 Palestinians, including about 18,000 children. A new Israel Fund study finds that only 51% of Canadian Jews now identify as Zionists. The TDSB cites this NIF study, but omits this crucial data point. How can this strategy protect Jews if it treats half of us as being anti-Semitic by definition? Are anti-Zionist views ever expressed in anti-Semitic ways? Yes. If someone's criticism of Israel is wrapped up in tropes of shadowy Jewish cabals or Holocaust denialism, they are being anti-Semitic and their views must be rejected. If anyone is confused, it speaks to the urgent need to help students and staff develop a nuanced understanding of Zionism, anti-Zionism, Jewishness, anti-Semitism, and anti-Palestinian racism. Instead, these recommendations rely on a definition of anti-Semitism favored by the likes of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And speaking of fascists, this document does not mention colonial white supremacy or fascism. The gravest threat Jews, Palestinians, BIPOC, queer, and disabled folks face as well. We need equity strategies that are anti-colonial and intersectional. This is not a zero-sum game. I implore the board, for the sake of my children's safety, to, at the very least, reject the bogus framing of anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, name colonial white supremacy and fascism, and adopt a collective liberation framework.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the time. Thank you. Unfortunately, because of the number of delegates, we will not be able to hear anything more than the 3 minutes. So a couple of minutes after
I'm
that.
done.
Thank you.
Yep, that was my last sentence.
Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ben, for delegating.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next delegates. I have 2 names here, so I'm assuming the time is being shared between the 2 of you. Susan Ferguson and Isabel Ferguson Glass from Toronto Danforth Ward 15. Are you both there, Susan and Isabel?
Yes, we're here. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You can start now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Susan Ferguson, and I'm delegating with my daughter.
My name is Isabel Ferguson Glass. I'm 8 years old, and I am in grade 3.
Today, we would like to share one experience of anti-Semitism with you to illustrate the importance of recognizing the diversity of Jewish experiences in your strategy.
One time, I was at school, and we were doing a project where we had to show what peace felt like and looks like. Everyone's drawing was going to be screened at a Remembrance Day assembly. I drew me, my mother, and my father at a protest, and my father was holding a sign that said, "Free Palestine." Me and my mother were holding small Palestinian flags, and me and my father were wearing t-shirts that said, "Jews say no to genocide." I chose to draw this because I go to a lot of protests with my parents, and sometimes I don't want to go, but when I get there and there are a lot of people there, it feels like everybody understands me. It gives me a sense of community. That is one way that peace feels to me. A few days later, the teacher told me that there is a school policy that you can't write or draw things that are political. She said I couldn't show my work at the assembly just because I had written "Free Palestine" in my drawing. She gave me 2 options of what I could do. 1, I could redo my drawing. 2, I could cover up the sign in the drawing and write something different on it. I chose to redo the sign because I didn't want to have to redo my picture. I thought it was really good. When this happened, I felt worried and confused. Felt like I had done something wrong, and I didn't exactly know what was wrong with my drawing. Felt like my teacher was trying to erase the Jewish part of me. I had gone to so many of the protests, and they were important to me. I cared about the war that was happening in Palestine, and it was so unfair that Palestinians were being bombed and killed just because Israel wanted control over them. When Mommy and Daddy talked to the principal about what had happened, they asked me what solution I wanted. I said 2 things. 1, I wanted to show my original picture. 2, I wanted the policy changed so this didn't happen to me or anyone else again.
2 important aspects of Isabel's Jewish identity are her connection to Jewish community and her sense of responsibility as a Jewish person to speak out against injustices being perpetrated on Jewish safety. When I read the strategy update, I was very concerned because the proposed actions do not accommodate Isabel's experience of being Jewish. Although the strategy acknowledges the importance of recognizing intersectional Jewish identities, it also embeds the idea that anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic. This is not only contradictory, it is also likely to silence and exclude the perspectives of Jewish students like Isabel. I hope that language suppressing anti-Zionist critique is removed in the final strategy, and that the strategy instead focuses on creating opportunities for school communities to engage in learning and dialogue together about anti-Semitism and its intersections with other equity concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Isabel, for joining and for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none, thank you again. We will move on to number 17, Simon Glass from Toronto Jewish Families.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Planning and Priorities Committee on the update to affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism and combating hate and racism strategy. I am Simon Glass, a member of Toronto Jewish Families, a grassroots organization that advocates for safe and inclusive.
Are you there? Simon, are you there? If you're there, *6 to unmute in case you got muted. Governance team, are you able to follow up and see what happened? And we'll move on to the next delegate. And then if Simon is there ready, then we will come back. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to number 18, David Mandelsis. David Mandelsis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your 3 minutes starts now. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I'm a Jewish secondary teacher, and this is my 15th year working the TDSB. I'm also a Jewish parent with 2 wonderful Jewish kids who are students at a school in the TDSB. I have so much invested and entrusted to this board, so it is painful for me to be here today to raise concerns regarding the updates in the Anti-Semitism Working Group being considered. It is clear after reading this report that the working group has engaged in a flawed consultation process, out of which they have produced recommendations for a strategy that will be far from effective at fighting anti-Semitism, instead prioritizing conflation of criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Not only that, but it is also clear if the recommendations from this report are adopted, that the board will have taken a stance on Jewish identity and anti-Semitism that will entrench in board policy definitions and actions meant to marginalize some Jewish voices deemed unacceptable by other parts of the community. Entrenching this marginalization will extend lateral discrimination normalized in many institutional Jewish organizations into a public school board. I am one of 23 Jewish staff that signed a letter sent on Monday to trustees and senior staff sharing our concerns with what may be contained in this report. We chose to send this letter after learning of a problematic document being promoted by the Jewish Heritage Committee executive to senior staff. The Jewish Heritage Committee executive is an unelected, unaccountable, and non-transparent body within the board that it seems is being consulted as a proxy for Jewish voices. This is contrary to consultations done for other parts of the anti-hate strategy that were done broadly and through many networks to capture as diverse a collection of voices as possible. Jewish staff were never openly solicited for consultation. Jewish students, too, it seems, were solicited mainly through JSAs and not broadly sought. I've heard from some Jewish students with critical views of Israel that JSAs are not welcome spaces due to their politics, much as Jewish Heritage Committee meetings and events can be unwelcoming for staff with the wrong views. I worry, too, that the community consultation tables were also run in a similar manner, as it's clear in this report that the consultations are being filtered through a political lens that minimizes non- and anti-Zionist Jewish voices. I know there are many in this meeting that want to paint Jews who are not Zionists or consider themselves anti-Zionists as strange. That view is clear in the report itself. It's espoused in the Canadian Handbook on the IRA definition of anti-Semitism and has been spoken publicly by some trustees. While equity work doesn't begin with majority views, the idea that Jews critical of Israel are fringe is both disingenuous and nefarious. In fact, on the only Canadian survey I know of to ask Canadian Jews if they identify as Zionists, published by the New Israel Fund in Canada in December 2024, only 51% of respondents said they did. This is a majority, sure, but far from the 91% quoted in this report before you tonight. There is work to do. Consultations must be done properly in a strategy that will fight anti-Semitism and not water down its meaning by conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism must be produced. Please vote to send this report back to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David from trustees? Okay, seeing none, thanks for delegating. We'll move on to number 19, Michelle Munch. Michelle, are you there? TDSB employee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Your 3 minutes starts now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I am a Jewish parent of 2 Jewish TDSB students. I am also an elementary educator with the board and a member of the Jewish Heritage Committee. As a teacher, I taught a Holocaust unit as part of my media literacy class. I brought Bill Gleed, a Holocaust survivor and a relative, into my class. His story was shared in the TDSB boardroom for Holocaust Remembrance Day 2 weeks ago by his daughter, Michelle Gleed Goldstein. Bill spoke to my class about his experiences as a 13-year-old boy in Serbia, of being led from his home to the train that would take his family to Auschwitz. The streets were lined with acquaintances, neighbors, and schoolmates. The onlookers stayed silent as he and all the Jews of his village walked by. And the story was a clarion call to my students and to me of the obligation to call out injustice. I have sought to instill in my students the importance of being an ally, not a bystander. As Jews, as people who have experienced hate and exclusion and erasure, we have a moral responsibility to work for inclusion, to uphold human rights, and to call out these same harms when we see them. even if, especially if, they are being carried out by Jews. I am speaking up today because I deeply believe the lesson of the Holocaust is that we must defend human rights of every person, never again for anyone. In order to uphold human rights, any policy, including addressing anti-Semitism, must be consistent with other equity work, such as truth and reconciliation, anti-oppression, and anti-racism. To me, the update presented today goes against the board's own goals in its combating hate and racism strategy, which states that students and staff deserve to learn and work in an environment that is safe, inclusive, and welcoming, and that we as a collective community must do everything in our ability to ensure that happens. By stating that criticism of the state of Israel is a form of anti-Semitism, the update prevents the victims of Israel's settler colonial policies from sharing their own stories, their lived experience, out of fear of being accused of anti-Semitism. Palestinian students who discuss their family histories and who express pride in their identities, all basic elements of inclusion, could face disciplinary consequences based on this update. The anti-Semitism strategy could be used to erase rather than include these members of our school communities. It could be used to silence Palestinian as well as Jewish voices. In fact, this conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism contradicts the Ontario Human Rights Code's distinction between Zionism, a political belief, from Judaism, a creed. Jewish and non-students alike must feel safe to call out the harmful actions of the settler colonial state of Israel and be able to distinguish legitimate criticism of the state from anti-Semitism. The TDSB's policies should guide students and educators to see anti-Semitism within the context of other systems of oppression, like settler colonialism, like anti-Black racism, like Islamophobia. It should be developed through meaningful consultation with a variety of stakeholders with the aim of defending the human rights of everyone. It should equip schools with the tools to promote allyship and advocacy in order to create a place that is safe and inclusive. Only this will ensure that never again is true for everyone. Thank you for your time.
That's it for the time. Thank you, Michelle. I do have two trustees with questions as well, so I'm going to move on to questions. Please stay on the line. Trustee Dawson first.
Yes.
Trustee Williams will be after. Trustee Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Michelle, thank you for your delegation. I just want to clarify, did you say that you are a member of the Jewish Heritage Committee yourself?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did you express these views during the Jewish Heritage Committee consultation for this report?
I was not part of the consultation. As far as I know, it was only the unelected executive of the Jewish Heritage Committee that was consulted. I was never consulted.
Can you tell me how many members there are of the Jewish Heritage Committee? Do you know that?
I don't know. I was at a meeting that had quite a few people, I would say at least 100 in person, but I don't know how many are actually on the committee.
Okay, thank you. And there was no other forum in which you were consulted. Is that correct?
Never. I was never consulted.
Okay, thank you so much for your feedback. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. We move on to Trustee Williams.
Thank you. And through the chair, the questions I had were already asked and answered. So thank you again, Michelle, for your delegation.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Okay, thank you, Michelle. That's the end of questions for you. Thanks for delegating. We will now move on to number 20 on the list, Sunny Rochelle from Blake Street Public School, parent.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'm here today as a mother of 9-year-old twins in the TDSB French Immersion program. Both of my kids identify themselves as Jewish Bayesian kids. Now, my lineage as a Jewish person, that is what I grew up with, only identifying as a Jewish person. That means that for me, I grew up with this idea of the Holocaust, that I would have been killed in the Holocaust if I was living in Europe at that time. So I bring that here today because I want to honor that. I grew up with that as my foundation. And I carry the fear and the pain and the sadness that many of us Jewish people carry in us, that legacy of such a horrific piece of human history. But the problem is that we're still witnessing that. We're witnessing the ongoing genocide, but this time it's now towards Palestinian people. My children have grown up in this last year and a half knowing that this is what Jewish humans of today, the Zionist Jews, are now doing to other people, to Palestinian people. So I've reflected on this awful behavior and choices that humans have made when we target people from any category of humanness, when people frame others to be any aspect of less than, or make themselves out to be in a position of more valuable than another. Look at what happens when we do that to other humans. We make ourselves more important or less, and then frame other people as less important. That's what anti-Semitism is, and that's also what anti-Palestinian racism is. It's the same thing. It's making out one group of humans to be less than, and that's wrong. I'm going to now tell you something about me because you can't see me. When I was the same age as my 9-year-old kids, all of my hair fell out. I'm a bald person. My baldness shaped me into the Jewish person and other labels that I carry. It shaped me into the person that I am. I'm a person who recognized very early on that I could not look at people and judge people and assume things about them based on what they looked like, based upon their categories. Because I was a person that once fit into a certain category and then no longer did. These are the stories that we are taught as children and that we are taught as humans. I was also taught stories about Israel as a Jewish person. I was taught all these ideas about what Israel was for me. But then as a big person, like my children are now growing into be, they now can see, like I now see, that Israel had people there before the Jewish people came there. Jewish people were there, yes, but there was a whole lot of Palestinian people. And now those humans, as we have seen in the last year and a bit, have been evacuated and killed. I am a Jewish mother of TDSB students. My children identify as being Jewish. And what has been written in this strategy does not reflect them, and it does not reflect me. It does not reflect. We are not fringe humans. We are humans. We are humans who are Jewish people.
Thank you, Sunny Rochelle, for
you.
your delegation. That's the end of the time. I want to see if there's any questions from trustees. Seeing none, thank you for delegating.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Patel will be introducing the delegates from number 21 to 40.
Thank you, Chair Shan, and good evening, everyone. Delegate number 21, Gur Shabar. Are you there, Gur? *6 to unmute.
That's gone.
Yeah. That is, I know. Did anybody ask you questions?
Are you online, Gur?
Michelle is, yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Go ahead.
Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm a TDSB parent, and I'm here today representing independent Jewish voices. I am Jewish. I am anti-Zionist. I'm also an Israeli raised by diehard Zionist Israeli parents. I know the Zionist perspective. I was that perspective. I know that world so intimately that I could have written this entire report myself blindfolded. And what I know about that perspective is that it is fundamentally rooted in fear. Fear of disappearing, fear of annihilation, fear of losing what Zionists believe is rightfully theirs. It's a fear so deeply rooted that it closes ranks, silences dissent, and views any challenge as an existential threat. And this fear has been weaponized to perfection by the Israeli lobby to gaslight not just Palestinians, but all of us over the past 76 years. So let me normalize something. It's absolutely insane that we're even having this debate about this lopsided report today, 16 months into Israel's latest genocide of Palestinians. But here's what's more insane. You, dear trustees, are afraid to say any of this out loud. And I get it. Each of you joining us today is operating from a place of fear. And it's not just you, it's every elected official from City Hall to Parliament. You are afraid of the pro-Israel lobby. You are afraid of being branded anti-Semitic. You are afraid that the decisions you make today could cost you your careers. And again, I get it. The lobby has spent decades creating this gaslit environment where any criticism of Israel is equated with hatred of Jews, where even acknowledging Palestinian humanity can end careers. So know this report is just another tool in their arsenal. So while your fear no doubt feels real, I need you to know that it pales in comparison to the fear faced by your youngest constituents every single day. the Palestinian students who live in fear of being punished for simply existing. Imagine being a kid in school, navigating all the challenges of growing up, and then being told that your very identity, who you are as a person, is unwelcome or dangerous. So your job today is to grab that fear by the throat and remind yourself why you're here. You were elected to protect all students, not just some. And lastly, let me be crystal clear about something. As far as I know, God has not bequeathed a single person in this Zoom room, not a trustee, not a rabbi, not any member of the Jewish community, and certainly not some two-bit Instagrammer with the right to define my Jewishness from me or anyone else. To suggest that I hate myself and my people because I criticize Israel's genocidal, terrorist, fascist, immoral, inhumane, vile, depraved, white supremacist, settler colonial, TikToking diaper army is not just absurd, it's a form of emotional blackmail designed to stifle legit dissent. Don't let fear dictate your decisions today. Don't let political pressure crush your integrity or your conscience. Be bold. Be as courageous as CDSB teacher Jamila was on this call today. Stand up for justice, for humanity, and most importantly, for every single last student who looks to you for protection. Free Palestine. Free every square inch of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea.
Thank you, Gur, for your delegation. Delegate number 22, Corey Silverberg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you for your time. So I'm here also to ask you not to receive the Affirming Jewish Identities and Addressing Anti-Semitism Strategy report as it stands. Like most of us on the call, I've heard the claim recently that this report isn't a strategy, despite the fact that that's in the title. But let's just admit that however we define it, if you receive this document as it is, you are approving it as a foundation for the TDSB Combating Anti-Semitism Strategy. And this is a problem because the document is incomplete, it's contradictory, it's one-sided, and it's potentially harmful. On this one-sidedness, you've actually heard this a lot already. I'll say it quickly. The inclusion of a statistic that 91% of Jewish people identify with Israel, but while admitting another statistic from the very same study that only 51% of Canadian Jews identify as Zionist, is building a case, right? This is not a report that's just describing what they heard. It's building a case that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. It turns my family and countless others into targets for surveillance and punishment based on our beliefs, our identities, and our histories. The document is not merely reporting findings. It's creating a strategy, and it's doing it on a faulty, racist, and ironically anti-Semitic foundation. On its incompleteness, I was shocked to find the terms white supremacy and right-wing ideology are nowhere mentioned in a document about addressing anti-Semitism, despite their enduring presence and growing threat in Canada. I noted that Israel, Israelis, and Zionism was referenced 22 times. I don't have time to unpack all the problems with that, but I hope you're noticing a pattern. One last point from me. The report positions Jewish student safety as being in conflict with Palestinian and racialized student safety and rights. And in doing so, it violates the Ontario Human Rights Code. So let's be clear about that. It's doing that, this thing that you're being asked to say is fine or to bring in. It's a false premise. Jewish safety that suggests that Jewish safety is separate from the well-being of others. I'm an educator, anyone who's been in a room with young people knows that their safety is contingent on each other. We know our kids are not safe in many ways. And when we do what this report is doing, building this foundation of pitting children's safety against each other, we're harming them all. And you're being asked to approve this as a basis for an anti-Semitism strategy. I know this work is challenging, and I hope that what I'm saying is not coming across as a critique specifically of the people who made this report. I know the work is hard. I also know we can do better, and I, like so many parents here, are here to say that this, as it is, it's not good enough. I'm asking you to protect the integrity of TDSB and not accept the report as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Trustees, any questions of clarification for Corey Silverberg? Hearing none, we're moving along. Delegate number 23, Zoe Woll. Hi, Zoe. Star 6 to unmute.
They are not online.
It's not online. All right, thank you. Delegate number 24, Rabbi David Vassar from Independent Jewish Voices. Rabbi.
It's the same. They are not on the line either.
All right. Thank you. Delegate number 25, Richard Robertson. Hi, Richard. Hello, Richard. Is Richard online, staff? All right, moving along to delegate number 26, Amina Sultan.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Amina Sultan, and I'm here as the mother of 3 children at the TDSB. My husband and I are both proud to have our children attend public schools where there were students from diverse backgrounds and where their schools and board prioritize inclusion and honoring the lived experiences of their students. We were thrilled when our younger children's school, Rawlinson, raised the Pan-African flag this year for the 2nd year in a row, honoring Black history and Black joy. These are the values of our family and the TDSB. But what brings me here today are my concerns about proposals that purport to address anti-Semitism. I say purport because this document does little to directly stop anti-Semitism and rather shields Israel and its policies from criticism. Our children are Palestinian, and our family is so fortunate in that we get to travel frequently to Hebron in the West Bank, where their grandmother, aunts, uncles, and cousins live. The trips are busy and boisterous and a source of so much joy for our family. But while in Palestine, our children also experience the reality of a military occupation. They see that they and their family can only travel on the roads designated for Palestinians, the roads that are lengthy and dangerous and riddled with checkpoints manned by Israeli soldiers with guns who decide whether we will pass, and if so, how long it may take for us to pass. They also see from those roads hills spotted with massive settlements where only Israeli Jews are allowed to live, where homes have swimming pools and lush gardens, while their own family is only allowed a fraction of the water given to those settlers. And in the old city of their hometown of Hebron, they see that there are parts, including their great-grandfather's shop and grave, that they cannot access as they are controlled by illegal settlers protected by Israeli soldiers. They also know that there are parts of their homeland, like Jerusalem, the beaches of Gaza and Jaffa, the Baha'i gardens of Haifa, and the citadel of Akka, that they cannot visit as they are on the other side of a giant wall that Palestinians are not allowed to cross. And since October 2023, our children have watched as children in Gaza who look like them have been starved, displaced, maimed, orphaned, and killed. This, their experience as Palestinians under Israeli apartheid and settler colonialism, is our children's reality. This is, in the words of the board, their lived experience, which is what brings me to you today. Under the proposed action plans in this document, if our children were to give voice to this lived experience, to talk about their family's safety and desire for freedom, or wear a kufaya or watermelon pin, or participate in a walkout of their school, they would be labeled hateful and anti-Semitic. But even more troubling than this is the document's suggestion that somehow our children expressing that lived experience and talking about freedom in Palestine causes harm to others, and in particular harm to Jewish students, family, and staff. This is utterly preposterous and untrue. And just as I want my children to be free from anti-Palestinian racism, I want Jewish children to be free from anti-Semitism. The Palestinian seeking freedom is not anti-Semitism, nor is it hate. It is the opposite. It is a demand for dignity and liberty that all of our communities, Jewish, Palestinian, and otherwise, should support, as all of our freedom and well-being are intertwined. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. Any questions for Amina? Trustees online? Hearing none, we'll move to delegate number 27, Iman Anab.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good evening. Toronto Palestinian Families represents 256 families, parents of Palestinian children and allies across all 22 wards in our city. Every single one of us is equally committed to fighting anti-Semitism along with anti-Palestinian racism and other forms of hate and discrimination. We are doing this work in coalition with Toronto Jewish families, and we keep each other safe. But this board has a serious problem with anti-Palestinian racism, and we have been telling you for years. A year ago, we initiated communication with the board's equity staff regarding the implementation of the Palestinian curriculum Rooted, which was announced in this very room in March 2023. Despite multiple follow-up emails after one meeting we had in January 2024, we have been met with complete silence. This disregard is not only disrespectful, but proves to be harmful in the long run. Had the staff engaged with us and deployed the curriculum along with its accompanying learning materials, this staff report, a flagrant example of anti-Palestinian racism, would not be under consideration tonight. Instead, Palestinian students continue to be erased and misrepresented in their schools, while the board now faces a serious and frankly shameful problem with anti-Palestinian racism. Educational spaces are meant to foster respectful discussions facilitated by educators who possess the training, knowledge, and protection to support student learning on unfolding events on Israel-Palestine. The rooted curriculum was designed to provide such a framework, promoting critical thinking, historical accuracy, and nuanced discussions about Palestinian identity and history. Its implementation would have equipped educators with the necessary tools to guide these important conversations. We would not be here today. Instead, we are here debating whether Palestinian voices can be even acknowledged, an absurd discussion that should not be necessary. This report, particularly point 2, frames Palestinian student activism, whether through walkouts, flags, or symbols, as a problem that must be addressed, and I quote, to ensure Jewish/Israeli students feel safe. This framing criminalizes Palestinian cultural and political expression, treating our children as threats simply for asserting their identity and advocating for human rights. This report sends a clear message. Palestinian students do not belong, their history is unwelcome, and their voices are dangerous, as though they are ticking bombs. But let me be clear, it is not our children who are the ticking bombs. It is the unchecked anti-Palestinian racism at this board. It is the erasure, the silencing, this refusal to recognize our children as worthy of protection, education, and dignity that is the real threat to an inclusive, safe, and equitable learning environment. So I ask you, why are our appeals not enough? Are our experiences not enough? Are we not enough? The board must correct this profound injustice. We demand that this report be returned to staff for a full review of its anti-Palestinian racism. We also demand the release of our curriculum,
Hi,
rooted,
Iman. Your
which
time
being
is up.
deliberately withheld, so we may begin healing our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Iman, for your delegation. Any questions for Iman? Trustees online? Hearing none. Delegate number 17, Simon Glass, are you there? Hello, Simon. Right. Delegate number 23, Zoe Wool, are you online?
Yes, hello?
Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm a Jewish TDSB parent. My father, may his memory be a blessing, was a child of Jewish refugees who fled pogroms in Russia and Poland, fled as his brothers and sisters and neighbors were murdered for no other reason than being Jews. My father had his bar mitzvah in Boston in 1949 as revelations of Nazi atrocities were unfolding just 1 year after the Nakba that founded Israel. He lived a deeply Jewish life shaped by Ashkenazi Jewish traditions as well as by anti-Semitism and philo-Semitism, the equally stereotype-driven love of Jews. And throughout his life, from his mother's kosher kitchen to the book he planned on women rabbis, he remained singularly uninterested in Israel. I share this story hoping to give a different starting point to understand what we do as Jews and what you do as trustees when we marginalize some Jewish voices by conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. This conflation suggests that I am not a real Jew because I condemn Israel as an ethno-nationalist state committing genocide and apartheid in my name. It implies that my beloved Palestinian and Lebanese friends are anti-Semitic when they state the facts of their own family histories of dispossession and mass murder. It says that my father and Jews like him who focus on doikite or the here-ness of Judaism are illegitimate, self-hating, fringe, or otherwise not Jewish enough. It tells my 5th grade child who proudly wears a keffiyeh to school as an act of solidarity and Jewish social justice that their family is not Jewish enough. It is true that some Jews feel this way. I know because they have told me many times. I have been told that my father's Jewishness was undermined by American assimilation. I have been called a Nazi by other Jews who send me photographs of Jewish women being rounded up for concentration camps to remind me of my place. I have been called a terrorist by Jews who enfold me in their anti-Palestinian racism. And when this happens, I call it out as anti-Semitism, as lateral discrimination, and as hate. But I never tell these Jews that they are not real Jews. I never claim to speak for all Jews because I know that principled debate is core to our traditions and that a political stance on Israel does not define Jewishness. There are strong points in the community report, but the report as it is contradicts the value of these points. The Ontario Human Rights Code makes clear that one's position on Israel-Palestine is distinct from one's creed. Some Jews may disagree with the Human Rights Code, but a community update that will guide future policy cannot be received. It implies that there is a community consensus when there is none, and if it lays a faulty foundation on which future TDSB policy is to be built, I ask that you defer acceptance of the report until it can be revised to address these issues.
Thank you, Zoe, for your delegation. Trustees, any questions for Zoe? Hearing none. Delegate number 24, Rabbi David Miweiser.
Yes, hello. Yes, thank you very much. I'm Rabbi David Miweiser, and just a bit about my background. I served as the rabbi of 3 different synagogues for close to 25 years. I've also lived in Israel for more than 4 years. I visited many times. My son was born there, just because it might relate somehow to establishing my own bona fides. My son even enlisted in the Israeli military and for 2 years was part of the Israeli military. And I'm here to comment that anti-Semitism is part of an overall broad, integrated phenomenon in our society of different kinds of racism and hatred and discrimination. And it should be dealt with in that context, not as something separated out and treated as a kind of a special case. I'm hearing a bit of an echo, but I'll just try to keep talking.
Mr. Chair, the speaker needs to turn his volume down.
No, it's another call-in user that's active on the thing. So we just need to make sure that when a new person is coming in, they are muted.
Okay, should I continue?
Yeah, you can continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be brief, I want to be very clear that Zionism is not being Jewish. It's not Judaism. It's, excuse me, I'm being interrupted here on my own phone now. So opposing Zionism is not anti-Semitic. I oppose Zionism. Many Jews oppose Zionism. Zionism is a new phenomenon. It's a political ideology. Jews do not agree on it, have never agreed on it. And for people to be censured or disadvantaged or silenced for expressing their opposition to Zionism is simply wrong. And I'm saying that as a Jew and as a rabbi and as a person who's lived in Israel. So I really encourage you, trustees, to reject the suggestion that's in the materials that you're looking at tonight. And just thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi David. Any questions for Rabbi David? Seeing, hearing none, I guess Simon is still online. Simon Glass. Hi, Simon. Can you hear us, Simon? All right, moving along, delegate number 28, Maya Fitzpatrick. Maya, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hello? Okay, I'm going to start. I'm speaking to you as a concerned Jewish TDSB parent of 3 and a Jewish educator specializing in anti-Semitism. I'm here to stress the critical importance of including anti-Zionism in your definition of anti-Semitism. While I was encouraged to see this included in the report, I must emphasize why it is necessary. Anti-Semitism has evolved over centuries, yet its modern form remains widely misunderstood. A recent Environics Institute survey found that for Jews in Canada, remembering the Holocaust ranked second, caring about Israel ranked fifth, religious observance ranked at the bottom. This challenges misconceptions. While non-Jews often see Judaism as just a religion, the Jewish connection to Israel is deep and unbreakable. Every major survey shows that 85 to 90% of Jews worldwide feel a strong connection to Israel. In fact, the Jewish holiday of Tu B'Shvat, the holidays of trees, which begins tonight, is one of the many Jewish land-based holidays that highlights the strong links between the Jewish people, identity, culture, tradition, Judaism, and the land of Israel. Yet many falsely claim anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. This is dangerously misguided. Anti-Semitism has always adapted to new eras. Today it disguises itself as anti-Zionism. Israel is uniquely vilified. No other country faces calls for total destruction. Once accused of secretly controlling the world, Jews are now set to control governments to defend Israel. The IRA definition of anti-Semitism includes 11 examples, nearly half relate to Israel. This is not by chance. With a global Jewish population of 15 million, nearly half reside in Israel. A definition meant to protect Jews worldwide must reflect this reality. Let me be clear. Criticizing government politics is not the issue, nor does it have anything to do with Zionism. Those who spoke before me changed its definition to fit their agenda. But denying Israel's right to exist, calling for its destruction, or blaming all Jews for its actions, that is anti-Semitism. Anywhere in the last century where anti-Zionism became the ideology of a society, country, or political party, it inevitably turned hostile to Jewish life. If it was not fought against, ultimately no Jews were left. This is the bigger picture. It's about a pattern that has always led to the disappearance of Jewish communities, and it's already harming our children. A French child was socially ostracized for posting a photo of themselves with an Israeli flag. My 10-year-old son drew an Israeli flag when asked to illustrate his identity. Will he soon be told to erase it? Where does it end? My call to action is as follows. Stop letting non-Jews define our oppression. Stop listening to fringe Jewish groups that do not represent us. Anti-Zionism must be incorporated into the anti-Semitism definition and training. Start listening to Jewish parents with Jewish children. Do something before people start asking you, where are your Jews? Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you, Maya. Thank you for a delegation. Trustees, any questions for Maya? Hearing none, we'll move back to delegate number 17, Simon Glass. Press *6 to unmute. Hi, Simon. Press *6. Moving along, delegate number 29, Shiri Pasternak. Hi, Shiri. Are you online? Press *6 to unmute. Hi, Shiri. Are you online?
Okay. I found this on the net for a while. Check it out.
Delegate number 30, Michael Tepper. Hi, Michael.
Delegate number 30 is not online.
29 is online?
Yes, they are.
Okay, let's finish Michael first, and then we'll go to delegate number 29. Thank you.
Delegate number 30 is not online.
All right, then we'll move to delegate number 29, Shiri Pasternak. *6 to unmute. Hi, Shiri, are you online? All right, do we have Michael Tepper online? All right, moving along to delegate number 31, Ravi Mullah. Press *6 to unmute. Ravi?
They are not online either.
Thank you. Moving along to delegate number 32, Aaron Kuserzuk. Can we verify if Aaron is online?
Yes, Vice Chair, they are online.
Hello?
Hi, can you press start? Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hi, we can hear you, Aaron. Go ahead.
You can hear me, thanks. Hi, my name is Aaron and I'm a TDSB parent. I would like to talk about 3 parts of the anti-Semitism report that are completely off the mark, specifically the sections about identity affirmation, employment equity, and school community partnerships. In regards to identity affirmation, first, I don't think identity affirming is the school's job. Jewish identity is complicated. There's Orthodox, conservative, Reform, Sephardic, Mizrahi, mixed faith, and so on. It's complicated because all identities are complicated, because every person's identity is unique to them. You don't affirm a child's identity, you let them discover it. And the truth is their identity doesn't matter. The children don't care about the intersectional status of each other. It's the adults that push these ideas onto them. Push ideas that separate them and focus on their differences instead of unifying them around their common values and humanity. There's a quote from the US Supreme Court. It goes, "The way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discriminating on the basis of race." We shouldn't be picking resources on the basis of race or religion, nor should we be creating affinity groups to segregate our children based on races and religion. If you want to teach children that race and religion don't matter and we're all equals deserving of respect, then stop making it matter. In regards to employment equity, limiting jobs to people who are Jewish is wrong, or any race or religion for that matter. You know what's employment equity? Hiring the best person for the job. I understand that there's a desire to institute a Jew quota so that we can get the same treatment as all of the other race quotas we already have at the TDSB, but none of them should exist. As a parent and a Jew, I just want the best teacher for the job, and for our school boards to teach our children that everyone is equal and not that some identities are more equal than others. In regards to school and community partnerships, this whole section is about the TDSB wanting to better develop relationships with organizations. And I beg you, please, no. Please focus on partnering with parents. Many of these organizations are special interest groups. Some are advocacy organizations that are registered lobbyists with lobbying goals related to education. Others have direct financial interests in the recommendations contained in this report and elsewhere. It's also so much worse than just this consultation process. The TDSB has had multiple advocacy organizations seconded within the TDSB. It is insane to me that school boards are not covered by lobbying legislation. We're literally watching it happen right now, with representatives from multiple advocacy organizations trying to influence school board policy. This is lobbying and it needs to stop. These recommendations are doing the exact opposite and just encourage more lobbying. Funny story, I actually reached out to the TDSB as a concerned parent to get my concerns heard in this consultation process, but was rejected and told that the TDSB exclusively wanted to speak with organizations. I shouldn't have to start an organization to get the TDSB to respond to my emails or listen to my concerns, but that's where we are right now, and it's disgusting. You need to be putting restrictions on special interest groups, not lamenting on how you aren't engaging with them enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions for Aaron?
I have a
Trustees
question.
online?
Sorry, I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thanks so much, Aaron, for your delegation. Regarding the refusal to allow you to participate in a consultation, can you provide a bit more information about what your communication with the TDSB looked like there?
Sure. I reached out saying that I had concerns. I wanted to participate in the process. I was asked which organization I was a part of. I said that I was not a part of any organization. I was a concerned parent. And then I was told that at this time they were only interested in speaking to organizations, and that there would be a subsequent stage when parents would be consulted, but I never heard anything further.
Okay. Did they provide any information about when that subsequent stage would be?
No.
Okay. How would you like to be consulted? Like, how do you envision that consultation going down if we were to extend it to the community more broadly?
but I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I think that I think in general, too much of a focus on consulting with special interest organizations and advocacy groups, and not enough of a focus consulting with parents and engaging parents. I think that there is many examples of that. I don't think that it's just specific to this consultation. And I think that this approach drives resources away from schools, where the schools should be forming relationships with parents and families, towards central staff. It drives focus away from concerns of actual parents and towards concerns of special interest groups. Again, we are watching it happen today. There's people lobbying this organization, lobbying at this meeting, that are part of advocacy groups. They have very special interests on many different issues, but we're watching it today. There's groups that have no involvement, like there's no connection to even the school board. And it's time that we really focus on forming relationships with parents and the children, and less focus on forming relationships with advocacy groups.
Okay, thank you, Aaron, for your feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Thank you, Aaron. Delegate number 31, Ravi Mullah, are you online? Press star 6. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, hi. Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out why I wasn't getting on. Okay, hi, I'm Ravi. I'm the parent of 2 Jewish students, and in my capacity as a grassroots leader, I represent many Jewish families. My children have been subjected to Jew hatred in their classrooms, in their schoolyards, from admin staff and teachers. Yes, even teachers. Just for information purposes, according to the IRA handbook, 91% of Canadian Jews are Zionists, 6% are undecided, and 3% are the other voices that we've been referring to apparently during this meeting so far. 3% of Canadian Jews do not speak for 91%, and I am 91%. My children have been told to remove their Star of David necklaces. They faced swastika graffiti, endured Sieg Heil salutes, bullying, isolation, and intimidation, all because they are Jews.
Hello?
Imagine the toll. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Who are you? This is Simon Glass.
Simon, we'll call
Simon,
you back.
this is Ravi. I don't know what's going on.
Hello, Ravi.
Hello? Yes?
Hi, Ravi. You can continue with your delegate. Simon, can you press mute? You go ahead, Ravi.
Thank you. Imagine the toll on a child's mental health, their capacity to make friends and develop socially, and their ability to advance academically. For the sake of our children, we welcome this report for its reliance on the lived experience of Jewish families, teachers, and administrators at the TDSB, for its reaffirmation of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, and for the recognition that Jew hatred is an evolving phenomena and anti-Zionism is its insidious companion. We also welcome the recognition that affirming Jewish experiences goes beyond Holocaust education and must be both historical and contemporary. Solutions must translate into action, metrics, timelines, and tangible remedies. IRA must be used as a guide to identifying and addressing Jew hate. This is the next step. Ensuring that reporting is centralized, transparent, and that remedies are timely and constructive is key. And a Jewish equity coach only serves to delegate this responsibility. The TDSB wants to ensure that schools identify caring adults for Jewish students to confide in. It must be that all adults at the TDSB are caring and provide a safe place for all students. In addition, we do not support hiring practices based on identity and religion. This will only entrench the isolation of students by teaching them that the only people they can trust or can learn from are people who are like them in race, identity, and religion. This does nothing but force students into identity-based bunkers, a result of the ever-divisive monster in the house called DEI. Partnerships with mainstream Jewish organizations that reflect the majority view of the Jewish community are crucial. Credibility and confidence is lost when proxy groups like Independent Jewish Voices, the 3%, are cited as representative of the Jewish community, when in fact they are fronts for Jew hatred and spew anti-Zionist rhetoric and have clearly sent their members here today. I just want to say that as a member of the 91%, since I have been listening to this today, I can tell you that I have sat through and listened to an absolutely incredible amount of Jew hate. We must make schools safe for our kids.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ravi. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Trustees, any questions for Ravi? Trustees online?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Dawson.
Okay, thank you through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ravi, for your delegation. I just want to clarify something you said. You mentioned that your child or a child was requested to remove their Star of David at school. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And who asked them to remove it?
It was another student.
Okay. And at that time, was it brought to the attention of the educator, and what was the response, if so?
The response was that the child would be spoken to. But my kids have been, that's just the tip of the iceberg. They've been through so much. They don't even want to talk to the school about it anymore because they don't want to be targeted anymore.
Okay. I'm very sorry to hear of that experience. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Thank you, Ravi, for a delegation. We will go back to Simon Glass. Simon, are you there? Star 6, Simon.
Hello, can you hear
Hi,
me?
Simon. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Oh, finally, thank goodness. Can you tell me when, I do have my delegation in front of me. Can you tell me when to start?
You can start from the beginning. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Planning and Priorities Committee on the update to Affirming Jewish Identities and Addressing Anti-Semitism and Combating Hate and Racism Strategy. I am Simon Glass, a member of Toronto Jewish Families, a grassroots organization that advocates for safe and inclusive school communities free from anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian racism, and other forms of oppression. We support the TDSB in taking action against all acts of hate, discrimination, and colonial white supremacy. I am the Jewish anti-Zionist TDSB parent of an 8-year-old in grade 3, and I'm very grateful for my daughter's education. Important to me in my Jewish identity are scripture, history, including the history of the Holocaust of World War II, Shabbat, and the holidays. My family and I make Sabbath every Friday night. On October 7th, 2023, Judaism changed for me. While scripture, history, Shabbat, and the holidays remain important for me, Tikkun Olam, the Hebrew idiom for repairing the world and seeking social justice, has moved to the foreground. Being anti-Zionist does not diminish my Judaism, it amplifies it. And please, let no one call me anti-Semitic or self-hating Jew. The strategy being proposed curtails freedom of speech. Criticism of the state of Israel for conducting genocide and ethnic cleansing is not anti-Semitic, and limiting speech shuts down discussion about important issues in Israel and Palestine. Zionism is a political ideology. It is not protected by the Canadian Constitution or the Human Rights Code. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees us freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Objections to Zionism are not hateful. The notion that Zionism is essential to Judaism is untrue. To claim that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic undermines legitimate advocacy for Palestinian human rights under international law. It is harmful to Palestinian members of our community, and as you have just heard, it disavows my daughter's Jewish identity in her delegation some time ago now. Can we please focus our efforts on eliminating real threats of anti-Semitism and other forms of racism, the ultra-right? The Canadian government lists 9 entities associated with the far-right, racism, and white supremacy. In addressing anti-Semitism, these should be our focus. In summary, I ask that you recognize the harm done to Palestinian families by silencing our calls for an end to genocide and ethnic cleansing, disavow the International Holocaust Remembrance Association's definition of anti-Semitism, recognize that freedom of speech includes the right to criticize the state of Israel or any other nation state, recognize the real threat of anti-Semitism, white supremacy. I urge you to return the proposed strategy for some much-needed revision to reflect the Jews of the broader Jewish community. Thank you kindly. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Simon. Trustees, any questions for Simon? Hearing none, we'll move back to delegate number 29, Siri Pasternak. Are you online? If you're online, press *6 to unmute. Staff, can we make sure Siri is online? All right, hearing none, we'll move to delegate number 30, Michelle Tepper.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry. Delegate number 29, Sherry, is online.
All right, so we will have Sherry's delegation first, and then we'll go back to Michael Tipper. Go ahead, Sherry, *6 to unmute. Hi, Sherry, can you hear us?
I didn't get that.
Is delegate number 30 online, staff? All right, we'll move on to delegate number 33, Lee Berkowitz. Hi, Lee, can you hear us? Press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hi. Is this Lee?
Hello.
Hi, is this Lee?
Hello.
We can hear you, Lee.
I don't understand that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Hi, Lee Berkowitz speaking.
All right. Go ahead, Lee.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Lee Berkowitz. Oh, no. Wait. What's happening? Yes. Hi, Lee Berkowitz speaking. No, that'd be great. No, that's excellent. My name is Lee Berkowitz. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Lee.
Not really technical issues.
Hi, Lee. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, we'll bring Lee back again. Delegate number 34, Molly Craft. Is Molly Craft online, staff?
Delegate number 34 is online, yes.
Hi, Molly. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Molly Kraft, and I'm the granddaughter of Jewish Holocaust survivors. I'm married to a Jewish person. We have 2 Jewish children, and one of them is a TDSB student. I was a TDSB student for 14 years. I'm deeply concerned about rising anti-Semitism, and I'm here today to ensure you include my voice. Before I start, I have to call out this 91% stat that Revi spoke about. Believing in the state of Israel is not the flex you think it is. At some point or another, 100% of white people believed in or believe in white supremacy. It doesn't make it right or useful. The report outlines a fatal flaw in the affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism strategy, which means the report must be rejected and the strategy must be rewritten. Anti-Zionism, critique of settler colonialism, and criticism of Israel are woven into this report and presented as synonymous with anti-Semitism. This is a factual error. Criticism of a state is not the same as criticism of a religious or cultural group, but it also has the potential to harm actual Jewish students and people, like my daughter and myself. The report and strategy open the door for my daughter to experience more anti-Semitism, not less. When she arrives in her classroom in a t-shirt that says Jews for a free Palestine or from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, both gifted to her by her Jewish and Palestinian friends, community, and family, this strategy demands that she be labeled anti-Semitic and treated as though her Jewish identity should be in question. The strategy and the report do not mention white supremacy one single time. White supremacy and far-right ideologies are the leading causes of anti-Semitism globally. However, the strategy completely misses this by focusing primarily on issues related to Zionism, Israel, and legitimate criticism of the ongoing genocide in Palestine. This is a huge omission and also undermines any true attempts to protect Jewish students within the TDSBs. Let me be very clear. You cannot fight discrimination of Jewish people by silencing critique of Israel. What you will achieve instead is more anti-Semitism. First, directed at Jewish students like my daughter attempting to express her unique and valid Jewish identity. Second, directed at all Jewish people as we continue to allow lines to be blurred between legitimate critique of Israel and actual hatred of Jewish people. And third, and most concerning, by allowing Zionists to co-opt discussions of anti-Semitism, we distract from white supremacy, far-right extremism, xenophobia, and other forms of hate that Jews and our allies should be focused on. You'll note that I haven't even mentioned the extreme danger this strategy poses to Palestinians. If I had 3 more minutes, I would explain in detail how horrifying it is for our Palestinian students, teachers, and their supporters. This should be the focus of our discussion because in truth, this report has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. I urge the trustees in this room to reject this report and associated strategy and send it back for further research to develop a more comprehensive definition of anti-Semitism. I'll say this again very clearly. In my bones, I know what anti-Semitism is. It killed my aunt and dozens of members of my extended family. The Zionist lobby does not get to define this for me, nor does the state of Israel based on my opposition to their genocidal violence. We must not let them define it for our students and for our educational spaces. We can and must do better. You have it now in your hands. The board and anyone involved in this process has a choice to be on the right side of history here. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly, for your delegation. Trustees, questions for Molly? Seeing none. Delegate number 35, Kunal Mohan. Press star 6 to unmute. Hi, Kunal. Is Kunal online?
Yes. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
After this, can we take a recess? I am getting emails from people that are calling the number and they are not being let into the waiting room.
Thank you,
I
Trustee
think there's an
Laskin.
issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. We'll take a break at 7 o'clock.
Mr. Chair?
Hello,
Hi, Kunal.
you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll begin my delegation then.
Go ahead, Kunal.
I was happy to see that the TDSB is taking anti-hate and anti-racism so seriously, beginning with your 2-year working plan. Thank you for working toward an anti-Semitism strategy. I believe a careful review of the recommendations on this report are necessary, especially as the 2-year report works to also address anti-Palestinian racism. A great deal of work has been done to separate Zionism and Judaism in order to address Israel's insistence that its actions are committed in the name of all Jewish people around the entire world, regardless of the diversity of opinions and intersectionality of the Jewish ethnicity. The committee's report recommends that this work be reversed and would reinforce Israel's political propaganda. Anti-Zionism should not necessarily be considered a form of anti-Semitism. Look to organizations that have done this work on effectively and accurately addressing anti-Semitism, like International Jewish Voices, United Jewish Peace Order, and the Jewish Faculty Network. They have published handbooks and statements on the IHRA definition and why equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism make it impossible to fight real anti-Semitism and also engage in truthful political speech on Israel's apartheid policies. Just look at how confusing it was when Elon Musk gave a Nazi salute twice. The ADL, an anti-Semitism watchdog, could not even denounce this blatant act of real anti-Semitism. This is a moment of reckoning, of deep reflection for us in the West and for the Jewish community that self-identifies as Zionist. Zionism has a long history that should be properly studied in order to be understood. The York U report that participants of this report pointed to says, I didn't ask Jewish respondents directly if they self-identified as Zionist. However, I did ask, do you believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? I believe that a positive reply to this question indicates the respondent is a Zionist. I found that 91% of Canadian Jews believed Israel has a right to exist. This definition of Zionism barely scratches the surface of the true history of Zionism. To read from the IJV study titled How Not to Fight Anti-Semitism, a critique of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, published October 2020. Recently, the Israeli government and Israel advocacy organizations such as Center for Israel-Canadian Affairs and B'nai B'rith have been attempting to exploit concern about anti-Semitism by redefining anti-Semitism to include criticism of Israel and of the Zionist ideology that impels it. Their purpose is to deflect and ultimately delegitimize criticism of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. To see how misguided this strategy is, note that according to a recent survey, approximately 60% of Canadian Jews do not see criticism of Israel as necessarily anti-Semitic, and almost half believe that accusations of anti-Semitism are often used to silence legitimate criticism of Israel's policies. When protests lambast Zionism, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunal. Any questions for Kunal, trustees? Seeing none. Delegate number 36, Kevin Keystone. Hi, Kevin. *6 to unmute.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for receiving me as a delegate today. My name is Kevin Keystone. I am Jewish and I am anti-Zionist. I was born and raised here in Toronto, steps from one of our largest synagogues. I was consecrated there. I had my bar mitzvah there. I was confirmed there. And for many years, I chanted Torah on the Jewish holiest day of the year. My great-grandfather founded one of Ontario's oldest synagogues. My family has founded others. We have served as trustees. We have chaired committees. We have led our congregations in ritual, music, and prayer. In short, we are deeply embedded Toronto Jews, including my 3 nieces and nephews who are TDSB students. It is therefore incredibly frustrating to me, my family, and my community that some of the recommendations in the report that are aimed at protecting us are in fact doing the opposite. Like I said, I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. My friends are anti-Zionists. I'm part of an anti-Zionist Jewish community here in Toronto. The rabbis I admire and my Jewish teachers and professors, including the Israeli ones, are all anti-Zionist. We are part of a legacy that stretches back a century of Jews who believe that our place is in the world and not necessarily in Israel. And we reject the idea of a Jewish supremacist state. That's what it means to be anti-Zionist. Zionism as a political ideology deserves and must be open to scrutiny. It is not a protected class. Like any other political view, it should be examined and interrogated. I and many like me have concluded it is deeply oppressive, but regardless, Zionism is neither specifically Jewish. There are millions of Christian Zionists around the world. The largest Zionist lobby group in the US is Christian, not Jewish, nor is Zionism beyond debate. Questioning it, as many Jews and non-Jews have and will continue to do, is both good and fair. In the action items and priorities, in particular on page 27, professional learning point 6, it says, anti-Semitism, including modern manifestations such as anti-Zionism. This smears anti-Zionism as anti-Semitic and shields Zionism from legitimate criticism. Not only is that wrong, it is dangerous. It threatens anti-Zionist Jews and non-Jews, and in particular Palestinians, who legitimately challenge a political ideology that has persecuted them for decades. Zionism is not Judaism. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitic. And rather, for me and many like me, it is the highest possible expression of our faith. I insist that you refer this report back to staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Kevin, trustees online? No questions for Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Delegate number 37, Rehan Khan. *6 to unmute, Rehan.
Delegate number 37 is not online.
Thank you. Delegate number 38, Irit Tergansky. Press *6 to unmute, Irit, if you're online. So Irit online.
Hi there.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm just going to put this on speaker. Sorry about that. 1 second, please. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Let me know when my time starts.
Your time starts now.
Hi, I have 2 separate points. Firstly, DEI policies as they stand today are doing more harm than good for our society. That's not to say we don't need to address anti-Semitism, racism, etc. However, the current policies are creating division and segregation rather than unity and togetherness. I know that originally DEI policies were well-meaning. Who wouldn't want an inclusive society? I certainly do. But as it stands, your DEI policies have gone off track that the entire DEI movement needs to be completely revamped. I cannot, as a Jewish person in good faith, promote segregating people into identity groups. Even if you finally realize that anti-Semitism has skyrocketed, it's just not the way to deal with it, which brings me to a second point, anti-Semitism and how it's defined. You have now heard and will hear from delegates that are part of fringe and outlier groups such as the Independent Jewish Voices. They seem to be many of them on this call today. It is extremely important to note that statistically, they only make up 3% of the Jewish community as quoted in your TDSB report. Also, individuals such as Jamila Pirbahai, delegate number 14, for example, who sits down during O Canada in her classroom and isn't Jewish, has no right to define anti-Semitism or speak on the matter. I, on the other hand, represent the majority of Jewish people who believe in the right to self-determination in our ancestral homeland of Israel. In other words, Zionism. Make no mistake, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, full stop. It is the most modern form of anti-Semitism today. This is defined in the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA handbook, created by our government, and a handbook that should be used as a recommendation in your report. Ensuring that contemporary anti-Semitism is addressed at the TDSB is an urgent matter, and anti-Zionists should not be get to define it. To ensure this point is heard clearly, I will quote the international law expert Natasha Hausdorff, quote, "Would you ask a misogynist to define misogyny? You wouldn't ask a sex offender to define rape. You wouldn't ask the KKK to define anti-Black racism. So why, when it comes to the Jews, would you let the anti-Zionists define anti-Zionism?" End quote. She then proceeds to define Zionism as I have defined, and also adds, quote, "Zionism is not a political ideology. Zionism does not stipulate how the Jewish state should be governed, which is what a political ideology does. It simply says it should exist. Simply put, anti-Zionists should not be allowed to define," that was end quote. "Simply put, anti-Zionists should not be allowed to define modern anti-Semitism no more than the KKK should be allowed to define anti-Black racism, and that Zionism is not a political ideology."
Point of order. Are we
Sorry,
allowed
is someone
to
interrupting?
name staff members in this delegation?
Trustee Dawson.
Hello?
Point of order.
Trustee Dawson, what's your point of order?
Staff members being named in a delegation.
It's not a staff member, it's a delegate. Someone delegated and defined and said that anti-Semitism should be defined based on her ways, and she's not even Jewish and has no skin in the game at all. She should not have defined anti-Semitism, so I'm making a simple point.
Okay, all right. We cannot talk about any of the delegates, right? What they're delegating.
No problem.
Reference
You
point
can
is fine.
write
You
that
can,
off
you can,
the record then.
yeah, you can do a reference. That's okay, but you cannot point at particular name or delegate number.
No problem. So
Thank you
strike
so much.
the name off the record. My apologies, I didn't.
Thank you so much.
So may I continue? I still have a few more seconds.
You
right?
can continue. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. That Zionism, so the KKK should not be allowed to define anti-Black racism, and that Zionism is not a political ideology. Those that try to link Zionism with politics should be kept far away from our schools, because politics, including identity politics, do not belong in the classroom, and neither does contemporary anti-Semitism. Keep politics out of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Irid, for your delegation. Any questions for the Irid? Seeing none. Thank you, Irid. Delegate number
Mr. Chair,
39.
this is delegate number 25, Richard Robertson. Is there any way that I could have my delegation, please?
All right, Richard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I begin?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today on behalf of B'nai B'rith Canada. B'nai B'rith Canada is the country's most senior human rights organization and the voice of Canada's grassroots Jewish community. Our mandate is to confront racism and hatred in all its forms and to champion the rights of the marginalized. B'nai B'rith Canada supports the receiving of this anti-Semitism report and endorses the Anti-Semitism Working Group's recommendation that the report be received. I want to be clear, the notion that anti-Zionism can manifest as anti-Semitism is ensconced in the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is both Canada and Ontario's definition of anti-Semitism. Of this, there should be no debate. The report is the result of consultation with over 30 community partners, including the leading Jewish community groups, faith leaders, and students. B'nai B'rith Canada applauds the Jewish students who participated courageously in the face of hate and spoke up to ensure their voices were heard. During the consultation process, Jewish students made their daily reality clear. At present, they do not feel safe expressing their identities and views. When they do, they have reported being met with ostracization and condemnation. This is patently unacceptable and is in direct conflict with the aim of the board's multi-year strategic plan, which is for all students to belong, achieve, and thrive within classrooms and schools. The vast majority of participating organizations, 88%, reported that anti-Semitism in the form of anti-Zionism, as well as the advancing of misinformed narratives that posit Jewish Zionists as settler colonialists, in addition to more traditional forms of anti-Jewish hate, were having an increasingly detrimental impact on Jewish students. By receiving the report, the board will ensure that it has acknowledged and validated the views and concerns of the close to 90% of the participating organizations. To do otherwise is to ignore the lived experiences and day-to-day struggles of Jewish students as they have articulated them. It is the position of B'nai B'rith Canada that those who suggest that anti-Israel sentiments have been unduly conflated with anti-Semitism do not represent the majority view of the Jewish community. This is evidenced by the 91% of the Jewish people who identify Israel as the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people and support its right to exist. The horrendous incidents of anti-Semitism disclosed by students during the consultative process indicate that the current efforts of the TDSB to address anti-Semitism are insufficient. The report and the recommendations contained within it will be rendered futile if additional action is not taken on behalf of the board. The TDSB must implement and utilize the IRA definition. Additional policies must be enacted to prevent the further proliferation of all forms of anti-Semitism in our classroom. And the TDSB must ensure that DEI policies are not weaponized to the detriment of student success. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Richard, for your delegation. Any questions for Richard? Seeing none, hearing none. Thank you, Richard. Delegate number 39, Ann Borden. Hi, Ann.
Hi, this is.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, this is Sherry Pasternak. If the delegate isn't here, can I go? I was number 29.
All right. Okay, Sherry, you go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a Jewish parent of 2 kids in the TDSB. I have Israeli citizenship. My partner's Jewish. We're active in the Jewish community. We're not a fringe, but I do have to say, if I was standing here with only 2 Jewish people against anti-Palestinian racism, I would still be standing up on the right side. It's not a matter of numbers here, although we are 51% anti-Zionist here in Canada. But I'm grateful to the board for taking anti-Semitism seriously. But I am strongly of the belief that the anti-Semitism strategy must be subject to further study and consultation with families and experts, because it will have serious and harmful impacts on my children, Palestinian children, and other Toronto students. First, as we've heard, the conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, which is harmful for many reasons, but to my own children, because it denies a part of our Jewish heritage, since anti-Semitism is as intrinsic to the Jewish tradition as Zionism itself. It's always been controversial and contested. The TDSB has to do better to understand the plurality of our identity in this regard. Second, the report adopts the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which includes 7 examples of criticisms of Israel. To take just one, IHRA claims that it may be anti-Semitic to claim that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. How then are we to understand the continual seizure of Palestinian land in Israel? IHRA effectively turns Palestinian human and political rights into a form of discrimination or hate speech. For this reason, the educational sector and human rights organizations have issued serious warnings about IHRA. The Canadian Association of University Teachers, representing 70,000 academic workers, has rejected IHRA, along with faculty associations across the world and in this country. 11 human rights organizations in Israel alone, as well as Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, have rejected it. And even the author of the IHRA definition himself has denounced it, because he never intended it to be weaponized against freedom of speech in educational environments, including schools. Third, I worry that the invective to avoid harmful comparisons in the context of genocide that's in the report will remove the most humanistic aspect of the education system, which is to help students see each other's experiences in their own. What is a harmful comparison? The Gaza genocide and the Holocaust? Or are these inextricably linked events? We need to embrace the porous nature of our stories. That's the nature of connection and relationship between people, which teaches children solidarity and compassion. Finally, all of us who live in settler colonies are complicit in settler colonialism, including Israelis and Canadians. As a scholar of settler colonialism, I teach my students not to feel guilty or ashamed, but to see histories of colonialism here or abroad as opportunities to take responsibility and to commit ourselves to challenging these relationships and the conditions that perpetuate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sherry, for a delegation. Trustees, question for Siri? Thank you, Siri. And moving along, delegate number 39, Ann Borden. Can you hear us? Hi, Ann. *6 to unmute. Delegate number 40, Miriam Zemel Bloom. Is Miriam online? *6 to unmute.
Yes, I am online.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Go ahead, Miriam.
Hello? Oh, okay. Just one second. I'm just...
It's working.
Hi
Go
there.
ahead.
I was
Yeah, we
watching
can
the
hear
feed
you.
and it was a few minutes behind. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am both the parent of a student, a TDSB student, and a staff member of TDSB, and I've experienced anti-Semitism in both these capacities since October 7th, 2023. In fact, we've been experiencing it tonight at this meeting. In hindsight, I'm recognizing that it has been tolerated in TDSB long before October 7th. Upon reading the update on addressing anti-Semitism, including Appendix A, I can see that some of the language reflects extensive consultation with Jewish groups. However, I also see a lot of problems in this document.
Excuse me, this is Lee Berkowitz. Can you please tell me when I'm able to speak?
Hello?
Hi, Lee. We will call you back because there's another delegate who is speaking right now. Go ahead, Miriam.
Okay, I was saying that I can see some of the language reflects extensive consultation with Jewish groups. However, I also see a lot of problems in this document. This report proposes to combat anti-Semitism within a DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. And my understanding is that within DEI, groups of people are categorized in a hierarchy of oppression in which Jews are considered oppressors. In my view, anti-Semitism cannot be fought successfully within a DEI framework. There is a form of anti-Semitism that I and many Jewish parents, staff, and students have been experiencing at at TDSB that is frighteningly not being recognized or acknowledged in TDSB. This form of anti-Semitism involves the discussion or treatment of Israel in a way that goes beyond what would be considered legitimate criticism if it was about another country other than Israel. This treatment involves the 3 Ds: demonization or dehumanization, double standards, and delegitimization. It can involve the words Zionism and Zionists being used to mean something evil and demonic. It can involve Jewish symbols such as the Star of David or the Israeli flag being considered inflammatory or offensive. Over 20 years ago, in the early 2000s, this was called the new anti-Semitism. It isn't new any longer, yet the TDSB has yet to recognize it and call it out. We have heard many delegates tonight that committed this type of anti-Semitism. Again, I don't believe that this form of anti-Semitism can be fought within a DEI framework. There is a very urgent need to bring in experts from outside TDSB and outside of the DEI framework to provide fulsome training to all TDSB staff about this anti-Israel form of anti-Semitism so it can begin to be recognized, reported, and fought against. And I would like to note that the organized anti-Semitic response to this meeting item highlights the urgency for TDSB to obtain education on this type of anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. We do have a question for you from Trustee Dawson. Trustee Dawson, go ahead.
Thank you, Miriam, for your delegation. I just want to acknowledge that, as a TDSB employee, the risk that you took in coming here tonight. You mentioned that anti-Semitism cannot be tackled within a DEI framework, as within DEI, Jewish people are considered to be oppressors. Can you clarify, was that a part of a DEI training that you received from TDSB? Where did you get that information?
I got that information by attending another workshop outside of TDSB.
Okay, so it was not communicated to you by TDSB that our DEI framework includes those sentiments.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Any other questions for Miriam? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Miriam. Is
okay, thank you.
Ann Borden online? Okay, I will go to number 33, Lee Berkowitz. You didn't speak yet, right? Number 33. *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lee Berkowitz. I'm raising a loving Jewish family. I was raised in Jewish camps and Hebrew school. I visited concentration camps in Poland to bear witness to the immense violence of the Holocaust. I was raised to know what anti-Semitism is and what it feels like. And unfortunately, I feel like it's important for me to preface my delegation tonight with this, so that you know I'm invested in fighting anti-Semitism while raising a self-loving Jewish family, because many people have and will call me not a real Jew, a self-hating Jew, or some fringe person who's not connected to Jewish community. But I'm connected to many people on this call, many anti-Zionist Jews on this call, as you have heard. So I urge you to resist these narratives tonight because they're harmful. I commend the TDSB for trying to address anti-Semitism in its schools. It's necessary, it's urgent work, and it's also important to know what anti-Semitism is and is not. In this report, there are several troubling themes, including conflating anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, as well as dismissing Zionism as settler colonialism. Firstly, the founding father of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, as well as many of his colleagues, themselves describe Zionism as colonization, not to mention current Israeli leaders who believe in settler colonialism and enact it through genocidal violence each and every day. We must normalize these facts and teach these histories accurately. Secondly, criticizing the state of Israel, including its displacement and immense violence against Palestinians, is not the same as hating Jews. Wanting Zionism to end is not the same as wanting Jews to die. Instead, anti-Zionism is about wanting an end to Jewish supremacy and an end to ongoing violence and genocide against Palestinians. Anti-Zionism values Jewish safety alongside Palestinian freedom. Both are possible and both are necessary. What worries me greatly is that if you agree to this report and its recommendations, we will have a definition of anti-Semitism that is watered down and inaccurate. We will have a definition of anti-Semitism that harms Palestinians and allies demanding freedom and justice. When someone shows up to school wearing a keffiyeh, a watermelon pin, or a shirt that says Free Palestine, those could potentially be counted as acts of anti-Semitism because we are pandering to Jewish Zionist discomfort with criticisms of Israel. Discomfort is different than anti-Jewish hate. When we allow these symbols to be counted as anti-Semitic, we undermine any real understanding of anti-Jewish hatred, not to mention demonizing peaceful acts well within Palestinian students and teachers' charter rights within this country. With an inaccurate understanding of anti-Semitism, then people will start to doubt that anti-Semitism is real. People already do doubt it. And so when my daughter, a TDSB student, experiences actual anti-Semitism in school, we need a framework that can clearly identify what anti-Semitism is and is not so that she can be supported by the TDSB. And when I say actual anti-Semitism, I'm referring to discrimination, bias, or hatred towards her because of her Jewishness, not whether she has an allegiance to Israel. I ask for the trustees tonight is to reject this working group key recommendations and action plans.
Thank you, Lee, for your delegation. Any questions from trustees? Okay, seeing none, we are at number 40. Is there anyone from governance? Is there anyone between 13 to 40 online that hasn't spoken? I think there was only one or two that we haven't gotten to.
Yes, Chair, we have a delegate number 39 who is online right now.
39?
Yes.
Ann Borden? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Ann, can you hear us? *6 to unmute. Number 39. Ann Borden, are you there? *6 to unmute. Ann, can you hear us? Okay. Is there anybody else online? Otherwise, we can break for, we have to have a dinner break for the staff who are helping us here and others who are helping with the technology as well and the delegation. So we'll take a break till 7:30 and we'll reconvene at 7:30 to continue with Delegate 41 onwards. So we'll recess until 7:30. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone
Hi,
hear me?
yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, great. Okay, there must have just been a glitch with the snow or something. I don't know why. It's just the same kind of phone, but we'll just stay on this one then. I really appreciate all your help. So helpful.
No worries. Please stay in the call and then we'll let the chair know to call you for your delegation.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Hello, I am delegate number 37. Can you hear me?
Hello, thank you. Please stay on mute until it is your turn to delegate.
Okay, so you got my number because I think it was, some confusion was there. So I'm 37, so you will give me the chance. I'm delegate number 37. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good. We'll start. Trustees, Ms. Joseph Dovers, do we need to do a quorum check or we're good to continue?
Let's just see if we have trustees, if we have quorum. So you want me to do that?
Yeah, if you can, thank you.
Okay, trustee Shan is back. Trustee Arts?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson?
Present.
Trustee Dido Vitis?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Ahad?
Present.
Trustee Gauss? Trustee Hastings? Trustee King?
Present.
Trustee Laskin? Trustee Lee?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Lalka Rotman?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee McLean?
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Nunziata?
Present.
Trustee Patel is in the room. Trustee Pay? Trustee Rajakula Singham?
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Rajwani?
I'm here.
Trustee Swiskandaraja? Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Wong?
No, I'm here.
Thank you. You're ready, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, trustees. So I do have number 30, 37, and 39 that did not speak earlier. So we will have them speak, and all others up to 40 have spoken. Thing. So
I'm
we'll go.
37.
Thank you,
I'm
trustees.
37.
So I do have number 30, 37, and 39. Sorry, just hold on for a second.
That's yours. You hear me?
Yeah, we're going to go to number 30.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're going to go to number 30 first. Hold on for a second, please. Number 30
Hello,
is...
can you hear me? Hello,
Yes.
hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you
not
hear me?
We can hear you. Can you not hear us? Okay. Number 30 is Michael Tepper, Vice President, Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation. Mr. Tepper, can you speak now? You can unmute and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Tepper. I'm the Vice President of the Canadian Anti-Semitism Foundation, and I'm here to speak in favor of this report. It's not perfect, but it is a big step forward in repairing the distrust between the Toronto District School Board and the mainstream Jewish community. But before I do so, I just want to say a few words about some of the delegates that have appeared in this meeting so far. Mr. Chair and trustees, you're being played. This is a propaganda exercise. It's a very well coordinated and sophisticated propaganda exercise that you're hearing from. The people here, by and large, do not represent the mainstream Jewish community. I know that because I go to synagogue every week, and the people that you're hearing from don't show up at the synagogue. They do not participate in synagogue services. They do not go to events featuring the broader Jewish community. You're being played. What I do want to say is also a few words about the IRA definition. The IRA definition is not the Jewish definition of anti-Semitism. The IRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, is an intergovernmental organization of 43 different countries, including Canada and including the government of Ireland, which is not a particularly great friend of Israel these days. And the Canadian government has endorsed it, the Ontario government has endorsed it, and the Canadian government has produced a handbook that is
of vital importance in interpreting IRA in the Canadian context, and it's being referenced in this report. And some of the items in this report replicate authentic Jewish voices, such as the concerns that Jews in the TDSB have of being labeled racist for being a Zionist, and the removal of Israeli flags from a Jewish Heritage Month display. These are real incidents of anti-Semitism taking place in our board, and if some of the delegates are willfully obtuse to it, well, that's their problem and not ours. The CAF became critically engaged with the TDSB in May of 2021, immediately following the publication of several mailouts on a mailing list which demonized Israel and its Jewish population as settler colonialists and included links to the propaganda library of a Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is designated as a terrorist organization by Public Safety Canada. There have been repeated so-called student walkouts, which in some cases appear to be publicly supported by some TDSB staff members, as documented by disciplinary proceedings of the Ontario College of Teachers, and have reinforced the reasonableness of the perception on the part of many Jewish students and parents that the TDSB has not been genuinely committed to supporting the safety and well-being of Jewish residents of Toronto who are engaged with the TDSB as students, parents, volunteers, and employees. So this report is a big step in the right direction to recognize that anti-Zionism often is anti-Semitism, the way it's carried out in the classroom and on the streets immediately outside the schools where Jews are being intimidated. It's happening in Toronto, it's happening in Ottawa, it's happening across Canada. And that's why we support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Is there any questions for Michael from trustees? Seeing none, thank you very much, Michael, for delegating. Now we move on to number 37, Rehan Khan.
Yeah, hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm Rehan Khan, a proud resident of Scarborough for over 25 years, father of 4 and a grandfather of 5. I'm deeply concerned for the safety and well-being of our children. So today I'm here to present 3 action steps to ensure that. The purpose of these actions is to establish a clear distinction between the Jewish community, the State of Israel, and the Zionist movement. This is essential to ensure that Jewish community, including many respected friends of mine, is not unfairly associated with the actions of political and nationalist entities. Action number 1, distinguish the religious community from the state, such as the Jewish community and the State of Israel. Let me ask you, when India faces criticism, do we associate that criticism with the Hindu community? When Saudi Arabia is criticized, do we associate that criticism with the Muslim community? If the answer is clear no, then why should criticism of Israel be associated with the Jewish community? My action number 2 is to separate the religious community from the political radical movements. It's equally important to distinguish both, such as the Jewish community and the Zionist movement should not be the same. Once again, I ask you, do we associate the crimes of ISIS with the Muslim community? Do we associate the actions of RSS, Rashtriya Sevak Singh, with the Hindu community? If the answer is a clear no, then why should the actions of Zionist movement be associated with the Jewish community? My last point is to distinguish the advocation of the rights of Semites, indigenous Semites, from anti-Semitism. According to UN and International Court of Justice, the Semitic people of Palestine, by the way, Semite is the language spoken, Arabic, Hebrew. So the people of Palestine have the right to return, right to establish a sovereign state, right to restore the international state of Jerusalem. Advocating for these rights is not anti-Semitism. On the contrary, it upholds the principle of justice, human rights, and the dignity of all Semite peoples. Finally, I urge everyone here to recognize the importance of these distinctions. Let's remember that ensuring fairness, justice, and human rights for all communities strengthens our collective fight against hate, discrimination, and racism. Thank you for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rehan. Any questions from trustees to Rehan? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. We have number 39, Ann Borden. Ann Borden, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay, and sorry about the glitch before. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to depute. Thanks especially to Chair Shan and all of you for showing up on this snowy night. I'm Ann. I'm a TDSB mom. As a former parent council president and a current member of a school council, I've supported and pushed for equality in our schools, especially the hiring of more Black principals increased funding for CYCs, alternative schools, and tutoring equity. I also work in disability, housing rights, and anti-poverty advocacy. Today, I'm expressing my heartfelt hope that you will adopt the TDSB anti-Semitism report and recommendations in full, and that you will create a strategy that reflects the TDSB report's conclusion that anti-Zionism is a form of anti-Semitism. You may hear from people today, and you have, wanting to censor your report and remove references to Israeli Canadians from it. Some of these critics will even claim to represent the Jewish community. Some of what they're saying seems to follow an identical script tonight. I don't know if you've noticed it. And someone even called in from Hamilton who has no kids in TDSB. I would suggest you be skeptical, as others have. And anyhow, you can make up your own mind about what these groups are promoting. Anti-Semitism is a problem in our city and our school district today. At the core of modern anti-Semitism is a hateful belief that Jews must sever their ties to Israel and turn their back on half the world's Jewish population who live there. The myth is somehow that Zionism can be separated from Judaism, that the Bible erased, family histories dissolved, and indigenous connection to the land denied. But that's not realistic. It's never going to happen. As the TDSB wrote in the report, and I quote your report here, quote, anti-Zionism has emerged as a contemporary form of anti-Semitism. That's from your report. Most Toronto Jews support Israel's right to exist. In other words, they are Zionists. If you've ever known a Jew, you've known a Zionist, as good friends, colleagues, and neighbors. You may not understand why they care about Israel so much, but this is why we listen and have good faith in our neighbors to learn. Many Israelis live in Toronto, and many Toronto students and staff have close relatives in Israel. For example, Jews that were expelled from Iraq, Yemen, or other Middle East nations. Here in Toronto, Israeli immigrants contribute to our multicultural city, and your new report outlines quite well that Jewish and Israeli families need to be included in all of TDSB's equity and anti-oppression work. In our multicultural city, we simply cannot normalize the scapegoating of an identity group, and that's what anti-Zionism is, scapegoating. You have a choice today. It is a binary choice. You can choose to respect Jewish and Israeli students, or you can choose bigotry. I would urge you to accept and honor the TDSB report, develop a strategy that, like the report, includes actions to stop anti-Zionism and anti-Israeli bigotry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for your delegation, any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thank you. We now move on to number 41. Ben Swadron. Ben, are you online? Ben, *6 to unmute. Ben Swadron, are you there?
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your time this evening, trustees. My name is Ben Swadron, and I'm a Jewish TDSB teacher. I'd like to raise 3 concerns with the contents of this update report and its potential impact on student and staff safety and well-being. My first concern is with the process and scope of consultations with community, students, and staff. The decisions to solicit names of consulting organizations from initial partners and to consult only the Jewish Heritage Committee executive on behalf of all Jewish staff risks producing skewed data reflecting a narrower range of perspectives. The findings in this report do not reflect the rich diversity of our communities, and in particular, leave out the perspectives of Jewish students and staff, who are themselves marginalized in institutional Jewish spaces, but are nonetheless building and participating in coalitions and initiatives to address all forms of hate and racism in our schools. On Monday, trustees and senior staff received an email from approximately twice as many Jewish staff as sit on the Jewish Heritage Committee's executive, recommending against accepting the conflations of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism in this report and the use of contested IHRA working definition resources. Without an open call for consultations, the report that has been prepared welcomes some Jewish identities and perspectives and erases others. My second concern is the highly problematic position that any future policy allowing the conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism would place anti-Zionist Jewish students and staff in. Anti-Zionist Jews have been members of our families, our congregations, and our community organizations since well before 1948. You've heard from many this evening. I hope that the committee can see why they should not be adopting definitions and policies that label some Jewish students and employees' relationships with their Judaism as bad, inappropriate, not Jewish enough, or self-hating based on political attitudes towards the state of Israel. This would be discriminatory and would go against the stated goals of the Combating Hate and Racism strategy. Lastly, I fear that this report is being so heavily shaped by contentious community politics that it is missing the urgent and well-identified needs of our students. Plans and policies to address anti-Semitism that are warped in order to target anti-Zionism do so at the expense of being able to effectively identify and address white supremacy-motivated incidents of anti-Semitism like those experienced at many of our schools. This report does not even identify them as such. This approach will create and exacerbate political conflict between groups of students, police the identities of Palestinian and Jewish students and staff, and will leave our students worse equipped to address anti-Semitism and all forms of hate and racism. To address these concerns, I ask that you send this report back to staff for further consideration and wider consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, for your delegation. Trustee Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ben, for your delegation. I just want to acknowledge the risk that you took as a staff member in coming here to speak with us tonight, as I had mentioned to a previous delegate. I just wanted to clarify, are you a member of the Jewish Heritage Committee yourself?
I myself am not a member of the Jewish Heritage Committee.
Okay. How did you learn that not all members of the Jewish Heritage Committee were consulted?
It was mentioned by a delegate. I'm sorry, I don't remember which, earlier this evening.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
I believe, if I could also mention, the appendix also specifies that consultations were done with the executive of the Jewish Heritage Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dawson, any other questions for Ben? If not, thank you, Ben, for delegating. We will now move on to delegate number 42, Zain Gadiali.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, the timer doesn't, is my timer ready?
Yeah, you can start now, 3 minutes.
All right. Dear trustees, my name is Zain Gadiali. I'm speaking here on behalf of Field Palestinian Families, a grassroots group led by Palestinian families advocating for safe and inclusive spaces free from anti-Palestinian racism and other forms of inequity in Peel school boards. While we acknowledge the importance of developing the affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism strategy, we believe there are multiple parts of the strategy that are of concern and require further consultation from the community and subsequent reconsideration from staff. Hence, we are delegating today to urge trustees to refer the strategy back to staff to incorporate diverse Jewish voices, ensure that the strategy is framed from an anti-oppressive lens, and ensure that it aligns with legal responsibilities and human rights implications. Our primary concern stems from the inclusion of the phrase modern manifestations of anti-Semitism, such as anti-Zionism. We believe that this language dangerously conflates legitimate critique of the contemporary state of Israel's policies and actions with hate speech. We fear that educators, students, families, and community members who analyze Israel's policies through the lens of an anti-oppressive framework may be wrongly accused of engaging in hate speech. This conflation raises critical questions. Will students that engage in expressing perspectives, narratives, and thoughtful arguments guided by scholarly research be reprimanded and punished? Will Palestinian, Muslim, and allied students face disciplinary action for engaging in discussions and critical analysis in their classes? The Ontario Human Rights Code protects individuals from discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, and sexuality, but it does not shield political ideologies from critique. Zionism is a political philosophy and does not qualify as protected ground under the OHRC. Moreover, critique of the state and political ideologies is a cornerstone of free liberal democracies. Jewish identities, like all intrinsic identities, should be affirmed, and addressing anti-Semitism is fundamentally necessary. However, no duty of care is owed to a state, foreign or domestic. In fact, students in our public school system are taught to think critically about geopolitical histories and to question the impact of state policies. We are also gravely concerned about the precedent that this may set for other school boards. As the largest school board in Canada, TDSB's decision would undoubtedly influence other boards, leading to widespread suppression of Palestinian voices and perspectives around the country. It will create a chilling effect on the ability of students and staff to engage in discussions about human rights and the lived reality of Palestinians without fear of retribution. Finally, we are also concerned about the potential for mandatory training sessions from listed organizations that may impose a singular, totalizing, and politicized narrative about the state of Israel and Zionism. We have already seen a concerning example of this in the case of Liberation 75 training last year, where booklets with Israeli propaganda were provided to teachers for classroom use. We believe that a just and equitable education environment must allow for diverse perspectives, particularly those rooted in lived experiences and anti-oppressive frameworks. We urge trustees to reject or amend this strategy and to uphold the principle of equality, human rights, and ensure that any policy adjustment.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the end of your time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any questions for Zain? Seeing none. Thank you, Zain. We will move on to delegate number 43, Melissa Tapper. Melissa.
Hi, thank you so much. The alarming rise in anti-Semitic incidents in our school is troubling. In the 22-23 school year, we saw 211 anti-Semitic incidences. Data from the first half of this year indicates we're on track to see this number triple. We've seen everything from offensive graffiti to teachers schooling students on geopolitics calling for the eradication of the Jewish state. Our students have been taken to political rallies, such as Grassy Narrows, unbeknownst to parents, where anti-Israel and anti-Jewish sentiments were chanted. Some of the groups consulted on this report, and actually who delegated today, were the very people who helped organize this rally. While I appreciate the efforts outlined in this current report, there are significant gaps that need addressing. We must recognize that anti-Zionism often serves as a thin veil for anti-Semitism. Zionism at its core is simply the belief in Israel's right to exist. Denying this right to the world's only Jewish state is a denial of Jewish people's right to self-determination. We should fully implement the IRA handbook to address this gap. In addition, this report lacks recommendations for affirming Israeli identity. While engaging with diverse Jewish agencies is important, we must prioritize the voices of Jewish parents in the TDSB. Our focus should be on educational stakeholders and parents, not lobby groups, as we're hearing from today. Under employment equity, the report discusses to establish an affinity space for aspiring Jewish leaders, quote, creating spaces for one group alone harms and alienates children. It does not foster integration and understanding. Further, the proposal for a Jewish equity coach risks tokenizing Jewish identity. This report seeks to fold Jewish people into the DEI framework. This framework has driven division, segregation, and not helped those for which these policies are intended. One of the recommendations around school climate and culture calls to interrupt the settler colonial narrative. I would like to remind the audience that the quote, settler colonial narrative is born out of DEI identity politics, which casts people as oppressors and oppressed within our schools. This divisive language is the root of the problem. Ridding our schools of this narrative will do more to help students rather than continue to enforce it. Teachers, trustees, equity consultants, and superintendents use this language to categorize students and experiences every day. The TDSB's primary focus should be on education and not identity politics. We need to ensure safety for everyone without creating further divisions. With the recommendations in this report, Jews are being folded into a divisive rhetoric that will not help address anti-Semitism. This is yet another report that will give a false sense of security for Jewish students. The foundations of which this report is written is a flawed hat tip toward reinforcing identity politics in the school over education.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you very much for your delegation. Any questions to Melissa from trustees? Seeing none, thanks a lot for delegating. We'll move on to number 44, Ben Safer. Ben is a TDSB parent and employee. Ben, can you unmute? And you have 3 minutes, so you can start now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, thank you for giving me the space to speak today. I'm speaking here as a Jewish TDSB parent and as a Jewish TDSB teacher. There are a number of things I like in the anti-Semitism report being discussed today. One item I like is the second point under school climate and culture. It says we should, quote, interrupt claims that all Jewish Israeli students and staff are colonizers and complicit in a settler colonial narrative. This is sensible. We cannot define a person before we know them. It is undoubtedly anti-Semitic to make assumptions of a person's beliefs and identity just because they are Jewish. With this in mind, I was frankly surprised to see later on in this report the recommendation that staff and trustees would need to undertake professional learning to deepen their, quote, understanding of anti-Semitism, including modern manifestations such as anti-Zionism. Why would this report create a false equivalence between Judaism and Zionism? I am proud to be Jewish, and I am proud to be anti-Zionist. There is no contradiction here. Jewish people are as diverse as any other people. Our identity does not presuppose our politics. They are not one and the same. By including this conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism in the report, the TDSB would be going along with a dangerous game that loud pro-Israel voices in our community play, where they define who is a good Jew and who is a bad Jew, who is a real Jew and who is a fake or self-hating Jew. Why should Jewish students and staff who are not Zionists get erased by this formulation? I am left wondering why there is no broad consultation of Jewish staff and families for this report. I know that the Jewish Heritage Committee was consulted on behalf of staff, but they are a pro-Israel group that doesn't make teachers who have alternative views like myself feel comfortable. Why was there not a wider call-out? If the TDSB enshrines the idea that to criticize Israel is anti-Jewish, then what is the TDSB saying it means to be Jewish? At a time when the leading international human rights organizations have detailed how Israel is an apartheid state and committing acts of genocide, when Israel's leader is wanted by the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity, is the TDSB really comfortable with equating criticism of Israel's fundamental ideology with criticism of Jewish people? I actually find this politicization of Jewish identity, equating with Israel and Zionism, to be anti-Semitic itself. Many Jewish people are Zionists, but many of us are not. A recent Canadian survey by the New Israel Fund of Canada found that 51% of us consider ourselves to be Zionists. A majority, sure, but a slim one at that. We are diverse, we are not a monolith, and should not be treated as such. I hope that the TDSB anti-Semitism strategy is revisited with a broader consultation of Jewish staff and families, and that it does not include the false equivalence between Jewish people and the actions of the State of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben? Okay, seeing none, thanks for delegating. Next delegate is delegate number 45, Anna Zalik. Anna, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Anna, can you hear us? *6 to unmute. None, thanks for delegating. Next delegate is delegate number 45, Anna Zalik. Anna, please. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Please put the sound on the video off so that because there's a delay, just listen to the instructions on the phone directly. Anna, can you hear us? *6 to unmute.
Chair, delegate number 45 is online, but I'm not quite sure. They might have technical issues.
So delegate number 45, Anna Zalik, can you unmute *6 and then try? Okay, we'll come back if that needs to be fixed. Is delegate number 46 on? Melissa Levin. Melissa, are you online? *6 to unmute.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I am a Jewish educator in Toronto. I wasn't going to preface my discussion with this, but I think I need to based on the comments that we've heard so far, that I'm also an observant Jewish educator. I keep Shabbos and I keep kosher, so bear that in mind when I'm making my remarks. I am worried about the submission in this current form. Besides the conflation of a political perspective, Zionism, with the religious and cultural identity, Jewishness, that others have already attended to, these are some of the issues that concern me. Firstly, there is a contradiction in the document that points to the trouble with both the consultation as well as the reporting process. And once we are told that it's anti-Semitic to assign blame to Canadian Jews for what Israel does to Palestinians, at the same time as it tells us that Jewish identity is inextricably bound to the Israeli state that has our full support. For internal coherence of this report, I want to stress the importance of separating out chosen political ideology from cultural or religious identity so that political speech that demands rights and freedoms for all people is not stifled. Secondly, I make this point based on my lived experience as a white South African growing up under apartheid. In particular, apartheid ideology as an expression of Afrikaner nationalism was not only necessarily critiqued, but was not necessary for Afrikaner flourishing. In its aftermath, Afrikaners not only live, but thrive in a non-racial and democratic South Africa. In other words, to be anti-apartheid was not to be anti-Afrikaner. Similarly, to critique the Israeli state is not to reject Israeli personhood and certainly not to be anti-Jewish. This brings me to the next point. For an education board to claim that a political analysis based on empirical evidence of settler colonialism is harmful is just perplexing. It's the role of our educational institutions to facilitate the critical engagement of students in historical processes and texts. This may make us uncomfortable, but discomfort is not harmful. As mentioned, I grew up under Christian national education in an apartheid state. I remember feeling unmoored when confronted about what I, as a white South African, was doing about apartheid. It forced me to confront the ways in which I was implicated in a system of domination and subjugation, just like Canadian children and their parents and educators are called on to confront these issues in the aftermath of the TRC. Finally, and again from my experience in South Africa, the idea repeated in this consultative process that because only a minority of voices are antagonistic to a political ideology makes that ideology acceptable is a fallacy. There were relatively few white people in general, Afrikaners in particular, who fought against apartheid. They were ostracized, labeled self-haters, and denigrated with racist slurs. But they were not wrong, were they? The stats repeated here tonight could also be wrong. As we've heard, a 2024 New Israel Fund survey says about half of Canadian Jews are Zionists and half are not.
Thank you, Melissa. That's all the time we have for you.
Okay, thank you.
3 minutes up. Any questions from trustees for Melissa? Okay, seeing none, thanks a lot for taking the time to delegate. We will now move on to delegate number 47, Tamara Gottlieb.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Tamara.
Thank you, Chair. This is Tamara Gottlieb, co-founder of JEFA, the Jewish Educators and Families Association of Canada. And to be honest with you, I have a prepared statement that I feel absolutely compelled to set aside after listening to this meeting. Why is the TDSB giving a forum to this hate? Why is our country's largest school board hosting some of the most active members of the anti-Israel movement in Canada, some who are not even Toronto residents? Why are we giving a forum to people who claim that APR is a serious problem for the TDSB when the TDSB has no recorded cases? Our schools are not safe. According to the Auditor General, violence is at an all-time high in the TDSB. Academic performance is declining by all recorded measures, and the TDSB's own records of anti-Semitism, well, they show skyrocketing rates. 1,000% increase after the new equity policies of 8 years ago, and another 300% after October 7th. What are we all doing here? Clearly, DEI ideology is more important to the TDSB than educating our kids and keeping them safe. The libels of colonialism, of ethnic cleansing, of apartheid and genocide, all heard here tonight, are only given space in a structure where narratives are valued over facts, where affirming identity is valued over student safety and outcomes. They are permissible and lauded speech within the DEI construct and have made our schools and this very meeting a fertile ground for anti-Semitism. And it would appear as if the consultation report itself were forced to conform within this distorted lens of DEI. Offering quotas for Jewish educators is solving a problem created by DEI. One of the reasons that there is a lack of Jewish representation is because of the current race quotas. This is a trap.
Offering safe spaces for Jewish students will never undo the harm created by DEI programs like the 2024 Decolonizing Conference, a professional development conference for Ontario teachers attended extensively by TDSB staff, where attendees learned about justified resistance. Safe spaces won't protect students from guest speakers who perpetuate blood libels, incite hate and division outside of school, and are welcome into our schools under the auspices of DEI and identity-affirming spaces. Nor will safe spaces protect students from problematic curriculum resources like the use of Al Jazeera videos and resources from terrorist organizations. The Jewish community is correct to be deeply concerned about whether Jewish identity and our ancestral connection with Israel will be respected in TDSB schools. The Jewish community is justified to worry about the future of our country with the ideology embraced by the TDSB. We need our schools to be schools, not model UNs. To be very clear, Israel is the Jewish homeland in which Jews are indigenous. It is not a settler colony. The Jewish Zionist discomfort celebrated earlier this evening is actually hate.
Thank you, Tamara, for your time. I want to see if there's any delegates, any trustees who want to ask questions. Seeing none, thank you, Tamara, for your delegation. We will now move on to delegate number 48, James Pasternak from Toronto City Council. Councillor Pasternak, are you online?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning and Priorities Committee. James Pasternak on the line. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to commend staff for this report, and I urge trustees to adopt and receive the report. It's a thoughtful and comprehensive roadmap. It is far from perfect in fighting anti-Semitism, and while there is more work to do, this deserves the support of the committee, the City of Toronto, and the wider TDSB. The Jewish community wants what every Canadian wants, to go about our lives in peace and security, free of threats and intimidation, harassment, incitement, and hate, to pray in our faith, to attend schools of our choice, and to have institutions that we cherish and enjoy. As a former trustee, I can say that our main mission at the school board is to educate and nurture good kids who are going to make smart choices. There must be zero tolerance for all forms of hate. And while world conflict zones are often tragic and trigger high emotions,
I'm back online. Can you hear me?
Those who want to live in security here in Toronto should not be targeted because of their nationality, faith, connection with these conflict zones. There must be consequences when this hate takes place in the classroom and the schoolyard. Jews living here in Toronto do not sit in the Israeli government, are not part of the Israeli army, and may never have been to Israel. Toronto took immediate action when Asians were targeted when the pandemic broke out, based on the ignorance and bigotry of linking those of Asian extraction here to Wuhan, China. There was a point in time where to see a swastika, a Hitler salute, calling for the genocide of Jews, mass protesters for a boycott of Jewish-owned store, the firebombing of a Jewish-owned grocery store, the shooting up of a girls' school 3 times, attempts to storm places of worship, multiple vandalizing of synagogues, you have to look at the old footage of Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I'm sad to say these images and occurrences are here today. Many of the deputies here, again, are using this forum to fight the Israeli-Palestinian battle. That is not why we were here. We want to keep our classrooms safe, our students safe, and eliminate hate in all its forms. Let's look back in this time that we did our part, that we never wavered in our attempt to keep our children safe, to protect minority groups and protect the many faith groups that make up our great city, that we have zero tolerance for hate, and there are consequences for violating this valued principle. Let us say never again really means never again, and adopt this report as a roadmap for moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak, for taking the time to delegate. Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. We're going to go back to number 45, Anna Zalik, TDSP parents from Humewood Community School. Anna, can you unmute 06? Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You have 3 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you very much. My name is Anna Zalek, and I'm a Jewish parent and grandchild of Holocaust and pogrom survivors. I have a child in grade 3 at Humewood Community School. I've read the document and I feel strongly that it must be sent back. It is unacceptable as a report that provides recommendations on an anti-Semitism strategy, and it is also unacceptable as an example of consultation with the Jewish community. So some examples from my personal and my family's experience. When my son was in junior kindergarten at another TDSB school, repeated Nazi swastikas were found in the building. These were attributed to a student, suggesting that there is a real need for education on the dangers of neo-Nazi white supremacist movements and their ideas in our classrooms. But this is completely missing in this document, supposedly seeking to fight anti-Semitism that is purportedly based on wide consultation with the Jewish community. Instead, the document is full of repeated references to Israel and Zionism and confusing and contradictory sentences. As many have pointed out already today, Zionism is a political ideology, and many would define actually existing Zionism as what the State of Israel does, which is right now the prosecution of a violent genocidal war on Palestinians. This is the reason why today half of Canadian Jews do not identify as Zionists, and thus why the IRA definition of anti-Semitism may itself be anti-Semitic. One of the IRA examples, for instance, describes referring to Israel as a racist endeavor. A statement many Jews and Israelis critical of Israel would agree with, even some who might call themselves Zionists. That example in the IRA would almost certainly contravene the Canadian Charter, which is likely why the Ontario government passed the IRA definition of anti-Semitism without the examples. Now, based on various references in this document, an excellent book by an Israeli academic that I first read 25 years ago, drawing connections between the Nazi Holocaust, Zionism, and Palestinian dispossession would be considered unacceptable in a TDSB classroom. I considered naming that book today, but I decided not to because I just felt there was a high likelihood that CIJA, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, and Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center are listening to this meeting. And so this brings me to my final example. The naming of these organizations for further collaboration. CIJA is a registered lobby organization directly tied to the State of Israel that has no business in Ontario schools. It deliberately put students at Mark Garneau in harm's way by misrepresenting their chance at a walkout a year and a half ago. CIJA and Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center have expressed support for the police targeting peaceful protests in solidarity with Palestine, protests that are constitutionally protected under the Canadian Charter. My son is Black and Jewish. Previously, my main concern regarding his safety from policing and surveillance in the school system arose from concerns about anti-Black racism. But a document like this one makes me doubly concerned that he would be surveilled and targeted because he stands in solidarity with Palestinians and considers that solidarity to be a central part of his Jewish identity.
Thank you.
I'll finalize by saying that as someone who was president of a chapter of the B'nai B'rith girls in high school, today I consider the Israel
That's
lobby
all the
organization
time we
such as
have,
B'nai
Anna.
B'rith.
Sorry. We are
okay.
over
Thank
time,
you very
so
much.
thank you. Appreciate your delegation. That's the end of your 3 minutes. Let me see if there's any questions from trustees. Any questions from any of the trustees? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to delegate. We will now move on to number 49, Stephen Goslingsi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello? Thank you.
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Good afternoon, trustees. I'm here today as a TDSB teacher and a concerned community member. Oh, sorry? Okay. But also as a former TDSB student. The education that I received from the TDSB gave me the foundation for who I am today, and its equity and human rights learning allowed me to contextualize my place in the world, examine my biases, and see others' stories in my own, in a culture of both safety and challenge. I think it's a right of each of our students to have this same opportunity. That's why I'm very concerned with the portions of this report that conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. Despite what some voices, including some today, would have you believe, it's not appropriate to consider anti-Zionism a modern manifestation of anti-Semitism. While Zionism may be a deeply held ideology for some of my Jewish colleagues, it is an ideology nonetheless, and it should not, by default, be free of criticism. Regardless of how you define Zionism, opposition to any ideology comes in a wide range of forms. To include all forms of anti-Zionism within the banner of anti-Semitism only mutters reporting around real anti-Semitism. We can see this in the report where, for example, it says the public criticism of participation in the annual UJA walkathon is listed as anti-Semitism. If the report had named the event, known to all involved as the Walk for Israel, readers might understand that the criticism is not of Judaism,
but of the Israeli state and its assault on Gaza, which has killed at least 37,000 Palestinians by that point, and is far higher now. As a former TDSB student, I also had the valuable experience of taking the Grade 11 Genocide and Crimes Against Humanity course, which is referenced in this report. We examined the Holocaust, the Armenian Genocide, the Rwandan Genocide, and other crimes against humanity in context, in dialogue, and yes, in comparison, in order to see these crimes not as symbols or outliers, but as parts of and resultant to the power dynamics of our world, things that we can fight against. This context allowed me to better understand things I learned about later, like the Bosnian Genocide, the Tamil Genocide, the genocide against indigenous people on Turtle Island, and now the genocide in Gaza. In this report, I see recommendations which will strip context from students and remystify their world. Perhaps most tragically, while I see desires to help Jewish students build intersectional solidarity, conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism will only continue to separate Jewish students from others with whom they may grow and learn. As a teacher, I can't control what beliefs my student brings into the classroom, but as a school board, we can give them context. If we want our students to be safe, we need to understand the context around real instances of anti-Semitism, unmuddied by the needless inclusion of anti-Zionism into that framework. And if we want our students to grow, we need to afford them that same context. As such, I respectfully ask that this report be sent back to staff for further consultation, revisions, and the removal of this harmful conflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions from trustees? Seeing none, thanks a lot for delegating. We go to number 50, Joanna Barsky, Clinton Street Junior Public School. Joanna? Are you able to unmute *6? Joanna, are you there? So Joanna Barsky, we will come back to you later if you're still there. Number 51, Matthew Taub, community member. Matthew, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. 3 minutes for your delegation time. Go ahead now.
For at least 1,800 years, we've been closing our seders by saying, L'Shana Haba'a Yerushalayim, which means next year in Jerusalem. For centuries, this declaration expressed the Jewish people's goal to return to our homeland. Even after the founding of the State of Israel in 1948, these words still resonate with us. I'm a parent of 3 children in the TDSB. I never thought I'd have to justify my existence in an institution of learning. Now, a coalition calling itself the Coalition of Palestinian and Jewish Parents is demanding this evening that the TDSB reject a report they claim erases Palestinian identity and silences dissenting Jewish voices. And their demands? To reject the report immediately, revise it with transparent public consultation, including Palestinian families, anti-Zionist Jews, and free speech experts. Separate anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism in all policies and training, and protect Palestinian anti-Zionist students from discrimination. Let's be absolutely clear. This is not about free speech or diversity. This coalition, dominated by independent Jewish voices, Jews Say No to Genocide, Toronto Palestinian families and Jewish families, and individuals like David Miviser, a radical who's not even a Toronto resident or has yet taken any stake in the TDSB. These lobbying groups are not interested in diversity of thought. They're fighting to redefine Jewish identity to fit their political agenda. They accuse the TDSB of imposing a monolithic Jewish identity, yet that truly angers them is that 97% of Canadian Jews identify as Zionists. 3% of those are unsure, a reality that shatters their fringe worldview. They claim that defining anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism is dangerous. What's dangerous is allowing Jew hatred to masquerade as social justice. The truth is undeniable. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. It denies Jews the right to self-determination, a right granted to every other indigenous people. It demands that Jews alone live without a homeland. It has historically fueled exclusion, persecution, and violence against Jews. This anti-Zionist coalition claims to protect Jewish students while they're silencing them. They want Zionist Jewish students marginalized while elevating the tiny minority who align with their anti-Zionist rhetoric. Why? Because it holds them accountable for their bigotry. Some delegates even admitted that what Israel is doing puts Jews in Toronto and worldwide at danger. Think about that. A war in Israel, a Jewish state against Gaza, an Islamic territory, is being used to justify attacks on Jews in Toronto. If criticism of Israel directly endangers Jews, what clear proof is needed that anti-Zionism fuels anti-Semitism? This is not inclusion. This is erasure. No other minority group is told they don't get to define their own identity. We will not let 97% of Canadian Jews be erased. We will not allow history to be rewritten or language manipulated to justify Jew hatred. I urge this board to accept this report and recognize what the vast majority of Jews already know. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And let me leave you with this.
Thank you,
Before
Matthew.
the Holocaust became a genocide, it started with the indoctrination of youth.
Thank
We
you.
will not let history repeat itself.
Thank you, Matthew, for delegating. Are there any questions for Matthew? Seeing none, thanks a lot for joining. We move on to number 52, James Kirstner Roberts from it's a Senior Director of Advocacy from Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center. Jamie, are you online? *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, again, this is Jamie Krisner Roberts from the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center. I'm here tonight to express strong support for the Affirming Jewish Identities report. This initiative that is underway is absolutely essential. It reflects a meaningful consultation with the Jewish community, which has for a long time been sounding the alarm about rising anti-Semitism in our schools. I will tell you all that I'm a proud Jew, and part of what that means for me is to identify with Israel, the Jewish state, and to identify with the important need for Jewish self-determination in our ancestral homeland. Certainly, some Jews do not feel that same identification with Israel, and we've heard from many of them tonight, and that is fine. That is okay. It is okay for Jews to have different elements to their identity. But although they have come out in large numbers tonight, we should be reminded here, and the report reminds us clearly, that they are a tiny minority in our community. And that overwhelmingly, Jews feel that Israel is a key part of their identity. Like every other member of our diverse society, Jews, like me and my family and so many others, deserve to participate in our schools without facing discrimination and hatred. I have heard tonight 1,000,000 times now this red herring about how this report or this policy against anti-Semitism will limit people's ability to criticize Israel. So let me be very clear here. Everyone is entitled to their opinion about the Middle East and to criticize the state of Israel. Nobody is challenging anyone's right to criticize Israel. But what people are not entitled to do in our schools is to use their opinions or criticisms of Israel as a pretext for spreading anti-Semitic tropes, propaganda, or rhetoric, or for otherwise creating an unsafe and hostile school environment for our students, for our staff, or for our teachers. And unfortunately, this is exactly what we see happening here across the Toronto District School Board. As a Jewish community advocate, I receive calls almost every single day from parents sharing heartbreaking stories, their children harassed in hallways, targeted in classrooms, and ostracized on the playground. Parents feel powerless, teachers are afraid to intervene, and students are left to navigate an environment where their suffering is ignored or denied. And as a TDSB parent myself, I've experienced this firsthand. Over the past year and a half, my family has felt marginalized and excluded.
That's all the time we have. It's past time. We finished 3 minutes a few seconds ago. Thank you, Jen, for delegating. Let me see if there's any questions for you from any trustees. Seeing none, thanks a lot for joining, and thanks for your delegation. We will now move on to delegate number 53, Susan Goldstein, community member.
Chair, delegate number 53 is not online.
Okay, we will move on to delegate number 54, Deepa Subramaniam, parent and community member. Is delegate 54 online?
Yes, they are.
Deepa, are you able to unmute *6 to unmute and then you can speak? *6. Deepa, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to delegate number 54. We'll move on to delegate number 55, Naomi Logwich, TDSP volunteer.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Go ahead, Naomi. You have 3 minutes.
Trustees, tonight's speakers have demonstrated that this is a charged issue, and you may be left feeling that you have the difficult task of addressing anti-Semitism while leaving room for political advocacy and protest. That is not your task. You do not have to balance student safety and political expression. In fact, you can't. You are governed by the Human Rights Code and by board policies. If keeping students safe from discrimination comes into conflict with any other principle, student safety wins. Anyone who suggests that there are limits on how much we should protect Jews, or that it only extends to Jews with certain viewpoints, is telling you to engage in illegal discrimination. You would not consider for a moment telling Indigenous students they are safe as long as they are the right kind of Indigenous, or that transgendered students have to tolerate some criticism of who they are, because safety and inclusivity trump advocacy and protest. The Human Rights Code requires schools to limit protest in order to maintain an environment that is safe and inclusive for all students. It is illegal to discriminate against Jews. It is illegal to discriminate against Israelis. It is illegal to discriminate against Zionists. You don't have to agree with every student, but you have to protect every student. The report before you is clear and specific that our schools are not safe and inclusive for all students. Fixing that is your only job. Every step you take should be on a path to enabling students from diverse backgrounds to be welcome at school together. Palestinian and Israeli students should be on the volleyball team together. Russian and Ukrainian kids should be lab partners. Chinese and Uyghur children should be on student council together. You cannot contort yourselves or definitions of discrimination in response to what you have heard tonight. The privilege you have as trustees is to listen to the voices in this report, accept the report, and tell every person in Toronto that all of our children are welcome in the TDSB and will be protected from bullying, harassment, and discrimination. Anything that dilutes that is a breach of your obligation.
Thank you, Naomi. Any questions from any of the delegates, trustees? Okay, seeing no questions from trustees, Naomi, thanks a lot for joining. We will move on to number 54 again, Deepa Subramaniam, parent and community member. Deepa, are you able to unmute?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for having me today. I'm a parent of a TDSB student, a community member, a physician, and a person of color, deeply invested in ensuring safety and equity of all children in schools. I urge you not to receive the Affirming Jewish Identities and Addressing Anti-Semitism and the Combating Hate and Racism strategy, as it is incomplete. In December 2023, I read a CBC article that stunned me. Employees of the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center were instructed to report on students who make comments critical of Israel or reference genocide or the occupation of Palestine. The idea was to contact the school, inform the school they have an anti-Semitism problem, and pressure the school to shut down the Palestinian support by accusing them of anti-Semitism, encouraging more pro-Zionist workshops or lessons. I was shocked to imagine this degree of silencing, but 1 month later, it happened to me in my workplace after I signed a public letter denouncing the bombing of a hospital in Gaza. Over the next months, I experienced firsthand and saw many examples across sectors of the extent of silencing and subjugating of any pro-Palestinian sentiment. I am buoyed by the bravery of those that continue to speak out despite the fear and risk. Children should not require bravery to simply exist in our public schools. Children should not feel fear and risk at voicing opinions in institutions that have been tasked with expanding minds. At home, we are teaching our son what we have learned in our lives as racialized Canadians. Injustice exists, but it's all of our jobs to advocate for justice always. My beautiful boy has called me Amma ever since he's grown up, which is the Tamil word for mother. I remember the first time I heard him refer to me as mom. He was 3 years old in the company of a friend. It shocked me how early some kids learn to code switch to become more palatable. This incident of erasure of our culture, our identity, and our language was a type of racial harm. This document acknowledges that children who are taught, as my child is, to be an upstander are expected to code switch when the school bell rings in the morning. They are forced to leave their advocacy at the door, lest they're speaking out about a genocide or the state committing one or their own country tangibly supporting it, be labeled anti-Semitic and hateful. As it currently stands, this document linking anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism contributes to the erasure of Palestinians' own experiences and those who advocate for them. This is anti-Palestinian racism. This report leaves critical terms undefined, yet requests its ratification into policy. What do its authors understand Zionism and anti-Zionism to be? In a widely cited recent report, only 51% of Canadian Jews consider themselves Zionists. Finally, I want to highlight what appears to be an intentional effort to muddy the purpose of Agenda Item 8.1 appearing as part of this meeting.
Sorry.
It has the word flat.
Deepa, that's all the time we have. You've passed 3 minutes mark a few seconds ago. So thank you very much for delegating. Any trustees have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for delegating. We'll move on to the next delegate, number 56, Mohammed Rizwan from Council for Muslims Against Anti-Semitism. Mohammed, are you there?
Hi, good evening. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Mohammed Rizwan, and I am making this submission on behalf of the Council for Muslims Against Anti-Semitism. This is a Toronto-based organization. Here are some numbers, since we are short on time. In just 6 months of the year 2022 and 23, 211 incidents of hate targeted against Jewish students in Toronto Board were reported. Dear audience, this is huge.
Hello? Hello?
And this is what, hello, yes.
Hello, I'm delegate number 53.
Sorry, can you, governance staff, please mute number 53. Sorry, number 56, delegate number 56.
Hello?
No, please stay on mute now. We'll call you once Mohammed Rizwan, number 56, has finished his delegation. Sorry, Mohammed, you can continue.
Yeah, I am here. Well, I was talking about some numbers. The numbers of this much hate and hatred targeted against one religion and one community is huge. That was what I was saying. So consider this number now. There are 8,440 Jewish students at the Toronto Board school boards. At the pace of 633 a year, it would mean that 90% of Jewish students would have experienced targeted hate before they pass out high school in 12 years. Something has definitely and fundamentally changed during the last few years. In 2017 and 18, 100% of anti-Semitic incidents resulted in suspension. In 2022 and 23, it was just 14%. Since I have just 3 minutes to deliberate on this expansive subject, I come straight to the point. My Council of Muslim Against Anti-Semitism think there are few areas of concerns in this report, like resource selection based on identity. Classroom content would be selected based on its ability to highlight Jewishness. This is an area of concern, needs to change. Quotas for Jewish staff. The report calls for equitable representation of Jews on staff. I mean, this doesn't have to be. There has to be a uniform policy, like we always used to have, according to the Canadian values, equal opportunities for everybody. There is no need to segregate any community or religion or faith. I mean, it's an area of concern. Exclusive job positions. Again, this creation of job roles within the board that only Jewish people are eligible for. This is not something the Jewish community and Jewish student should be striving for. And same is the segregation of Jewish students. The establishment of affinity groups to create safe spaces that separate Jewish students from their peers. No, we don't want, we don't think these policies are going to help in any way to reduce anti-Semitism in the schools. Our stance and identity politics and our demand is equality.
That's all the time.
Privilege.
That's all the
Thank you
time we
very
have,
much.
Mohammed. Thank you very much for delegating. I don't see any questions on from trustees. Thanks for joining. We'll move on to number 53, who is back now, Susan Goldstein. Susan, are you able to unmute and speak at this time? *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Hello?
You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, and thank you for giving me this chance to speak with you. I'm based in Toronto, and I'm the godparent of a recent TDSB graduate. My name is Sue Goldstein, and I am an anti-Zionist Jew. In fact, I have never been a Zionist, but I've always been Jewish. I am here today to ask that you not adopt this report before you because it will not stop discrimination and hatred, but will actually foster it by insisting that anti-Zionism is another form of anti-Semitism. There has always been Jewish opposition to Zionism, which was and is a political movement to settle Palestine and displace the people living there. What we are witnessing now is a continuation of the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians. I carry the name of my great aunt who was murdered by Nazis. As someone who grew up in predominantly Catholic neighborhoods on Long Island before Vatican II's apology for the Catholic Church's lack of action regarding the Holocaust of European Jews and the Roma, my everyday was peppered with "F you Jew bastard," pardon my language. So I am well aware of what anti-Jewish bigotry looks and feels like. There is no need for new definitions. In this report, one of the strategic directions is that all students belong, are engaged, and valued in an inclusive environment. In Phase 3, you include anti-Palestinian racism. That is a welcome development. However, it collides with the push by Zionists, Jewish and Christian, to smear anti-Zionist viewpoints as hateful and tantamount to calling for the annihilation of Jewish peoples. Nothing could be further from the truth. That some Jewish students and their families, teachers, and staff may feel uncomfortable with critiques of Zionism and of the Israeli state is understandable. Many white people are extremely uncomfortable with criticism and actions taken to protest white racism and white supremacy, which takes many forms and is unfortunately embedded in many parts of Canadian culture. However, there is a difference between feeling discomfort and feeling unsafe. The mainstream Jewish institutions have for years fostered a climate of fear in Jewish communities, separating anti-Semitism from other forms of racism and bigotry. Anti-Jewish bigotry is a key part of white supremacy, yet this report does not even mention that. Instead, it is aimed at anti-Zionism and criminalizing dissent over the Israeli state's policies and actions towards Palestinians. If you care about the safety of all students, teachers, and staff, consider the effect that this report will have upon those who are Palestinian, be they Christian or Muslim. Schools are where students learn to think, to discuss, to argue, and to learn. You need to uphold that. And never again should mean never again for anyone. And just a reminder, the civil rights movement started with a small minority of people. It will grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your delegation. I don't see any questions from trustees. So we will move on to the next delegate, delegate number 57, Jen Dash. Jen, are you online? Jen
Hi there, can you hear me?
Public School. Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So yeah, I'm a mom of a 6th grader at Dovercourt Public School. I'm also a human rights lawyer here in Toronto, and I'm an advisory member with the Canadian Romani Alliance. And I don't want to repeat what so many brilliant people have said already, but I am hoping I could add a little something by commenting. By commenting on how I am concerned that this report and draft strategy could impact Romani students here in Toronto. Approximately 500,000 Roma were murdered during the Holocaust, and I feel this report fails to recognize how anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and far-right Zionist political ideologies impact the approximately 20,000 Romani TDSB students here in Toronto. Tens of thousands of Romani refugees have come to Canada in the past 15 years, fleeing persecution by far-right governments in Europe, many of which self-identify as Christian Zionists or European Zionists and have close ties to the current Israeli government, such as Viktor Orban in Hungary. We need to remind ourselves that the vast majority of self-identified Zionists in North America are Christian Zionists. And that includes actually many Catholic and evangelical Roma in Toronto who feel a deep connection to Israel and to Zionism. Like Jews, we're a very diverse community with very diverse views. But far-right politicians in Israel are now joining far-right politicians to advance dangerous anti-Romani racism globally. Recently, a member of the far-right Israeli Jewish Power Party, of which the recently resigned Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir, was the leader of, that member stated, "Not everything the Nazis did was bad. The Gypsies were and still are a very serious problem in Europe, even more so in the Balkans and especially in Romania, and that's putting it mildly." I'm very concerned that the proposed strategy, as set out in the report, invisibilizes this complex reality that many Romani students are navigating and could, in fact, criminalize Romani students who want to speak out about the way that the current Israeli government and far-right Zionist politicians are perpetuating anti-Romani racism. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for delegating. I don't see any questions from trustees, so thank you. We will move back to number 50. I think I hear 50 is back online. Joanna Barsky from Clinton Street Junior Public School. Joanna, are you there? Delegate number 50.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
I'm a Jewish parent with 2 children at Clinton Street Public School, and on behalf of a group of over 30 parents and their children, I'd like to share their experiences with anti-Semitism in our school community and the repeated failures of leadership to address it. This school year, children at Clinton have encountered anti-Jewish graffiti, student artwork depicting a Palestinian figure with a bomb alongside the words, "We will win," and staff wearing keffiyehs despite having no cultural connection to the region. In one case, a grade 3-4 teacher introduced the keffiyeh to her class during carpet time, presenting it as a quote-unquote symbol of peace. For many in the Jewish community, the keffiyeh is associated with those who align and show support for violence against Jews. These incidents have left Jewish children feeling targeted, unsafe in their own school. The anti-Jewish graffiti that has since been painted over serves as a metaphor for the deeper problem. Anti-Semitism at Clinton remains just beneath the surface. My own son has personally experienced distressing incidents. He came home crying after witnessing a Palestinian-themed war game in the schoolyard where students role-played attacking Jews. He was reduced to tears when a classmate, draped in political symbolism at 8 years old, declared that Israel would be eliminated. What is most troubling is that despite immediately reporting this incident to the principal, no action has been taken and the issue remains completely unaddressed. Perhaps more disturbing than the incidents themselves is the repeated failure of school leadership to acknowledge and address them. Parents' concerns for the welfare of their children, expressed both individually and collectively, have been dismissed, minimized, or ignored. When anti-Semitic incidents were reported to senior school leadership, they were not initially logged into the hate portal as required. It took weeks of persistent follow-up from parents before these reports were even submitted. Even after they were formally logged, there was no outreach, follow-up, or communication to address it. When senior school board leadership attended a school council meeting, instead of listening to the concerns that geopolitical symbolism and rhetoric were feeding anti-Semitism and other forms of hate, and that staff and families should be reminded that their duty to foster inclusive and safe learning spaces, The discussion was abruptly shut down. The failure to act is part of a larger systemic issue. Anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and the TDSB must recognize this in the IHRA definition. Zionism is simply the belief that the Jewish homeland of Israel should exist. The DEI approach taken by the TSB is flawed, suggesting diversity hiring instead of addressing actual discrimination. Jewish students do not need identity quotas or designated safe spaces. They need to feel safe everywhere. Schools should focus on education, safety, and academic excellence, not dividing students into identity-based groups. We recognize the need for a strategy to address anti-Semitism and support the adoption of this report as an important first step. The failures we have seen at Clinton Street Public School demonstrate the urgent need for meaningful action. Jewish students deserve more than words. They deserve safety, accountability, and a school system that does not allow their identity to be a source of fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. I have Trustee Dawson with a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Joanna, for your delegation. I'm sorry to hear about your child's experiences in school.
Thank you.
I just wondered, so there's a lot of mention of TDSB's DEI decisions in the report. And I just wanted to make sure that you understand that this report is the outcome of consultations.
Trustee Dawson, do you have a clarification question? It's not to explain what has
Sure.
happened.
Did you understand that this report was the outcome of consultations and not an actual strategy?
Yes, well, I did receive the clarification email, so I do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. I don't see any other question, Joanna. Thank you very much for joining and delegating. We will now move on to number 58, Jess Burke from Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs.
Thank you. Am I set to begin?
Yeah, you're able to begin now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm providing testimony as both a subject matter expert on anti-Semitism and a formerly seconded TDSB equity member in the inaugural role of combating anti-Semitism. The constant depiction of Zionism as being predominantly white, secular, and European-derived ignores not only the entire Babylonian Talmud, but 2,700 years of Iranian, Yemenite, Baghdadi, and Ethiopian Jewry, deeply with Zionist roots. The constant willingness and eagerness to misrepresent Zionism as an act of settler colonialism further disacknowledges 850,000 forgotten Jewish refugees purged from Arabized lands who wanted nothing more than to return to their ancestral homeland. The attempt to rewrite these experiences perpetrates erasure and is both insidious and highly coordinated insofar as this meeting is involved. It's imperative that a strategy to combat anti-Semitism acknowledges that Zionism is a deeply decolonial movement. In fact, this evening is Erev Tu B'Shavat, essentially Jewish Arbor Day, an agricultural tradition thousands of years old, which we celebrate by planting trees and consuming fruits from our native land, like pomegranates, dates, figs, olives, etc., symbolizing the deep connection and that ritual, land-based practices are woven into all Jewish holidays. Zionism is a foundational core part of Jewish identity, and the aspiration for self-governance is not unique to Jews. After numerous state-sanctioned anti-Jewish legislations across continental Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, we can understand that the Holocaust was not an exception to the treatment of Jews, but was rather the rule. Dimitude, dehumanization, ghettoization, and genocide all furthered the need for Zionism. Zionism, like feminism, is a word that has been perverted deeply to suit people who wish not to see these groups achieve emancipation, be that Jews or women, and much can be learned from the weaponization of both words. I accept the deputization of Jews who have spoken before me. I reject the deputization of non-Jews who have spoken before me. I hear those that have expressed that Zionism isn't essential to their Jewish identity. In fact, Zionism is not important to 3% of Canadian Jews. I have no interest in contesting this. My question will remain, how could you be so comfortable seeking to speak over 97% of Canadian Jews? I cannot imagine a less anti-oppressive approach. We have survey data that clearly outlines Jewish Canadian experience and thought. You can have your own opinions, you cannot have your own facts. In 1918, the former Russian Empire slogan was, "We are not anti-Semitic, we are merely anti-Zionist." 30 years before the establishment of the modern state of Israel. Suffice to say, it probably was not about Israeli government policy. In the process of not being anti-Semitic, they imprisoned and murdered tens of thousands of Jews, all while funding a Yiddish theater. This paper trail of propaganda, sharply exported by the KBG to all client states, ultimately informed this Zionism as oppression myth. My recommendation to the trustees and board at large cannot be overstated enough. Adopt this report, commit to better learning who Jewish people are, including Zionism, and any definition of anti-Semitism must include anti-Zionism or the attempt to keep Jews stateless, powerless, and without self-determination. I believe in a better path forward for Jews, Israelis, and Palestinians, but it will not be achieved by enacting lateral violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess, for your delegation. I don't see any questions from trustees. Thank you. We'll move on to the next delegate, Michelle Stock, also from Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs.
Hey, can I begin?
Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Michelle Stock, Vice President for the Center of Israel and Jewish Affairs for the Ontario chapter. I'm here today to express our strong support of the update on the consultation report to address anti-Semitism. Through months of consultations, a wide diversity of Jewish groups and individuals have shared their experiences with anti-Jewish hate, bias, harassment, and exclusion. The harm that Jewish students, teachers, and staff endure in public schools is very real, and it carries serious long-term consequences. Tonight, it is truly unconscionable that some would attempt to dictate to the Jewish community what is or isn't anti-Semitic. Exploiting the tragic situation in the Middle East as an excuse to minimize, deny, or excuse anti-Semitism in the schools of our city is simply outrageous. Should this committee fail to advance this report, it will have sent an unmistakable signal that it is a willing bystander when Jewish children are bullied and harassed simply for their identity. And yes, the 9 in 10 Jewish Canadians for whom an affinity for Israel and is a core part of their identity, the vast majority of our community, we too have a right to expect that our children are protected and included in our public schools. And the report is right to validate this truth of the lived experiences of most Jews today. You cannot choose for us what is or is not part of our identity. Anti-Semitism today manifests in new and troubling forms, including some expressions of anti-Zionism. While legitimate political discourse can include criticism of any government, it is crucial to understand when this criticism crosses into anti-Semitism, especially when it denies Jewish self-determination, applies double standards to Jewish people, or perpetuates harmful stereotypes. Of course, progress will ultimately depend on the trustees ensuring that TDSB staff develop and implement a robust and timely strategy that directly addresses these proposed actions. While we support the creation of Jewish spaces within schools, we also urge that any anti-Semitism strategy remains inclusive and supports the integration of Jewish students, regardless of their religious affiliation or identity, into every aspect of Jewish life. We must ensure that all Jewish students are not segregated or treated as other, but instead fully embraced within the school community. Should this committee set aside its responsibility to protect Jewish students in favor of such radical voices that do not represent the majority of where our Jewish community is, if this committee decides to dilute or deny the reality of anti-Semitism, Toronto's Jewish community will have lost faith in the willingness of this board to safeguard the fundamental rights and well-being of our children. We urge this committee to receive this report without delay so that our schools can be places where people of all faiths, cultures, and national origins experience the respect, inclusion, and safety that should be foundational to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't see any questions from trustees. Thanks a lot for delegating. We will now move on to number 60, Stacy Cronick, community member. Stacy, are you there? Star 6 to unmute.
Hi there. Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to start. Thank you, Delegate Christie, for pointing out how inappropriate and historically inaccurate it has been to refer to Jews and Israel as a settler-colonial dichotomy. I've been biting my tongue all night after listening to that over and over again. The report I support. I'm skeptical. I'm quite concerned about the alarming rise of anti-Semitism in Toronto schools and the TDSB's failure to address it adequately. It's not a perception, it's a documented reality as Jewish parents, students, and staff continue to report hostility, harassment, and discrimination. I have a friend who's a Jewish teacher, and they were told by a student that they need to take off their Star of David necklace because if anyone finds out that they're Jewish, they will be killed. Yet despite these numerous reports, similar to that one, the TDSB's latest findings fall dangerously short of what's needed to combat anti-Semitism in our schools. For one, the report barely mentions the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IRA, definition of anti-Semitism. This definition, as you've heard, recognized by dozens of countries and institutions worldwide, provides a clear framework for identifying and combating Jew hatred in all its forms, including anti-Israel racism. But rather than applying this definition, the TDSB ignores it, refusing to acknowledge how anti-Zionism is often a form of anti-Semitism. In fact, this board recently refused to adopt anti-Israel racism and instead adopted anti-Palestinian racism, despite there being no reported cases of APR within the entire school board last year, as the National Post has reported. So what? Students and staff can be critical of Israel, but not Palestine? I know it's all very nuanced, so maybe the answer could be simply as remove geopolitics from schools. Delegates tonight have wanted their right to criticize Israel to be protected. Why? Why do they so badly want why so badly do they want to exercise their right to criticize Israel, the only Jewish state in the world? Meanwhile, countless Jewish students report feeling targeted for their connection to Israel, and yet the TDSB prioritizes the fringe. Just 3%, as we've heard over and over and over again, anti-Zionist Jews who showed up tonight in droves. As though they represent the entire Jewish community, instead of listening to the overwhelming majority of Jewish voices, the board elevates perspectives that dismiss or justify hostility toward Jewish students. And what's the TDSB's so-called solution? Instead of tackling discrimination, they want to diversity hire for Jewish staff as a token representation as a substitute for genuine safety and equality. Furthermore, the idea that the TDSB should, quote, affirm identities, this is the point entirely. Schools are not meant to divide students into identity-based spaces. They're meant to educate, create safe environments where everyone can thrive and feel safe. Jewish students should not have to retreat into their designated safe spaces to feel protected. If the TDSB is serious about tackling anti-Semitism, it must explicitly acknowledge and apply the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to identify and combat anti-Jewish hate in all of its forms. 2, recognize anti-Israel racism as a real and growing problem that targets Jewish students.
That's all the time we have.
Are protected across
Stacey.
all schools, focus on
Thank you.
education. We deserve respect, protection,
Thank
and
you for
action.
delegating, Stacey. That's all the time we have. 3 minutes was up. Let me see if there's any trustees who want to ask questions. Trustees, any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Stacey, for delegating. We will have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Vice Chair Patel take us through delegate 61 to 80.
Thank you, Chair Shan. Delegate number 61, Rabbi Michael Dalgin.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening and to share my thoughts about the document that has been put before you. First of all, just thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all of us tonight, because eventually that is what you are deliberating on this evening, is whether to accept the value of listening. The report that's before you, as was mentioned to us, is not a completed strategy to combat anti-Semitism. Rather, it is a summary of consultations among the Toronto Jewish community, and it recognizes the diversity of opinion within the Jewish community, even though a sense of Jewish peoplehood, a sense of a common destiny among Jewish people throughout the world, both those Jews who live scattered throughout the diaspora and the half of the Jews in the world who live in our ancestral homeland in Israel, all of us feel a sense of kinship and common destiny. And it is an essential element of today's modern Jewish identity that Jews, more than they focus on religion or politics or other concepts as a way to unite them, understand that they are part of one people, and that this people, like every other people in the world, deserves to have the chance to chart its own course, to seek out its own potential, and to do so in particular in a land in which it is an indigenous people. And what's referred to in this document as Zionism is that common element. As we've mentioned throughout the evening, there is a diversity of opinion. There are Jews, of course, who reject this element of Jewish identity, but the vast majority of Jews worldwide and here in Toronto affirm this aspect of Jewish identity. This report shows that the Toronto District School Board has heard that. I've been practicing as a rabbi in Toronto for 33 years. And throughout this time, I have heard from our community this sense, even when we disagree, of a common bond. It has painfully been strengthened during this last period of time because of the explosion of anti-Semitism since October the 7th, 2023. That during this time period, why is it that the report says that that dealing with Zionism is so important? Because students and faculty alike in TDSB schools have been blamed, judged, and harassed over expecting them to take a position on a conflict far away in which they have no say. On behalf of the rabbis with whom I work and the congregation and a central element of the community, I ask you to accept our voices as exemplified in this report, to accept the report,
Rabbi
and to continue the good work of fighting anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi Michael Dolgin. Any questions for Rabbi Michael? I don't see any. Thank you, Rabbi. Delegate number 62, Raheem Jabi. Or Reen Jabi, sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi. My name is Reem Jabi, and I'm a parent of 3 children, 2 of whom at TDSB schools. Talking today as a concerned community member and mother regarding the anti-racism strategy and its conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. My children and I are Palestinian. We have many family members in Nablus in the West Bank. Our family's history is filled with grief and loss, and my own father was too heartbroken to speak of his trauma to us and his grandchildren. Those feelings of sadness have only deepened as we watched the suffering of Gaza since October 23. We teach our children to be proud of their diverse background. We speak Arabic at home, enjoy all aspects of our rich culture, and of course, cook our favorite Palestinian dishes like maqloube and msakhan, to name a few. Saying that, we don't view Zionism as a symbol of the Jewish faith, but as a political ideology. This ideology has had devastating consequences for Palestinians, including the displacement and ongoing injustices to this day. While Zionism may represent a movement for a Jewish homeland to some, it has consequently inflicted immense pain and trauma on many Palestinian families, including ours. As I volunteer at one of my son's school events, I was subjected to an aggressive and verbally abusive behavior by a Zionist teacher, simply for wearing a symbol of Palestine, which is a necklace that I proudly wear every day, a map of Palestine. I was approached by him in front of kids and other parents. He called me a pro-terrorist, brainwashed, uneducated, fake. My son was definitely affected by this experience, as he had a project to talk about symbols that represent himself. He put his favorite games, songs, sports, hockey teams, Canadian and Lebanese flags, as his dad is Lebanese. But when I asked, where's the Palestinian flag? He simply responded, I don't want to cause any trouble, Mom. I was shocked by his answer. My son should not be seeing his mom harassed for expressing opposing beliefs. My son should not feel he'll get in trouble or cause problems if he expresses pride of his own identity. My children should feel safe and supported by their peers and teachers and their own schools. I commend the school administration, superintendent, and trustee for their prompt response to my complaints regarding the teacher, consistent with the board's zero tolerance policy for harassment and racism. But I'm deeply concerned that this new strategy will only create a climate where such incidents may go unreported. Had the strategy been in place, I might have been too afraid to report the harassment, fearing accusations of anti-Semitism. Moreover, the strategy dangerously equates Palestinian culture, history, and lived experiences with anti-Semitism. It is an attack and criminalization of our identity and historical truth. I asked the board trustee to review the process of collecting more input from affected marginalized communities, commit to training staff on distinguishing between political critique and discrimination, ensure that Palestinian students and families are explicitly protected under anti-racism policies. And thank you.
Thank you, Rim, for your delegation. I see no questions for you, Rim. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Delegate number 63, Lori Wolf. Press star
Hello there.
6 to unmute. Yes, we
Hello
can hear
there.
you.
I can.
Yeah.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I've been with the TDSB for 18 years. I'm the chair of the ETT Social Justice and Equity Committee. Here are my Jewish credentials, so you can take me seriously. I'm the granddaughter and daughter of Holocaust survivors, but who I am isn't relevant here. We're here to discuss a report done in consultation with loads of people, including Jewish advocacy groups from all over the spectrum, TDSB staff, and students. It documents what people are experiencing right now in real time as Jews in the TDSB. It outlines anti-Semitism and how it is manifesting in schools. It contains real data. It also suggests action plans. I won't try to focus on my feelings or try to buff off my credibility by stating just how Jewish I am. Here are the facts. The data is alarming. A TDSB report from February 2024 shows, this is a TDSB report, shows anti-Semitic incidences have risen from 10 to 15%, even though Jewish students make up less than 2% of the student body. The Toronto Police report that in 2023, a third of all hate crimes targeted Jews, and we're not a lot. So that a whole third is dedicated to Jewish people, well, that's saying something. This is why I urge you to take these recommendations seriously and to vote for the implementation of their action plans. This report does not suppress free speech. It acknowledges real incidences of bullying, isolation, and abuse against Jewish staff and students. Many feel emboldened to use hateful, divisive language against Jews, disguising it as criticism of Zionism, but singling out the world's only Jewish nation for condemnation and encouraging students to protest its existence is anti-Semitism. The language in the document correctly notes problematic incidences of bullying, isolation, and physical and emotional abuse against Jewish people in the board. Staff and students have felt empowered by global events to use hateful, divisive language against Jews and Israelis without fear of repercussions, protected by the notion that they can get away with this mistreatment as long as they swap the word Jew for Zionist. Jewish teachers are expected to tolerate coworkers and students wearing symbols of groups that call for their annihilation. No other group would be asked to work under such conditions without consequences. Would it be acceptable for a staff member to walk in wearing a Confederate flag to work? It's unheard of. This is not about repressing people's speech. It's about repressing intimidation. All right, school administrators feel powerless. I think that maybe they think they might fear accusations of anti-Palestinian racism, and so they don't do anything. I've seen this firsthand. A student left a note in my classroom depicting a stick figure holding a bomb with the words "Palestine will win." There is no question why it was left there. Nothing was done after that report. Nothing, no follow-up. Jewish students and staff are leaving the TDSB because they no longer feel safe. 5 students from my school alone this year have left for this very reason. If an entire demographic is leaving, have we done our job of fostering diversity?
Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have no questions for you. Thank you, Laurie. Delegate number 64, Vicky Moscow. Hi, Vicky. Press star 6 to unmute.
And so they don't do anything. I've seen this firsthand. A student left a note in my classroom depicting.
Hi, Vicky. Moving along to delegate number 65, Marisa Small.
Staff are leaving the TDSB because they no longer feel safe. 5 students from my school alone this year have left for this very reason. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Marisa. Do you have a TV or any other devices on?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yes, Marisa.
Hi, are you able to hear me? Who are you supposed to have speaking now?
Mr. Chair, delegate number 64 is on.
All right.
Number 64?
All right, Vicky, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, perfect. Hi. So first I want to implore of you, after listening to all of these people speaking, to please receive the report and add some missing important pieces. I'm a TDSB mom with 2 kids in 2 different high schools, and I'm a proud Jewish woman, and I'm a proud Zionist.
So the simple definition, and the only definition really of what a Zionist is, a person who believes that Jews have the right to self-determination in their ancestral homeland. And that's it. Zionism and Judaism are intrinsically linked. It is a tiny percentage of people who consider themselves Jews and not Zionists. And as they speak here today, I will point out very clearly that this fringe group does not speak for me, my family, and my community. It's important to note that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. The lack of the true definition in this report is dangerous and sets the stage for TDSB anti-Semitic occurrences to continue. So what does that mean for my children? So I was really excited to find out that my son's school has a Jewish student union club, but he didn't want to go. Why? Because he didn't want to be known as that Jewish kid. So he did go once, and he told me, I'm not going back. It wasn't a lot of people, and those kids are known in that school as those Jewish kids. As for my daughter's school, there was no club, and when I asked her if she wanted to maybe connect with other kids and start the club in her school, she was mortified for the same reason as my son, of being known as that Jewish kid. So this brings me to the identity affirming spaces. If my son won't even join the Jewish student club, he would never go to a room that's known as the safe space for Jewish kids. These rooms will send the message that Jews are not safe in TDSB schools and that they need to be segregated from others should they need support. I want my kids to feel safe and supported in the entire school with all the staff and teachers. Affinity spaces will segregate Jewish kids and other them even further than they already are as members of a tiny minority. It's 2025. We know that segregation is a discriminatory act, and I don't want my kids feeling discriminated in their schools. So this brings me to my fears. Last year was the first year that I felt scared sending my kids to school. And every day that they go to school this year, I continue to worry if they'll be safe and feel safe. Will there be a walkout with Jew hatred signage and slogans calling for their deaths? Will it be their school that removes the flag of Israel from the Jewish heritage display due to someone calling out APR, both of which have happened? And that brings me to the omission of the IRA definition in this report. We need the direct and clear standard on what exactly anti-Semitism is that IRA offers. Quickly, DEI equity hiring. I want to see the best person for the job. I don't want to bring back quotas for our people that we fought so hard to distinguish in this city.
Thank you, Vicky. Your time
And I'm
is up.
done.
Thank you so much.
Awesome, thanks. Thank you.
And we have no questions for you.
I
Delegate
thought
number
not.
65, Marisa Small.
Hi, good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me the chance to express my my input and recommendations. I am a TDSB parent as well as a employee. I have one child at TDSB, obviously, and another in a Jewish school. And I hear the person who spoke before me about concern for safety. So I experience dropping my child off every day at school with police presence. So I can speak to the fact that the problem of anti-Semitism in the city is real. I urge the trustees to please adopt this strategy. I think it is a really positive step in the right direction. I also think that there are some things that could be improved upon or changed. I do think that the TDSB must adopt the IHRA-IRA definition of anti-Semitism. In fact, there was a new handbook that came out in November 2024, whose purpose is to help Canadians understand what the IRA definition means, as well as to provide guidance on how the definition should be used. It is a very effective resource in efforts to recognize, address, and combat anti-Semitism. And I would impress upon all of the board members here today, it's imperative that the TDSB implement this guidebook to inform this anti-Semitism strategy. I would like to ask the trustees if any of you have consulted this handbook. Anybody? No?
We can hear you.
All right. Oh, okay, good. If you are, the TDSB claims to be against hate and repression. If you are truly against hate, though, and it pains me to say that Jews are the most targeted group at this moment, I'm just wondering what has everyone here done to personally inform themselves using legitimate government-approved fact-checked sources such as the IRA handbook. I am blown away, not surprised, by the amount of, frankly, racist rhetoric, language that I've heard tonight from a lot of the delegations, talking about settler colonialism, genocide, saying that Zionism is racism, and apartheid. And it is all untrue. And it highlights for me the urgency of this issue. Student learning strategy and professional learning action items should also include delivering curriculum about historical facts about the establishment of the State of Israel based on facts in order to combat the misrepresentation and demonization of Israel and Israelis, and to highlight the connection that anti-Zionism is simply the latest iteration of Jew hatred. Identity affirmation is not our school's job. Public schools are there to educate students and promote excellence for every single student.
Your time is up, Marissa.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. And we have no questions for you. Delegate number 66, Ziva Silverman.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to delegate today. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm taken aback by a lot of the claims tonight that the mere acknowledgement that anti-Zionism is a manifestation of anti-Semitism is considered in any way harmful to Palestinians, or that it silences criticism of Israel. Making these claims only frees others to target Jews without being labeled as anti-Semitic. Because the number one way of targeting Jews today is targeting their Zionism. Also, many of the delegates who spoke out against Zionism also brought up the Holocaust and their connection to it. And the attempt to use their connection to the Holocaust to strengthen their anti-Zionist agenda I find abhorrent. It's a safe, universally accepted example of anti-Semitism. And as we heard today, many delegates tried to downplay anti-Zionism by citing white supremacy, which compared to the current threat is negligible. We saw this clearly when people were silent as innocent hostages taken during a war that Hamas started were tortured and murdered over the last year and a half. But when Kanye West sold shirts with swastikas, people jumped at the chance to condemn anti-Semitism. As Dara Horn says, people love dead Jews. They're comfortable mourning the Holocaust because A, it was motivated by right-wing fascism, B, and it's over. They can affect condemnation of anti-Semitism because it isn't staring them in the face. But when Jews are actively being targeted now, when friends and relatives are actively being killed now, these same people either enable it, encourage it, or do nothing. This is also reflected in schools now, in the school climate, where the Holocaust is highly emphasized, as it should be, and often touted as the example of anti-Jewish hatred. But incidents of current anti-Jewish hatred are downplayed or ignored. When Jewish students are being targeted currently for being Zionist, the public, as we can see tonight, pushes back against protecting these students. It's laughable that a barrage of non-Jewish delegates, some not even part of the board, try to dictate what is and is not anti-Semitic, and want to be free to target Jews based on their support for our indigenous homeland. So I'm asking, why are we debating the acknowledgement of a very real hatred, the targeting of Jews for being Zionist? It's real and we have to acknowledge it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ziva. Do we have questions for her? We don't see any questions. Thank you, Ziva. Delegate number 67, BHEL. BHEL, press star 6 to unmute if you're online. Okay, we are moving along to delegate number 68, Vivian Ziner. Delegate number 68, Vivian Ziner. Delegate number 69, Natasha Greenblatt. Delegate number 70, Melissa Pang. Staff.
Vice Chair, they're all online
Hello?
from 67 to 70.
Hello?
This is 69.
Can you hear me?
This is 69. Hi, is this Natasha Greenblatt? Hi, Natasha. Press *6
Hi,
to
are you
unmute.
able to hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm a Jewish Torontonian who's excited to have some very precious little family members starting at the TDSB next year. So contrary to what some pro-Israel groups have said tonight about independent Jewish voices, I am not an outsider. I was not sent here, and no one helped me with my remarks. I'm here for the same reason I assume everyone else is, because this matters to me. I believe it's extremely important to get this initiative right. But if this report is accepted as is, it will result in a strategy that will backfire in our schools. If you as a trustee really care about getting this right, please don't automatically rush to accept an under-consulted report. It doesn't hurt anything to invest some extra time and care by referring this report to staff for closer review and conducting wider community consultation with everyone it may impact. The fact that so many people have raised concerns proves how sensitive this matter is. If you care about combating anti-Semitism, regardless of your other politics, let's put a little more work in and get this part right.
That's not Natasha.
For example, the report states that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. This creates a huge practical issue because younger generations of Jews are increasingly anti-Zionist. In fact, a US study found that 1 out of 5 Jews under 40 don't think Israel has a right to exist as a state and consider it an apartheid state, and that was back in 2021. If the TDSB decides that it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist,
Hi, Melissa. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, sorry, I just tried to unmute myself.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know when I got muted?
I think you're right there. You're good. You can start where you
Okay.
stop. Yeah.
Thank you. So if TDSB decides it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist, will it conclude that anti-Zionist Jewish students are anti-Semitic? Or will the policy be that Jewish students are allowed to be anti-Zionist, but no one else is, even if Israel killed their family? And what does it mean for a school board to tell any students that if they criticize a particular nation state, they risk an investigation and serious disciplinary measures? The report makes no acknowledgement of these challenges, not to mention the threat that the latest surge of white supremacy poses to Jewish students. The report also recommends that 2 pro-Israel lobbyist groups, CJA and Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center, be welcomed into TDSB. But the report does not mention that whistleblowers from the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center came forward in 2023, this was published by the CBC, raising serious ethical concerns about the center's mistreatment of students during workshops. Again, I repeat, if you truly care about this issue, please do your due diligence by referring this matter back to staff and doing wider consultation to consider the issue and its potential impacts from all angles. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Do we have questions for Melissa? I don't see any. Do we have delegate number 67, DHEL? Okay, delegate number 68, Vivian Ziner. Delegate number 69, Natasha Greenblatt.
waited all that time.
Hi, Natasha. Press star 6 to
Hello?
unmute. Hi. Is this Vivian? Press
Hello?
star 6 to... Is
Can
this
you hear me?
Vivian?
I am speaking on behalf of my mother, Vivian. Yes, this is Eaton Ziner Cohen.
All right. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted? Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for everybody attending. I'd like to make it unequivocally clear that I vociferously eschew and disavow the comments that came just before my speaking time right now. I don't care if somebody identifies as Jewish. I don't care if somebody says that their Jewish credentials or their particular flavor of Judaism entitles them to speak on behalf of the Jewish community. What I care about is that the Jewish community appears to be the only community, especially in this city and especially with regards to the Toronto District School Board, that is not entitled to proffer its own definition as to what qualifies as anti-Semitism. Now, I want to make it abundantly clear, there is no more time to go back to the consulting table, and a strategy like that is not put forth in good faith to ameliorate any of the divisiveness or the invective and incendiary rhetoric that Jews are being subjected to, in addition to the violent conduct that Jewish students are facing all across this city. It is an absolute atrocity, and it is something for which everybody who tries putting forth an excuse, a vindication, a justification, or a post-rationalization should be completely ashamed about. And if they're not, their voices at least should not be heard. Why is that? Why can I speak so vehemently and vociferously in being a proponent for this bill to be passed, for this report to go through? I'll tell you why. We have waited a year and a half, during which time we have seen how people have taken to the streets to marginalize the Jewish community, to explicitly attack the Jewish community, to denigrate the Jewish community, and to do it believing that they are impervious to any consequences because their anti-Semitism, according to them, is nothing more than anti-Zionism. If you want to talk about the definitions of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism being conflated, look no further than the people who attack Jews and do it under the auspices of attacking Israel. But I'm going to go further and tell you, as others have already, that Zionism is quintessentially Jewish. It is inextricably, intrinsically part of what it means to be a Jew. It is not only part of the Jewish identity, it is the most successful self-defense mechanism that the Jewish people, the most persecuted group of people, have had at their disposal throughout their 4,000 plus year history. Zionism is the prerogative for Jewish people to have a state that is governed by the people, for the people, and in the interests of the people. And for this
Thank you, Vivian.
for this city to be...
Your time is up, Vivian. Thank you so much for your delegation. We have delegate number 67, BHEL. Delegate number 67. Press star 6 to unmute. Delegate number 67, BHEL. Press star 6 to unmute. Delegate number 69, Natasha Greenblatt. All right, we'll move to delegate number 71, Lev Jagger. Delegate number 71, are you online? Lev Jagger. All right, we'll move to delegate number 72, Rabbi Sean Gorman. Is Rabbi online? Rabbi Sean Gorman online?
Hello, yes, they're online.
Hello, Rabbi Sean Gorman. Press *6 to unmute. All right, we'll come back to Rabbi Sean Gorman. Delegate number 73.
It didn't work.
Is it Rabbi Gorman?
Would you like Rabbi Sean Gorman?
Now I see the technical problems. Because it didn't
Okay,
unmute.
so delegate number 71, Lev Jagger. Are you online?
Hello, it's Lev Yeager, Delegate
Okay,
71, trying to speak.
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
71, Lev?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. I've got my nephew. My nephew is in grade 4 in a TSB school, and he's both Muslim and Jewish. He's a Jew and a Muslim, and I like a school where he can feel able to express his identities, express his criticism of any state in the world, political analysis, understanding. He's young. It'll be within the frame now of someone who's 8 years old. But there needs to be room for him to wear a keffiyeh one day if he wants to express his solidarity, and for him to wear a Magen David if he wants to express his identity. Or wear a Muslim symbol of a crescent. And so this needs to be considered very carefully. I'm also asking for this report to be sent back and to be looked more carefully in light of both who it consulted with, who ran the consultation and filtered the groups that could be represented and how they were represented, and also to look at free speech and civil rights laws that should protect people to be able to express their solidarity in a way, of course, that isn't anti-Semitic. I also am, as a Jew, I'm afraid of anti-Semitism. I don't know if I'm afraid of it as much as I expected by now. I'm 62, and I feel like it's part and parcel of being Jewish that I'm going to come across it. But it's not something that we want to give space for in our schools, of course. And as we've learned, even during this session, and even the person who spoke for CIJA said, quote, Zionism can manifest as anti-Semitism, but we need to be aware that it can also not be anti-Semitism. And that needs some deliberation, it needs some education, it needs some observation and care. And we haven't given enough of that in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev Jagger. We have no questions for you. Is Delegate 69, Natasha Greenblatt, online?
I'm 67. Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. 67
Okay.
BHEL.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thanks for this. I'm an Israeli-born Canadian, the grandmother of 2 students in the TDSB, professor at OCAD, and filmmaker. Freedom of expression for artists and writers and filmmakers is most important. In fact, it is important for everyone, especially students who must be allowed free inquiry. I'm a Jew who never met my grandparents and other family because they were killed by the Nazis. Anti-Jewish hatred is covered by anti-hate laws in this country to counter racism. No student should experience racism. As such, it is most important to understand what does not constitute anti-Semitism, and to be clear that criticizing a state, any state or political entity, is the bedrock of democratic rights. I've been on the ground in Israel-Palestine, filming and witnessing for more than 25 years. Palestinians have been pushed off their lands and subjected to extreme forms of violence. We all know this. Does the TDSB, a place of learning, want to be an institution that suppresses the truths of history, that suppresses genuine inquiry? Are there going to be limits imposed on students if they dare question what happened in 1948 or 1982 or 2008 or 2014 and so on? Will the Palestinian experience be expunged from history? Just imagine the following scenario, or ask, what are the logical conclusions and repercussions for students, staff, and teachers in this report's recommendations? A Jewish high school student is questioning the validity of Israel's bombardment on Gaza these past 16 months. Or they discover the reality of the Nakba, or they question the ethnocracy and ideology of a Jews-only state. And they would like to write their history report and look further into various perspectives. What will the teacher do with the student? What will the principal do? What will the TDSB do? Will they tell the student they can't do such research? They can't express their legitimate questions? Will they punish the students with detentions? Will they inform them they are suspended? Will they criminalize a Jewish student's genuine desire to understand and to come to their own conclusions? Will they accuse the student of being anti-Semitic? And what of the Palestinian student, the Arab Muslim or Christian Arab student? In fact, any student. Will they be targeted for legitimate criticism of a state? Will labeling them anti-Semitic have detrimental effects on their mental health, on their social life, on their future educational prospects in higher learning? For me and many other Jews, it is unacceptable to be written out of Jewish belonging by your very report. The consultations were insufficient. It is obvious the writers of the report spoke to specific Zionist groups only and have adopted their rhetoric, their policies, their statistics. The report claims 91% of Jews identify with Israel. Who provided this statistic? To be clear, the B'nai B'rith, CIJA, Simon Wiesenthal Center, or the IHRA do not speak for many Jews.
Thank you,
and I would
your
put forward
time is up.
The Cheryl Nessel's report, the uses and misuses of anti-Semitism statistics in Canada. Those links to that quote and to this report have been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have no questions for you. And I believe delegate number 69, Natasha Greenblatt, is online too. Hello, Natasha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Natasha. I'm a playwright, performer, educator, and the mother of a soon-to-be TDSB student. I'm also Jewish, a descendant of survivors of the Holocaust and the pogroms that preceded it in Russia and Poland. I am very alarmed by the report and the recommendations from the Addressing Anti-Semitism Working Group, and I strongly request that the report be sent back to staff for review and not be received without a more rigorous and inclusive consultation process. On multiple occasions, this document refers to anti-Zionism as a modern-day manifestation of anti-Semitism, noting specifically when it is accompanied by comparisons to the Holocaust. As an anti-Zionist Jew myself, I completely disagree. There has been a long tradition of Jewish people who are not only deeply critical of Zionism, but who have invoked such comparisons, including Hannah Arendt, Albert Einstein, Gabor Mate, Judith Butler, Ilan Pappé, and many others. I myself once wrote an essay comparing Rachel Corrie, an American volunteer who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer defending Palestinian homes from demolition in Gaza in 2003, with Anne Frank. Could such an essay be labeled as anti-Semitic if the staff were to adopt this strategy? I frequently take my daughter to protests where we both chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." I believe this chant to be a cry for liberation for Palestinians who are being killed and oppressed across Israel and the illegally occupied territories. I believe that Jewish liberation in Israel, Palestine, and the diaspora is entwined with Palestinian liberation. If my daughter participated in a student walkout where she chanted "From the river to the sea," could she then be labeled anti-Semitic? This report also outlines concerns about settler colonial narratives of the State of Israel. The working group may be concerned about these narratives, but the founding fathers of Zionism were explicit about the fact that Zionism in Israel were a settler colonial project. Whether or not some Jewish Zionists or Israeli students feel uncomfortable about these narratives doesn't eradicate the fact that they're the lived reality of many Palestinian people. The discomfort of some students cannot be held above the right to education and right of protest for all students. This report is deeply flawed. If the recommendations are taken up, they will have a chilling effect on our education and put freedom of speech of both children and teachers in jeopardy. Please do not receive this report before sending it back to be reviewed by staff and without acknowledging the profound concerns of many Jewish and non-Jewish parents, students, and community members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natasha, for your delegation. We have no questions for you from trustees. Delegate number 72, Rabbi Sean Gorman. Press *6 to unmute. Rabbi Sean Gorman.
They are online.
Yes, I can see them online. Press *6 to unmute. Delegate number 73, Rabbi Jennifer Gorman.
Yes. Yes,
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
Shall I
Can you
go ahead?
identify yourself? Are you delegate number
Rabbi
72?
Jennifer Gorman. Yes. Rabbi Jennifer Gorman, Delegate 73.
All right, Rabbi, go ahead.
So I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak and thank you to the trustees for your service. My name is Rabbi Jennifer Gorman. I currently serve as the Vice President of the Toronto Board of Rabbis and Rabbi of a congregation in North York. In order for the TDSB to attain its strategic directions, it is vital that the TDSB follow the recommendation to receive this report and update. And in developing a strategy, community experiences, opinion, and support must be taken into consideration. The report has overwhelming community support behind it without amendment. It was put together with a wide representation of Jewish voices, regardless of what has been stated tonight. That is in the report itself, and the understanding that over 90% of Jews identify as being connected to Israel, even if some of those Jews choose not to use the word Zionist. And there are voices that are amplified as if they represent a larger portion than the 3% of the community that they do. This report will allow the TDSB to move forward quickly and productively in creating a strategy. Definitions of terms must be clear and set not according to opinion, but to legal definitions, including IRA, which has been accepted by the Ontario and Canadian governments, so that conversations can happen without denying or suppressing students' identities or painting all Jews or Israelis as representing a government or defining Zionism as racism. Given the experiences and concerns of Jewish community members, especially over the last year and a half, I cannot stress the value and importance of moving forward with this with haste. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Jennifer. I see no questions for you. Do we have delegate number 72, Rabbi Sean?
Not yet, Vice Chair. They are trying to call back.
All right, thank you. Delegate number 74, Dara Solomon. Press *6 to unmute.
This is Dara Solomon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Dara Solomon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Holocaust Museum and Ontario Jewish Archives, and a parent of a grade 10 TDSB student. I want to express my gratitude for the committee for deeply listening to the Jewish community and preparing this report. I want to express on behalf of the Toronto Holocaust Museum our strong recommendation that trustees and board members pass this report in full and without delay. This timely report captures the challenges faced by Jewish students and educators at the board. I am hopeful that the action items and strategies put forward will make a difference in the lives of Jews at the TDSB and push back the mainstreaming of anti-Semitic stereotypes and the demonizing of Israelis and Zionists, which we've seen in the past 18 months. Last year, our first year of operation at the Toronto Holocaust Museum, we welcomed just under 5,000 students from 63 TDSB schools. We learned from teachers who shared with us that students and parents opt out of visiting the Toronto Holocaust Museum. This reluctance to learn about the Jewish people signals a real problem and shows there's much work to be done. We did experience a few incidents of Holocaust conflation and inversion while students visited. With the professional development actions laid out in this plan, I'm hopeful that the conversations we have with teachers and leadership around these incidents will be opportunities for real connection and bridge building. And I'd like to offer our support in the development of these professional development opportunities. I'm especially grateful to hear that representative Jewish voices will be part of the board's anti-oppression and equity work. Recognizing anti-Semitism within this framework is incredibly important to curb anti-Semitism as it manifests today, including as anti-Zionism, and to ensure Jewish students and teachers have their pain seen and addressed. I want to close by sharing that my daughter, a 10th grade student, started school in the fall of 2023. There have been rocky moments post-October 7th. However, she's found a supportive community of friends from various backgrounds. She has been strengthened by the support of the Jewish Student Alliance and the incredible teacher there who reached out to Jewish parents for guidance and ensured that our children felt safe and comfortable talking about their experiences. I'm comforted that the report recognizes these supports as valuable and will continue to strengthen them to ensure our Jewish students continue to thrive at the TDSB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dara. We have delegate number 75, Jalila Freeve.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Can I begin?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jalila. I am a former TDSB student, the granddaughter of a Nakba survivor, and most importantly, a mother of 2 Palestinian students in the TDSB. I want to start by addressing a simple but important point. Wearing a keffiyeh, whether you are Palestinian or not, is a sign of solidarity with Palestinian people. We must stop conflating discomfort with actual harm. We all agree that anti-Semitism is real, that it must be actively addressed, and that all Jewish students deserve to feel safe in the TDSB school and our city. But parts of the strategy does more harm than good because it wrongly equates anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, which is a dangerous precedent to set. Judaism is a religion that must be protected from all forms of hate. Zionism, however, is a political ideology tied to a state. And like any state, Israel must be open to critique. Safety for Israelis cannot exist while Palestinians live under oppression, just as true safety for students in our schools cannot be built on silencing certain voices. Anti-Zionist Jewish students deserve protection, and under the strategy, they will not be. The strategy as written would shut down legitimate discourse and criminalize free expression, especially for students like my children. This motion should not move forward without the broad consultation, ignoring diverse Jewish voices, especially of like the ones that we've heard this evening, and entirely excluding those who will be most affected by this. If we truly want to combat anti-Semitism, we must do so in a way that protects Jewish students without suppressing critical discussions about a state. So I ask you, do you want to pass a strategy that divides our communities and silences students, or do you want a strategy that genuinely fights anti-Semitism while ensuring safety for all? I urge you to send the strategy back for broader consultation so we can create policies for our students within the TDSB that foster real inclusion, not fear. I'm going to finish early today out of respect to everyone's time. I thank you so much to all of the committee and board members who are working diligently to listen to us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalila, for your delegations. And I believe we have no questions for you. Thank you. Delegate number 76, Stephen Ellis.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is Stephen Ellis, and I'm with the Legal Center for Palestine. We are based in the city of Toronto. Your report made 2 very controversial statements. One, that anti-Zionism has emerged as the contemporary form of anti-Semitism, and that a recurring theme of the consultation was the demonization of Israel. I'm going to deal with the second aspect because others have dealt very eloquently with the first. When doctors first become doctors, they take an oath. First, do no harm. The school board's oath should be very, very simple. Don't lie to students about Israel. As of today, the state of Israel stands accused of genocide by the most important and respected human rights organizations in the world: Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, the United Nations, and various other organizations. The International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu for war crimes. The International Court of Justice in January of 2024 had concluded that Africa had made a plausible argument that Israel had committed genocide against the Palestinian people. This is the backdrop to this discussion. It is horrific because the genocide against Palestinians is unfolding in real time. Gaza is destroyed and tens of thousands are dead or injured. Mr. Trump has stated openly that he's willing to assist Israel with its ethnic cleansing of Gaza. This is the world we live in. Genocide is unfolding, and we as students and parents of students are trying to figure out how to navigate this. It is not controversial to say that many have gone to great lengths to protect Israel from criticism during this time. The IHRA is a definition that deals mostly with how to protect Israel. 7 of the 11 examples deal with protecting Israel. I can easily run afoul of the IHRA by stating that Israel is a racist state, which it is in actual fact. Recently, the city of Vaughan legislated a bubble zone bylaw to make it easier for people to illegally sell Palestinian land in Ontario. And now it looks as though the TDSB is taking up the challenge of protecting Israel. How do we best serve our students when a genocide is underway? This is the question. Do we obfuscate or do we tell the truth? And from a legal standpoint, which speech ought to be protected and which prohibited? If Jewish students don't want to be reminded of the unfolding genocide, should we protect them from those uncomfortable feelings? If the sight of a keffiyeh brings unease, should we be concerned about this? Should students be protected from the feelings the Free Palestine slogan might generate? How about we tell the young Jews the truth about what Israel is doing?
Stephen, your time is up. Thank you so much.
We would ask that you send this report back and that broader consultation be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Delegate number 77, Irene Boudreau.
Vice Chair, they're not online.
Number 77, not online.
We can go to delegate number 78.
All right, thank you. Miriam Perlman, go ahead. Press *6 to unmute. Hi, Miriam. Is she online? 78. Delegate number 78, Miriam
Hello.
Perlman. Hi. Number 77, not online.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
We can go to delegate number 78.
Hello.
Is it Miriam? Miriam Perlman, go.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
name is Miriam Perlman. Some of you may actually know me as a proud, retired TDSB superintendent. I served for almost 40 years as a math teacher, coordinator of mathematics, secondary principal, and school superintendent. I know your schools, and I know excellence in education and academic performance. You would know that I am the child of Holocaust survivors, having grown up in a post-traumatic stress home. Thankfully, the Toronto Public School System provided a safe and secure school experience which allowed me to thrive. I am a successful product of the Toronto Public School System. My children are successful products of the Toronto Public School System. But sadly, the TDSB public school system has failed my grandchildren. For them as Jews, the system did not provide a safe and secure school experience. My 4 grandchildren are now all in private schools. And for me, that's heartbreaking. You have heard many testimonials of the rising Jew hatred in TDSB schools. You have heard the troubling reality that our Jewish students and staff are dealing with on a daily basis. Sadly, identity politics, geopolitics, and flawed DEI have invaded the classroom, have driven division and anti-Semitism into your schools for years. The focus on teaching and learning for academic excellence has too often been derailed. Given this reality, I commend staff for bringing forward this report. It is a positive and crucial first step. While some of the items will need tweaking, it is a good beginning toward combating hate and ensuring all students and staff feel safe. Let's take the politics out of the classrooms. Discussions in classrooms, schools, and unions about the Middle East conflict have perpetuated harmful stereotypes and targeted individuals based on their Jewish identity. Jews are a diverse people, Jews of faith, ethnic Jews, cultural Jews, Jews of color, Jews on the political left, Jews on the political right. Despite the diversity, and despite what you've heard in so many of these delegations, the vast majority of Jews have a shared connection to the indigeneity of our ancestry in Israel. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism has been adopted by this board. It includes that anti-Zionism is a modern form of anti-Semitism. I urge you to receive the report and adopt it as is, without changes and without delay. Your approval is essential to turning these commitments into lasting change. Combating hate and ensuring that every student, teacher, and staff member, regardless of background, feels safe and valued is in your hands. Creating schools that are a place of respect and safety
Miriam.
for all students so that they too can succeed is in your hands.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much for your delegation. And I believe the delegate number 79 does not want to delegate anymore. So we will move to delegate number 80, Mark Birnbaum.
Hello?
Am I coming through?
Hi, Mark.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Irene.
Okay.
Irene Budarov, number 77. Can you hear me?
So I let
Okay, Mark,
77 go ahead and I'll
number
wait.
77, can you please wait? Mark is going to speak first.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Jewish education was a paramount importance to my family. For 7 years, I attended a Jewish parochial school where I learned about Jewish history, traditions, and most importantly, values. I learned of the horrors of the Holocaust and the murder of my extended family, sparking my passion for history and eventually the university degree I'd obtained. I also learned about Israel. In a Toronto school in the country of Canada, I sang the Israeli national anthem every morning before the Canadian one. It was only when I went to university, engaged my intellectual curiosity and honesty, values instilled in me as a child, that I come to see Israel for what it truly was. As a member of the Jewish community and as a person of conscience and principle, I can assert in no uncertain terms that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Zionism is a fascist, racist ideology that has been used to manufacture an ethno-state in the land of Palestine. Zionism is not my Judaism. The greatest purveyor of anti-Semitism is, in fact, the state of Israel itself. It proclaims to speak for me and act in my best interests. It proclaims that my safety as a Jew in the diaspora is contingent on its preservation, bolstered only by the oppression, ethnic cleansing, and genocide of the indigenous Palestinians. It proclaims that I am part of a Jewish diasporic monolith whose identity is inextricably linked to the settler colonial terror state of Israel. It is not. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and Zionism is not my Judaism. Zionism is not a creed. It's a political ideology that must be criticized. It's a zero-sum proposition, as a Jewish supremacist ethno-state can only function at the expense of the indigenous Palestinian people. Declaring to the world that it's the only Jewish state and thereby represents me actively serves to endanger my family's safety, further putting us in the crosshairs of neo-Nazis and white nationalists who would conflate Zionism with Judaism and the endless crimes of the apartheid state of Israel. If the TDSB accepts that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, it will be doing the dirty work of Zionist lobbyists who seek to silence the critique of Israel and its unabated genocide. It will suppress the speech of all students and teachers, Jewish, Palestinian, Muslim, and otherwise, who would denounce crimes against humanity. This will destroy our communities. It will cause further division. It will fan the flames of Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and without a hint of irony, anti-Semitism. We must not allow for anti-genocide speech to be crushed and the language of unity and equity to be cynically weaponized to suppress people of conscience. I urge you to reject the report and the false assertion that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Please think of me and my Jewish family when you cast your vote. No one is made safer by this. I am not the fringe. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and Zionism is not my Judaism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your delegation. Delegate number 77, Irene. Delegate number 77, Irene. Press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, thank you. So my name is Irene Abudarov. I have been a proud Canadian for more than 30 years. As a parent in TDSB, being a Mizrahi Jew, Soviet refugee, and an Israeli, I feel completely abandoned by the Ontario educational institution because the Jew hatred has been infiltrated in the educational system so deep. TDSB cannot even see manifestation of anti-Israeli hate, which has been festered in school board and spread for years. Attached with my delegation submission are recommendations for changes to the original document report. Anti-Zionism is a hate movement that has been operated for over 100 years by dehumanizing and demonizing Jews and the Jewish nation through the cycle of libels, as you just heard, the apartheid, the colonial, and the genocide libels that's been spreading hatred and conspiracies to portray Jews as evil. These libels have been institutionalized in the education system, normalizing Jew hatred. Just like classical anti-Semitism, Israeli is a form of Jew hatred. Libels justify exclusions and systemic isolation against Jews and Israelis that always leads to violence. After the violence, narratives shift to denials, such as Holocaust denials, MENA Exodus denials, October 7 denials, and minimizing any historical oppression against Jews globally and inverting realities. This cycle repeats itself again and again and is fueled by token Jews who are small minority legitimizing anti-Semitism, gaslight the Jewish community, and minimizing oppression of Jewish oppression. Tokenization is a common tactic in anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic movements. The cycle of libels have been oppressing Jews for thousands of years. The solution is direct education, teaching how anti-Semitism works, just like teaching fire safety. Holocaust-centered education is not good enough. To address the Jew hatred and Israeli hatred, mandatory training for staff in TDSB is essential to include anti-Semitism history from Roman era, Islamic colonization, pogroms, and beyond. Anti-Zionism history, including the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Middle East and North Africa countries, like Farhud massacre. Holocaust education, understanding how Nazi propaganda fueled genocide through the cycle of libels. Pretending anti-Zionism is not a hate, it's not good enough. The public system is supposed to be anti-racist, but it is deeply racist against Jews and Israelis. Jewish and Israeli kids are being abandoned. If this call is not heeded, we will be back here again because hate will not stop. If the TDSB fails to act, it proves that systemic Jew hatred and unequal treatment of Jewish and Israeli students and teachers. The Jewish community will then have no choice but seek provincial subsidies for Jewish education to lead the public system. As combating racism should not be left to our children, it is school board responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene, for your delegation, and we have no questions for you. Delegate number 81, Rabbi Daniel Koropkin.
Vice Chair.
Hi.
Sorry, Delegate 72 has been waiting for their turn. They had technical issues.
I see. Okay, let's finish delegate number 81 first, and then we'll go back to 72.
Thank
Is
you.
81 present? Rabbi Daniel.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Rabbi Daniel.
Hi.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi. I really only wish to add the perspective of a religious leader whose views are consistent with the vast majority of the Jewish community. I'm the senior rabbi of the largest Orthodox synagogue in the GTA. I'm also past president of the Rabbinical Council of America, a fraternity of over 1,000 rabbis across North America. I'm also a proud religious Zionist whose Jewish faith is intertwined with Zionism. I have two brief points. One, the argument of whether or not anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism can be argued ad nauseum, but the fact that a small segment of Jews are anti-Zionists adds nothing to the argument. Many Muslims are pro-Israel, and many German Jews before World War II were pro-Nazi. This is not about whether or not one can criticize Israel. Anti-Zionists delegitimize its right to exist. I find it curious that the modern country of Pakistan was founded by the British Mandate in 1947, the very same time the State of Israel was ratified by the UN. I question whether there are people who are not only critics of Pakistan's policies, but also seek to delegitimize the country, arguing that it must cease to exist. I also question whether anyone who wants the country of Pakistan to disappear could then legitimately say, I hate Pakistan, but I have no problem with the Pakistani people. This is patently absurd. The largest population of Jews in the world today lives in Israel, and they are de facto Zionists. The vast majority of world Jewry wish to uphold the Jewish state, regardless of whether you agree with a particular Israeli policy or not. That's what Zionism is. My second point is this. The debate about anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism is not the issue. I ask for your compassion and understanding to the thousands of Jewish students and Jewish educators at the TDSB, many of whom are members of my congregation and Jewish communities throughout the GTA. They have complained to me and others about being discriminated and bullied because they are Jews. The facts on the ground speak for themselves. When teachers espouse anti-Zionist ideology or allow it to be taught or disseminated on campus, this emboldens Jew haters and promotes violence against Jews, full stop. Just look at the anti-Semitic vitriol that came out of Sydney, Australia today, when two hospital nurses told an Israeli that they would kill him in their hospital. This is what we're now seeing on Canadian streets, with Jewish schools being shot up and vandalized, and synagogues like mine being targeted with violent and disruptive protests. These are the facts. Anti-Zionism is an ideology of hatred. And if we want our children to have a better future than our current war-torn world, we need to keep it and Jew hatred out of our classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Daniel Koropkin. Any questions? I don't see any questions from trustees, so we'll move on to delegate number 72, Rabbi Sean Gorman.
Okay, I think, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we are able to hear you now. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Wonderful. So first of all, it is 10:08 p.m. You have been doing this for 5.5 hours. You must be exhausted. We all thank you for your time this evening. With that, I acknowledge that the State of Israel is located on the ancient land of Israel, the indigenous home of the Jewish people, whose connection to that land via its ancient language, its 3 millennia of uninterrupted presence, and its continuing religious and cultural connection to that land is consistent with all UN definitions of indigenous peoples. As far as questions on whether or not anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are one and the same, we can put that debate aside for a second. The bottom line is this. Since October 7th, the number of anti-Semitic incidents in Toronto as a whole has skyrocketed. As well, if you look at page 25 of the agenda, we point out all of the incidents that have happened in your research in putting together this magnificent piece of work that we have here this evening that we are discussing. So clearly, whatever distinction people are trying to make between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism on the streets, that distinction is lost on people because the numbers are up and they are only increasing. The constant requests that I have heard from previous speakers this evening for more research, for more research, for more research. Okay, we can always use more research. The question is, how many threats against Jews will we tolerate while this extra research is going on? How much Holocaust denial will we accept while this extra research is going on? How much of these tropes and stereotypes that you list on page 25 will we accept while this research is going on? How much danger are you willing to accept? Is TDSB willing to accept for the students of the schools in town while this research is going on? I'm not willing to accept it. This statement that we're discussing this evening is a crucial step in not accepting the violence. It is in not accepting these threats. One of the other speakers this evening also pointed out that the enrollments in the Jewish schools and the private schools, those too have skyrocketed because Jewish kids do not feel safe in TDSB. Jewish parents do not feel safe sending their kids to TDSB. So the numbers are up, and waiting for more research isn't going to bring them down. Denying the connection of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism isn't going to bring them down. I push strenuously for the acceptance of this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Sean Gorman. There are no questions from trustees, so we will move on to the next delegate, delegate number 82, Helena Yakovlek-Golani, TDSP parents from Lawrence Park Media Institute. Can you hear me, Helena? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. I'm a TDSB parent to 3 Jewish children. I have heard delegates before me trying to teach you trustees about geopolitics, history, and identity affirmation, but that's not your mandate. Your mandate is to keep our kids safe and make sure they're getting excellent education. Rising anti-Semitism is not theoretical or political. It's an urgent issue of student safety, dignity, and well-being. Incidents have surged, but statistics don't tell the full story. Our students do. In TDSB, my children were verbally assaulted. Hail Hitler called greedy Jews Israeli baby killers and told Hitler didn't finish the job. Swastikas were drawn in washrooms and even in the library. A teacher singled my daughter out in front of all classmates, aggressively questioning her identity as the only Israeli Jewish student in the room. The environment was hostile, and she felt scared, exposed, and isolated. She didn't want to go to school, and she felt bullied. In online school, my daughter was so uncomfortable with anti-Semitic rhetoric in a school chat that she hid her identity, pretending to be Italian. No child should feel forced to erase who they are to avoid discrimination and intimidation. Worse, a student in the school created a Snapchat hit list of Jewish classmates openly calling for violence against them. This isn't just exclusion, it's a direct threat to Jewish students' lives. The problem doesn't stop with students. Many teachers lack understanding of anti-Semitism. Some validate hateful views, teach misinformation, and create exclusionary environments. Many fail to recognize that equating Zionism with racism is an attack on Jewish identity. Zionism is an integral part of Jewish self-determination and the right of the Jewish people to live in their ancestral homeland. This is not just a Jewish problem, it's a TDSB problem. The report must be adopted as a step in the right direction, and we need it urgently, like yesterday. The past year and a half have been devastating for Jewish students and families. If we truly believe in equity and inclusion, we must act now. No more research. We need mandatory anti-Semitism education for teachers, staff, and sadly, trustees. We need a zero tolerance policy for anti-Semitic hate speech and actions, and we need clear guidelines to separate education from political activism and agendas in the classroom. Our children's safety is not negotiable, and the time to act is now. Thank you, and thank you for staying so late and listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Helena. Just stay on the line. There's a question from Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Helena, for your delegation. I just want to acknowledge, what it must have taken out of you emotionally to repeat some of the things that have happened to your child in school. Along those lines, I was wondering if you could clarify whether you reported those incidents to the principal and what the response was in that situation or in those situations.
In the situation when my daughter was hailed Hitler and called anti-Semitic things by another classmate, it took her 2 months to disclose to me, and I disclosed that to the principal at the time. And I was told that she will be anonymous, but the thing is that this never stays anonymous. And unfortunately, she was harassed and bullied by all her classmates because she was a tattletale, or, she was like the one who went and told everyone. And it backfired at her. So right now, my children are thinking twice. And as I told, after that, she was just choosing to be Italian instead of facing this hatred and facing this all over again.
Thank you for clarifying, and thank you again for coming today.
Thank you, Helena. Thank you, Trustee Dawson. We will now move on to the next delegate. Before we move on to the next delegate, trustees, we will go up to 11 p.m. and then we will have to continue the meeting into tomorrow from 4:30. We've established quorum, so the meeting will continue on. So we'll recess around 11 o'clock. We'll try to get through the delegates for at least this item before 11. So we have delegate number 83, Leslie Solomonian. Leslie, are you online?
Hi there.
Hi, go ahead.
I'm here.
You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you. It is critical that Jewish students are made to feel safe, heard, and protected. I am concerned then that equating Zionism as it is being manifested by Israel with Judaism stokes anti-Semitism by implying that all Jewish people are supportive of Israel's war crimes. This runs counter to the goal of this strategy and is a perspective that is supported by many Jewish delegates this evening. The TDSB must teach the distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism in order to protect Jewish community members. One should separate faith from institutional policies. I am critical of the actions of the Catholic institutions in which I was raised and of the settler colonial state of Canada without hating Christians or Canadians or myself. I can also and do criticize the genocidal policy of the Zionist state without hating Jewish people. Palestinian community members and their allies also must feel welcome and protected. Criminalizing opposition to Zionism that is currently being manifested prioritizes the comfort of Jewish people over the actual safety of Palestinians. It puts Palestinians and allies at risk for criticizing a regime that explicitly seeks to erase them or for uplifting their calls for liberation. This mirrors the criminalization of Indigenous resistance in Canada, which as Canadians we are called to denounce. Because of our support of Palestinian liberation, I and my TDSB educated kids have had accusations of anti-Semitism weaponized against us. As a professor and healthcare provider with a long history of advocacy for justice, I have only undergone investigations at work for calling for the cessation of the bombing of Palestinian children and agreeing with the conclusions of the ICJ.
We have been told we are not allowed to have an opinion on the systematic erasure of a people because we are not Jewish. And we have been accused of insulting the memory of victims and survivors of the Holocaust. As a family that deeply values justice, we are honoring all victims and survivors of attempted erasure, including our own ancestors and the indigenous people on Turtle Island, where our ancestors took refuge. The principle of never again must apply to all. In that vein, while it is necessary to understand the causes and effects of the Holocaust, it is perilous to support Holocaust exceptionalism, as this report seems to recommend. It is equally important to understand the Armenian genocide that my grandparents survived. What contributed to the Rwandan genocide, the Bosnian genocide? What about the Nakba and the subsequent 76 years of struggle by Palestinians? It is critical to interrogate themes and patterns that lead to genocide, including the one Israel is currently inflicted on Palestine, if we have any hope of building a better world. I believe that anti-oppression is preferable to DEI. It speaks to the universal need to be critical of and dismantle systems of oppression. Stifling the critique of current events and political ideologies limits the development of critical thinking skills necessary for a functioning democracy and anti-oppression, rendering education toothless.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you very much. There are no questions from trustees, so thanks for delegating. We now move on to number 84, Justin Chow from Allied Voices for Israel. Justin?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Amazing, thank you. Good evening. Like many trustees present, I'm not Jewish, yet I know what it means to feel unsafe. I feel like no matter what I do, no matter how much I just want to focus on my education, there are forces beyond my control that make me feel like I don't belong. That is the reality for the majority of Jewish students in TDSB schools today. They're the most targeted minority group for hate incidents, yet they're continuously gaslighted by a system that labels them as oppressors, colonizers, and excludes them from equity spaces. That isn't just unfair and disrespectful, it is abusive. And this is not an abstract issue. It is happening in institutions around the world, and Canada is no exception. Like a previous delegate said just yesterday, 2 Australian nurses were fired and investigated for openly declaring it's Palestine's country, not your country, and that they would rather kill Israeli patients and send them to hell than treat them. These are trained medical professionals, people entrusted with human lives at their most vulnerable, who felt proud to express such violent hatred. How does something like that happen? It starts when anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are ignored or minimized, and radical voices who reject the existence of Israel are given a platform. If even nurses can be radicalized by this kind of rhetoric, what's stopping it from creeping into our schools? And that is why we at Allied Voices for Israel strongly endorse the adoption of the TDSB's report on affirming Jewish identities and addressing anti-Semitism. Admittedly, there are improvements that can be made, as other members of the community have mentioned. We see this as a good first step, but more must be done. And more means real consequences for anti-Jewish and anti-Zionist incidents, proper education about Jewish identity beyond just the Holocaust, and acknowledging that Jewish identity is a culture, a history, and for many, a deep ancestral and indigenous connection to Israel, one that should not be erased nor demonized. And this also means understanding the difference between equity and equality and applying them in a balanced way. Extreme equity reduces people to rigid categories of privileged or oppressed, stripping them of agency and erasing diversity. Blind equality, on the other hand, assumes a level playing field while ignoring systemic disparities. Jewish students are being denied both. They're excluded from equity conversations, yet also denied the protections afforded to other marginalized groups. This double standard is neglectful and abusive. If we're committed to an education system that is healthy, responsible, and effective, we must demonstrate it through action. Treat anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism with the same gravity as any other form of hate. Educate students about the harms of misinformation and the dangers of advocacy that comes at the expense of another community. Pro-Palestinian advocacy does not have to mean anti-Israel and anti-Jewish hate, just as pro-Israel and pro-Jewish advocacy does not have to mean anti-Palestinian hostility. This only holds true, however, when there is a baseline of respect, non-judgment, and non-violence. When schools fail to uphold this balance, they create an environment where students are told to pick sides instead of encouraging them to seek understanding and coexistence. I urge you to adopt this report without delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the time we have. We are now moving on to the next delegate, delegate number 85.
Hastings.
Oh, you have a question?
Actually, more of a request. Could I have the rest of that report that you've just done? Could you send it to the board? Could you send it to me? My name is Hastings. I'd like to look at it.
Okay, Justin, are you able to send the delegation, written part of your delegation to the trustees? I think we might have lost Justin, but if Justin is hearing us on the thing, we can ask that. Thanks, Trustee Hastings. Trustee Hastings, if you want to make any comments, just put your name on the list so I would know that you would like to say something or ask a question. So we will move on to the next delegate, Stan Greenspan from Canadian Zionist Federation. Please go ahead, delegation number 85.
Chair, delegation number 85 is not online. 86 is.
86. We'll move on to Randa Muammar from York Region Palestinian Families. Randa, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm speaking today as an educator, lawyer, mother of three with deep ties to Toronto from a long line of Catholic and Orthodox Palestinians, and also as an Israeli citizen. As many here from the Jewish community have asked today, the TDSB must keep reference to Zionism and criticism out of criticism of Israel out of the board's anti-racism plan. Please send it back for broader consultation to include all voices, especially those that have been silenced. Consider that anti-Semitism, the Holocaust, the contribution of the Jewish people, the development of the Zionist movement, Israel, these are all named in the Ontario elementary curriculum. Palestinian, Palestine, the Nakba, even anti-Black, none of that is named. Generational and whole community experiences are just ignored. So please do not ignore the existence and consequence of systemic racism. Only when people are taught about their rights, feel entitled, supported, do they feel that they are safe enough to report the need for protection. I'd encourage you to word search for yourself, anti-Black, anti-Asian, anti-Semitism, see what you find. Consider what impact erasure has when you're drafting plans in the office, relying on, as we've heard today, selective and inaccurate data or reports. The strategic directions require the board to provide representation for unrepresented people and can only rightfully include protected grounds in protected social areas. Zionism is beyond the scope of this board's authority. Remember, the anti-Semitism definition in the IHRA is an extra-national definition not created by Canadians. The definition in the OHRC, still linked on that website, excludes Israel and Zionism. That was created by Canadians. Our children are witnessing war crimes today that, as in 1948, are the result of Zionism. We have a charter-protected right to support or not the political actions of states. When statehood is predicated on the annexation of lands viciously violating international humanitarian law, we should call it out. That's why Israel is being targeted today. No movement, no state has the right to impunity, nor to hide behind false claims for human rights protections. Criticism of Israel and anti-Zionism, as it says in the report, can sometimes be rooted in anti-Semitic beliefs, so then we agree that Zionism is distinct from the Jewish identity. It is not a protected ground, Zionism. The board cannot allow for that conflation. Remember, your efforts to protect Israelis completely exclude me because I'm Christian. Despite my deep ancestral connection, it makes me a citizen that doesn't count and goes against the policy against discrimination. Is it not clear that lumping Jewish and/or Israeli individuals into a collective and denying each individual the freedom and right to define their own consciousness is exactly what we're trying to prevent? Please choose your partners wisely. Friends of Simon Wiesenthal and CEJA have records of targeting students. CEJA's bastardized the definition of Zionism, defying every reputable definition of anti-Zionism. It's not the board's place to decide which states deserve protection. Your role is to protect our children, especially victims, especially those individuals too fearful to speak. The Zionist and/or Israeli political agenda should not be pursued in the TDSB's anti-racism plan. Please, I urge you to listen to the other voices that you do not get to hear. And also, thank you very much for spending the evening this way.
Thank you, Rhonda, for the delegation. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next delegate, delegate number 87, Marley Wasser. Marley, are you there? Marley, are you able to hear us? *6 to unmute. Marley, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Are you able to hear me, Marley?
Hello, this is Ben, 88.
Ben, just hold on for a second. I'm just going to see if Molly is still able to do it.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
please go ahead. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. So sorry. I'm Marley Wasser. I'm a Jewish resident of Toronto and a grandchild of Holocaust survivors on both sides of my family. I have young family members currently in the Toronto school system, as well as friends with children or other family members in the Toronto school system, and friends who work as educators in the Toronto school system. A delegate who spoke earlier made a very disturbing and frankly anti-Semitic statement that the TDSB's anti-Semitism strategy shouldn't consider the viewpoints of anti-Zionist Jewish community members because we don't attend synagogue. I'm not sure what congregation he belongs to, but I regularly attend Shabbat services and participate in Jewish traditions with community members, and I myself identify as an anti-Zionist Jew. What do I mean by that? I mean that I support equality and a thriving shared future for all people living between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. I mean that I oppose what numerous reputable human rights organizations and the International Court of Justice have termed apartheid. And I seek justice for the Palestinian refugees and who Israel violently expelled in 1948 and who have a legal right to return to the place where their families lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years. In short, I oppose a political regime of Jewish supremacy, which is what the state of Israel is. While I very much support the TDSB developing an anti-Semitism strategy, there is one key aspect in the report being voted on today that I wholeheartedly oppose. Its labeling of anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. So let me give you 3 reasons why I think you should oppose this too. First, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, as you've heard many delegates speak to today. As the report also points out, it is anti-Semitic to blame Jewish people for the actions of the state of Israel. That's because Jewish people and Israel are 2 separate things. One is a people, the other is a nation state. Opposing that state's political regime based on Jewish supremacy is not anti-Semitic. Many scholars have studied how blurring the lines between the Jewish people and the state of Israel contributes to anti-Semitic incidents. Some have even argued that saying anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic is in itself anti-Semitic. Second, the TDSB would essentially be saying that people are anti-Semitic for supporting legal equality and universal human rights. This is obviously absurd. And finally, I wish to remind you of the TDSB's strategic direction to support reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and use equity as a guiding foundational principle. I am a minority within a minority. The goal of equity is not to listen to the majority, yet the report justifies its recommendation based on a majoritarian understanding of the Jewish community. This erases the long tradition of Jewish dissent, critique, and opposition to Zionism. Equity requires you to center and uphold the positions of those who are most marginalized. First and foremost, that means Palestinians, but it also means Jewish people like myself who are often erased from the public debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marley. Thank you for your delegation. There are no questions for you. We'll move on to the next delegate, number 88, Ben Shalikovich.
Yes,
Ben,
thank you. You can hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for your time. My name is Ben Zelikovitz, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my son, Louis. He is in grade 3. I'm going to share the impact that anti-Semitism has had on him within the Toronto District School Board. I think the most important impact that you should know is that Louis, who began this year at Clinton Junior Public School, is no longer a student within the Toronto District School Board. You might think the decision to remove my son mid-year from the school that he has attended for more than 5 years would be a difficult one, but sadly, you would be wrong. In fact, my son was one of 5 students to leave his class, all for similar reasons. I'd like to say that the debate about Zionism has no place in the TDSB. It has 2 purposes: as a geopolitical argument, and geopolitical issues have no business in the TDSB. The second purpose is as a cover for anti-Semitism. What began as parents wearing keffiyehs to pick up and drop off progressed to students wearing it in class, progressed to drawing of violent and hateful artwork, eventually progressed to a staff member taking leave over being forced to teach students wearing keffiyehs, eventually progressed to my son's teacher wearing a keffiyeh into the class and having carpet time to discuss it in front of my son, who was horrified. His response was to hide in the bathroom. That is the impact that anti-Semitism has had on my son. And I ask you all on this call, Is this a safe experience for my son? Is my son, who is 8 years old, supposed to be exposed to the political opinions of teachers in grade 3? It was the lack of any meaningful response from Clinton's administration and even our own parent council that made the decision for us to immediately remove my son from the Toronto District School Board the only and painful choice that we had. We had multiple conversations with the principal, who requested a change of class. We wrote letters as a family. We wrote letters as a group of families. The final straw for us was the parent council meeting, attended by our principal and superintendent, who witnessed other parents express concerns about the politicization of our classrooms, and the response was haunting. We were snickered at. Any reasonable parent, when faced with sending their child to a school that is no longer protecting their child's well-being, would make the same decision that we did. And I decided to remove my son mid-year. 4 other students, none of them Jews, have also left this class for similar reasons. And if you don't see the tie between anti-Semitism and the other reasons that these students were leaving, then you are blind. My son did not want to leave his friends. He did not want to leave the only school he had ever known. However, he understood what the kafir represented to us and to many others, and he understood that Clinton was no longer a place where he was welcome. The impact of having his teacher wear it and discuss it shattered his trust and sense of emotional safety at the school. Shame on the TDSB for creating this environment.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for your delegation. I don't see any questions, so we will move on to the next delegate, delegate number 89, Ines Popovich Deblock, TDSB parent. Ines, are you there? 89, delegate number 89. Governance staff, is number 89 online?
Yes, they are
Hello,
online.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Good evening, trustees and staff. My name is Ines. I'm the mother of a TDSB student, a Bosnian genocide survivor, and a lifelong student of genocide. I also come from a multi-faith background that includes Bosnian Muslims and Bosnian Jews. I could never in my wildest dreams imagine that my family would flee to a country where one could be called an anti-Semite or a self-hating Jew for saying that Palestine should be free of occupation, or that dropping 2,000-pound bombs on the Palestinian population is terrible. My personal views are undoubtedly shaped by growing up in a staunchly anti-fascist family that suffered tremendously in World War II. In the 1990s, our region was once again ripped apart by war. As confirmed by all international courts of justice, the Bosnian people were victims of genocide. Cousins and friends I played with as a child were killed, and we are still trying to identify family in mass graves around Bosnia, just like Palestinians are doing now and will do so for many more years to come. So in my opinion, genocide is always bad, and it should never be controversial to say so. I'm here today to express my deep concerns regarding this motion on anti-Semitism. While addressing anti-Semitism is crucial, the current language of this motion does not reflect the diversity of Jewish identities and opinions. A recent study by the New Israel Fund shows that only 51% of Canadian Jews identify as Zionists. I'm very concerned that the TDSB has only consulted on this motion with Zionist lobby groups that have vested political interests. These lobby groups have worked hard to manufacture consent for the genocide of the Palestinian people, and it is completely incorrect to claim that all Jewish Canadians support these groups. I understand the trustees' fear of being falsely labeled as anti-Semites, but please note that these lobby groups are not here to protect Jewish people. They're here to spread fear and a racist, white supremacist political ideology that more and more Jewish people are moving away from. The motion also suggests that Jewish student safety is in conflict with Palestinian and other anti-genocide students' right to express their identities. This creates an environment of surveillance and fear. Many Palestinian students in the TDSB have families suffering under the Israeli occupation, an occupation labeled apartheid by international human rights bodies. If these students cannot speak about their family's suffering, how can they feel safe in their schools? I think it's also interesting to note that many of the quote-unquote proud Zionists who spoke tonight are also against diversity, equity, and inclusion programs designed to combat systemic racism. As someone committed to public education and human rights, I urge you to reconsider this motion. I urge the trustees to listen to independent Jewish voices and other anti-genocide, anti-occupation voices on this subject. We must ensure that all students, including, of course, Palestinian, Jewish, and racialized, can express their identities, engage in open dialogue, and learn in a truly inclusive and safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ines. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next. Sorry. Yeah, we'll move on to. I have 1 second. 85 is ready. I think we missed, or we couldn't get 85
Yes.
on. So Stan.
Yes.
Please go ahead, Stan. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Stan Greenspan. I'm the president of the Canadian Zionist Federation, which is a group of over 14 different groups, which has 68,856 staunch Zionists in this country. We're not just one or two. We're not a small group. We're a very large group, very large proportion of the Jewish population. I'm wondering if the TSB has taken, the people who are commenting tonight, and I thank the trustees for being here. I'm wondering if the people have read the actual IHRA and understand what anti-Zionism is. In my feeling, anti-Zionism is a perfectly acceptable thing as long as it becomes a political act. Once you begin to talk about anti-Zionism as a way of talking about anti-Semitism without getting the baggage of anti-Semitism, you cross the line. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming the existence of the State of Israel as a racist endeavor is part of the IHRA definition. Applying double standards by requiring of Israel behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation is also part of that same definition. I also wonder why the Toronto District School Board, has an acceptance of hate speech this evening. Over the course of the evening, I, as a Zionist, have been called a racist, a fascist, a settler colonizer, someone who believes in ethnic cleansing, a supremacist state, and on the far right. None of those are true, as you can imagine. I've also been told that River to the Sea is something that's just a slogan. River to the Sea implies that there will be a free land for people to move into. Where will the 8 million Jews, 2 million Arabs, among others, move to when that happens? That's not part of the equation, I don't think. You know, the entire Old Testament is a document chronicalizing the return to Israel. It's Zionist. Much of what we have in our North American culture and in the Western culture comes directly from Jewish thought, which occurred over 2,000 years ago. As many people have said, we have been in Israel for over 4,000 years. We are the indigenous people of the area. My family came to Canada from Poland and Romania. They did not start in Poland and Romania. They were removed from Israel by the Romans, put into other places, and taken to eventually ended up in those wonderful locations where we were persecuted and removed from the land, either by train or by gas chamber. We moved to Canada. Canada had been a very welcoming place until the last little while. I'm surprised that no one has remarked on the fact that since the Ukraine was invaded, there have been no demonstrations. Where are they? We're the same.
Thank you.
I'm wondering.
Thank you, Stan, for your delegation. I don't see any question, but before we move forward, I just want to ask trustees if you can rearrange the agenda to move a few items without debate to the board. So if I can have 2/3 to move 6.1, 7.1, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6. So there is 4 staff reports that are attendance, boundary change related, secondary alternative school review, interim report, and internal review of special education programs and placements. So if any trustees, first I would like to get 2/3 of the support to consider those items before we close. And then we'll go back to finish that. So Trustee Laskin is moving. Can I have a seconder?
So, sorry, Chair, point of clarification. And just would that mean that these go to board and we don't get to debate them or hear them at board, or?
They will be moved from here to the board. If you want to pull it out from consent, you get consent agenda, you could still do that. But
Okay.
for now, we just want these items. If basically I'm asking if we can move without debate today to board, so that we have less items to deal with tomorrow. We'll leave the permit one and this particular item, but the rest of the items.
Point of order through the chair.
Yeah.
Item 6.1 identified the community use of schools community advisory committee report is a complement to the staff report for 8.2, which was not moved to move forward, and the CUSAC chair is to speak, and so I'm hoping that one we would not if possible.
So that's not a problem, Trustee Earhart. So can I have, maybe we will move 8.3 to 8.6 and 7.1, the Toronto Lands Corporation's report, and 8.3 to 8.6, the 4 staff reports, if that's okay. Can I have a mover? And a mover is Trustee Laskin, seconder, first.
Sorry, point of order. I had a question earlier.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. A question simple. I just wanted you to go through the list of things that we're moving. I understand what we're doing. I just didn't catch all of the list as you were going the numbers because I was pulling up the screen. Can you go through it again, please? Thank you.
Sorry, are you doing this intentionally so that the rest of us don't get our time to speak? Because I'm number 91.
Yeah, we will make sure we get to 94 for sure. We just need to move some business out. This will be quick. Hopefully, if it's not quick, then we'll stop. So trustees, if we will only do this if we can move this quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to go back to the speakers on the delegation. 7.1 is Toronto Lands Corporation lease and license approvals. 8.3 is attendance boundary change for Humberside Collegiate, Runnymede Collegiate, and York Memorial. 8.4 is program area review for North Bendale Junior Public School. 8.5 is secondary alternative school program review interim report. 8.6 is internal review of special education programs and placements. So these are 4 staff report and TLC report. If I can have a seconder to move it first to the agenda, put it on the floor now. Can I have
second?
Trustee Art seconding it. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to
In
ask
favor.
if anybody opposed. Okay, hearing none, that's there. So can we have a mover and a seconder for 7.1? 7.1 is Toronto Lands Corporation lease. Now that motion was to kind of put it on the floor, to rearrange the agenda. Now I'm just moving each item.
Trustee Lee moves.
Governance staff, quick advice, can I move them in block together? I'm going to move them on block, so that's good. So
yes, that's what you just did, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
That's what you just did, Trustees Laskin and Arts.
No, I asked for permission to change the agenda first.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm moving it together. So can I have somebody to move?
Trustee Lee.
Trustee Lee, can I have someone to second it?
Trustee De Dovitis.
Okay, all those in favor of those 5 items being approved and going to the board?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
In favor.
Okay, those are carried. Thank you, Trustee. So we will move on to, even though we were going to finish at 11, we will make sure we finish this particular item for delegation. So we will go up to 94 in there. So we are on number 90 right now. So we'll have to still move a motion to extend. Can I have a motion to extend by 15 minutes?
Trustee Lee moves.
Can I have a seconder if needed?
Trustee Wong.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone
Aye.
opposed? Okay, it's carried. Thank you, everyone. So we will go up to 94. I think we are at delegate number 90, Rabbi Said Goran. Did you speak already? I don't think so. Governance staff, just.
We're trying to figure out his phone number.
Okay, we'll move on to number 91, Ruth Brainis, community member. Are you
Hello.
there? Number 91?
Yes,
Go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you.
Am
Please
I
go.
audible? Yes? Okay, great. Okay, I'm Israeli. I have since 4:30 this afternoon been subjected to, at times, unabashed hate speech. I won't waste my limited time repeating what was said by so many of these blatant anti-Semites, some of whom had absolutely no business delegating in this forum, and these unfortunate self-proclaimed Jews. And I'll remind you that it's easy for anyone to anonymously call in and claim Jewish identity. Instead of focusing on the issues at hand, this forum became a free-for-all, dehumanizing me, demonizing Zionism, Zionist Jews, who, by the way, constitute most of the global Jewish population, which I understand you wouldn't get this impression by all of this horde of anti-Zionist self-proclaimed Jews that arrived here tonight, some of whom included self-proclaimed rabbis, also claiming that there was a survey of Canadians who 51% of Canadian Jews said they wouldn't identify as a Zionist. I was never consulted for such a survey. I know a lot of my close friends and my rabbi, the Hebrew school my kids go to, nobody was consulted for this survey. So I'm not sure where this information is coming from at all. Further, the Holocaust inversion, revision, and comparisons I've had to listen to tonight are beyond disgusting and completely unacceptable, even if brought forth by sniveling pick-me Jews. They're unacceptable. I find it very suspect as well that the introduction of APR be not only introduced at all, but implemented in a very timely fashion, directly preceding the mass import of Gazans to Canada. There hasn't been any documented cases of so-called anti-Palestinian racism, but there have been hundreds of reports of documented anti-Semitism and anti-Israeli incidents. I cannot believe I heard someone say Israelis don't deserve safety tonight. This statement is exactly why this report needs to be accepted and taken very seriously. When I did my DNA test, the results said I was Ashkenazi Jewish, originating from Judea, because Jews originate from Judea, which is modern-day Israel. In contrast, Arabs come from Arabia, and I find it interesting that people tonight have been hyper-fixating on white supremacy without giving any attention to the fact that the Arab colonization across the Middle East and Africa is also a huge form of supremacy. The watermelon propaganda is overwhelming. People speaking of walkouts during class, the disruption of education. All of these individuals are very much what's wrong with Canada right now. This is why you see an uptick in violence, in illogical behavior, in illogical ideologies, some which I've been subject to tonight. The keffiyeh is and remains a symbol of terrorism for myself and many other Israelis.
Thank you, Ruth. That's all time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you taking the time to delegate. We will move on to number 92, Nasheed Farman, Howard Public School, Fern Public School, and Bloor Collegiate. Nasheed, please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I am Nasheed, and I have several children in the...
Please turn down the volume on the device that you were watching earlier so that you can...
Sure, I'm listening.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the patience for being with us for so long. It's almost been 6 hours, I feel. Well, I am Nasheed, and I have several children in the TDSB system. We live in a democracy, and one of the pillars of such a democracy is freedom of speech. This agenda that has been proposed is eradicating the importance of tolerance and discussion by labeling everything as hatred against Jewish identities and intentionally avoiding the animosity against Palestinians and its allies. Our children have the right and need to be exposed to different opinions. Without any discussion, we will only perpetuate the divide and hatred and close more doors for open discussion. It is only through open discussions we can overcome barriers, and it needs to start early in our school, public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Nasheed. There are no questions from trustees. We now have delegate number 90 online, Rabbi Seth Goren from Hillel, Ontario, Chief Executive Officer. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed policy this evening. I support the policy's adoption for the following reasons, among others. Not about us without us, and the right to define our own oppression are key principles of any social justice or inclusion work. And incorporating anti-Zionism into a working policy on anti-Semitism reflects both the general sentiment of the Jewish community and the way in which Jewish identity manifests itself for the vast majority of Canadian Jews. The Jewish people have an abiding and deeply rooted connection to the land and state of Israel, an intertwined relationship that stretches back thousands of years. Repeated surveys show that upwards of 90% of Canadian Jews believe Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. It's not surprising then that the TDSB's own research into anti-Semitism reveals as recurring themes the demonization of Israel, Israelis, and Zionists, being labeled racist for being Zionist, anti-Zionist speech or conduct directed toward Jewish or Israeli people, and demanding a person who is perceived to be Jewish or Israeli state a position on Israel or Zionism. It's true that some members of the Jewish community disagree with this position. It is equally important to recognize that they represent a relatively low percentage of Jews and that tokenization of small segments of marginalized groups and elevating their opinions over more mainstream perspectives violates basic principles of diversity and inclusion work. Moreover, criticism of Israel may not be inherently anti-Semitic, but what we're regularly seeing these days, accusations that hew to ancient anti-Semitic tropes and glorify and carry out violence collectively against Jews, Israelis, and Israel, undeniably is. By adopting this policy tonight, and by appreciating the urgency of this moment, you demonstrate respect not only for the real-life ways in which Canadian Jews encounter anti-Semitism, but also, more fundamentally, for what Jewish identity means to us. This is who we, as a community and as a whole, are. We believe, as part and parcel of being Jewish, in our people's right to self-determination in our ancestral homeland, to be a free people in our own land. To reject this is not just to dismiss our shared and all too frequent experiences with oppression and bigotry. It is to deny our inherent right to define Jewish itself, to dictate and impose external constraints on Jewish belief and practice against our will, and to forcibly engineer Jewish identity to make it match your liking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your delegation. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next delegate, 93, Faisal Ibrahim, community member. Is Faisal online? Governance staff, can you confirm if Faisal is online?
They were online.
Okay.
They left again. Yeah.
Sorry?
They left.
They left? Okay, we'll move on to 94, Catherine Cashier, community member. Catherine, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah. Hi, Catherine.
Hi,
Please
can
go
you-
ahead. You have 3
Hi.
minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Catherine, and I'm a TDSB parent who would like to convey 2 things here. First, I urge you to outright reject receiving the document at hand because it is deeply flawed and fundamentally biased. There's no evidence that a diverse range of relevant voices have been consulted. It says more than 30 groups were consulted, but I'd like to know how many of these were anti-Zionist Jewish voices, and were Palestinian voices considered when discussing Israel? Secondly, please consider how prioritizing the suggestions in this report could potentially do the opposite of what it claims to intend to do. It sets Jewish students up to become targets of anti-Semitic hate. As a white person who went to Catholic school here on Turtle Island, my identity is, through no fault of my own, tied to a horrific legacy of genocide. Catholic Church played a key role in enacting atrocious harm to Indigenous people in residential schools, but it's important to point out that Catholic people feeling attacked or uncomfortable when residential schools are being discussed does not mean that they are being attacked. White people feeling shame when they hear people say Black Lives Matter or land back does not mean that they are being shamed. It's constructive to feel part of a collective responsibility to undo the harms created by those who came before us, regardless of our identity. It is not helpful, however, to personally over-identify with the role of colonizer or oppressor to the point that we're in a defensive position focused only on justifying our own identity, as opposed to collaboratively working together towards ending all forms of racism and achieving freedom for all. Similarly, Jewish students may have uncomfortable feelings arise when they see protests in support of Palestinian freedom because they've been conditioned to view their Jewishness as inextricably linked to Zionism and the state of Israel, as this report reinforces. But again, feeling threatened is not the same as being threatened. This is a false assumption. Freedom is not a zero-sum game. Palestinian freedom does not need to come at the expense of Jewish safety. In fact, I believe it is the only path to Jewish safety. Peace comes through honest reckoning with the truth, accountability and justice, not force, violence, and subjugation. It is not fair to Jewish people to allow their identity to become synonymous with perpetrators of genocide. But that's exactly what conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism does. Zionism is a political ideology, and regardless of how anyone feels about this particular ideology, we can't allow any political ideology to become a protected identity. It would set the precedent that political ideologies can become protected classes if enough people come together and say they should. All international and human rights bodies agree that Israel is committing genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. To protect people who subscribe to an ideology that culminates in genocide within a supposed equity framework undermines all the good work the TDSB has achieved in this arena and is quite frankly absurd.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. We have number 93 online now, Faisal Ibrahim. Faisal, are you there?
Hello?
Hi. Go ahead, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, good evening. I'm an uncle to two wonderful boys, and I'm a concerned citizen living in Ward 10. I'm also someone who recognizes that education and ideas have impacts on society that go beyond just the impact on my own family, and that they can and do have reverberations across society. I'm here specifically to speak out against the conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism that is embedded in this proposal, and to explain to you why it's deeply harmful to conflate a political ideology with a racial identity. To ascribe any specific belief or set of beliefs to an entire race would be racist. It would be racist for me to say that all English people believe in the death penalty. We recognize that individuals, regardless of race, not only vary across each other in the ideas that they hold, but that they also each have the ability to change their minds. By the same token, it's racist to ascribe to all Jewish people the belief in the ethno-nationalist political ideology of Zionism, which has been predicated on the murder and ethnic cleansing of the indigenous Palestinians from their homeland of Palestine. Let me read to you a passage from an essay written in 1925 by Vladimir Jabotinsky, a Russian-born Zionist soldier, author, and founder of the revisionist Zionist movement. Quote, "A voluntary reconciliation with the Arabs is out of the question, either now or in the future. If you wish to colonize a land in which people are already living, you must provide a garrison for the land, or find some rich man or benefactor who will provide a garrison on your behalf. Or else, give up your colonization, for without an armed force, which will render physically impossible any attempt to destroy or prevent this colonization, colonization is impossible, not difficult, not dangerous, but impossible. Zionism is a colonization adventure, and therefore it stands or falls by the question of armed force. It is important to speak Hebrew, but unfortunately, it is even more important to be able to shoot, or else I am through with playing at colonizing." So, unquote. Even Theodor Herzl, Zionism's founding father, referred to Zionism as something colonial in his 1902 letter, in a letter to the infamous colonizer Cecil Rhodes, in which he sought Cecil's support. These foundational words are just the tip of the iceberg, but it's not just merely words. The adherents of Zionism followed through when they massacred and destroyed over 200 Palestinian villages and ethnically cleansed over 80% of the indigenous Palestinian population from their homeland in 1948 during the Nakba. Since then, we have seen these ideas evolve to support severe human rights abuses and apartheid as documented by the UN and other human rights organizations, the besieging and regular bombing of Palestinians in Gaza well before 2023, ongoing ethnic cleansing and kidnapping in the West Bank, and over the last year and a half, a live-streamed genocide. It is absolutely harmful to ascribe to all Jews the political ideology associated with all of these crimes. And therefore, I ask you to reject this proposed strategy that does precisely that and send it back for broader consultation.
Thank
The
you, Faisal.
legislated censorship of history and the silencing of critiques against the genocidal political ideology is not an anti-hate strategy, it is fascism.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so just wanted to check with governance staff if there's anyone that missed is back on.
Wait.
Sorry?
No, Chair, but we do not have anyone else.
Yeah, I think
no, but we do not have anyone else waiting. Only delegate number 100 is here.
Yeah, no, the rest of the delegation, because this item is wrapped up, the rest of the delegation in relation to that, the other items will be tomorrow. Before we go forward, I would like to just thank all the delegates that have delegated today for taking the time and also being patient and waiting for your turn to speak. And any of you who was not able to finish your delegation within 3 minutes and want to send your written delegations for trustees to read, please feel free to email any of your written delegations to trustees, and it will be shared with all the trustees as well. And I also want to acknowledge to have a point of personal privilege from Trustee Laskin to be shared now. We are not able to hear you, Trustee Laskin. No. Are others online able to hear, Trustee Laskin?
Can you not hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you. Now it's good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that this has been a very difficult evening for many. And it's not because we heard diverse voices and we heard from people who had a variety of opinions. It's because there was true harm spoken tonight. There was anti-Semitism, there was Jew hatred, and I need to apologize for all those who have witnessed this. This is not acceptable. No form of hate within deputations is acceptable. And I feel compelled to have said this has caused great harm to many of us who have been listening for hours, and it needed to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustees, in terms of next steps, I think we have quorum for tomorrow at 4:30. So we will begin with the delegates from number 95 to 101. We are only recessing the meeting. So tomorrow's meeting is the same meeting as today. So there won't be any new materials or new delegation. It'll be a continuation of this meeting. So this is a recess from now until 4:30 tomorrow. We will start with the OBSPA. We will start with the rest of the delegates and then OBSPA report, and then the Community Use of School Advisory Committee, and then Jewish Identities and Addressing Anti-Semitism and Comparing Hate and Racism Strategy, and then Community Use of School. So those are the items left. And then we have a written notice for consideration 9.1 from Trustee Pay and Trustee Hastings on the Holocaust Remembrance Day. And then we have private part to the agenda as well. So we have a lot of business still left for tomorrow. So we'll see you all at 4:30. We will recess until 4:30 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.